Hey everyone. Welcome back to Arise Harry. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Harry was the master of all wandless magic at age 8 and wands were useless against him? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1. The boy under the stairs. The spider was building a web in the corner where the ceiling met the wall, and Harry watched it work. He'd been watching for 20 minutes. Not because he had nothing else to do, though he didn't, but because the spider was solving a problem. A section of its web had torn during the night when Dudley stomped upstairs and shook the whole house, and now the spider was repairing it. Not randomly. Not desperately. It was thinking, testing anchor points, discarding bad options, building something stronger than what had been there before. Harry respected that. He was lying on his back on the thin mattress that served as his bed, knees drawn up because the cupboard under the stairs wasn't long enough for him to stretch out fully anymore. He was 8 years old and small for his age. The Dursleys' idea of enough food ensured that, but he was growing, and the cupboard was not. The spider finished its repair and sat at the center of its web, waiting. Harry closed his eyes. He'd been doing this for 3 weeks now. Not the lying in the cupboard part, that was a lifetime habit. The other thing. The reaching. It had started with the light bulb. The single bare bulb that illuminated his cupboard had blown out on a Tuesday. He remembered it was Tuesday because Tuesdays were leftover nights, which meant Aunt Petunia served whatever remained from the weekend roast, and Harry usually got the burnt ends and a scoop of cold vegetables if Dudley didn't want seconds. The bulb had popped with a sad little tink and plunged the cupboard into darkness, and Harry had known, with the certainty of long experience, that asking Uncle Vernon for a new one would earn him nothing but a cuff on the ear and a lecture about electricity costs. So he'd lain there in the dark, annoyed. And he'd thought, turn on. Not as a wish. Not as a prayer. As a statement. The way you'd think clench at your fist and your fist would clench. An instruction sent from some central part of himself to the world outside his skin. The bulb had flickered. Then it glowed, steady and warm, and Harry had stared at it with his heart hammering so hard he could feel it in his teeth. The filament was still broken. He could see that, the little wire snapped cleanly in two. But the bulb was lit. Something was bridging the gap that wasn't wire, wasn't electricity, wasn't anything he could see. He'd let the thought go, and the light died. He'd thought it again, and the light returned. Harry James Potter, 8 years old, resident of the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, had sat in his tiny space and cried. Not because he was scared, though he was. Because it was the first time in his life something had done what he'd asked. 3 weeks later, the light bulb was the least of it. Harry lay on his mattress with his eyes closed and reached. That was how he thought of it, reaching. Not with his hands but with something behind his hands, beneath his hands, the thing his hands were a clumsy expression of. He reached into the space around him the way you'd reach into a pocket, feeling for something you knew was there. The cupboard was full of things. Dust. Spiders. A broken toy soldier of Dudley's missing an arm. 3 of Harry's socks, none of which matched. The smell of cleaning products leaking from the bottles Aunt Petunia stored on the shelf above his head. Harry reached, and he felt all of it. Not felt as in touch, felt as in new. The dust motes suspended in the air between the light bulb and his face, each one a tiny planet of dead skin and fabric fiber. The spider in its web, its heartbeat, did spiders have heartbeats, a tiny rapid flutter like a watch ticking too fast. The wood of the stair treads above him, the grain of it, the memory of the tree still somehow living in the dead lumber. He could feel the nail in the 4th stair. The one that was working loose because Vernon was too cheap to fix it properly. Harry could feel the threads of the nail's grip on the wood, could count them, could feel exactly how many more times Dudley could stomp on that stair before the nail pulled free. 14, he thought. 14 more stomps. He let the reaching go and opened his eyes, breathing hard. It took effort. Not physical effort, something else. Like the difference between looking at a word and actually reading it. You used the same eyes, but reading required a deeper engagement. The reaching was like reading the world instead of just looking at it. Harry sat up, cracked his head on the underside of the stairs, a daily occurrence he barely registered anymore, and pulled on his shoes. Dudley's old trainers, 3 sizes too big, stuffed with newspaper in the toes. It was Saturday. Saturday meant chores. He pushed open the cupboard door and stepped into the hallway of number 4 Privet Drive. Morning light came through the frosted glass of the front door, painting the carpet in diluted yellow. From the kitchen, the sound of bacon frying and Aunt Petunia's voice, sharp and brittle as always, narrating her displeasure at something she'd read in the morning paper. Honestly, Vernon, the state of the council. Couldn't organize a village fete let alone, quite right, dear. Vernon Dursley sat at the kitchen table like a walrus in a polo shirt, the Daily Mail spread before him, a cup of tea in his thick fist. Dudley sat across from him, already on his second plate of bacon, his small eyes tracking each piece from pan to plate with predatory focus. None of them looked at Harry when he entered the kitchen. This was normal. Harry was a ghost in his own home, acknowledged only when there was work to be done or blame to be assigned. The garden needs weeding, Aunt Petunia said without turning from the stove. And the bins need taking out. And the gutters are clogged again, so you'll need the ladder. Harry was 8. The ladder was 12 feet tall and older than Vernon's car. Right, Harry said. He took the single slice of toast that had been left on the counter for him, no butter, no jam, and ate it standing by the back door. Through the window, the garden stretched in obsessive neatness, petunias roses standing in military rows, the lawn edged with the precision of a surgical incision. Beyond the fence, identical houses repeated themselves into the distance like a stutter. Harry ate his toast and reached, very gently, into the garden. He could feel the weeds. That was the thing, once he'd started reaching, it was hard to stop. The weeds threaded through the soil like veins, their roots tangled with the roots of Petunia's precious flowers, drawing water and nutrients in a slow underground war the flowers were losing. He could feel which weeds were shallow-rooted and easy to pull, and which had taproots that went down 8 inches and would snap if you just yanked them. He could also feel the blockage in the gutters. Dead leaves and a tennis ball, Dudley's, probably, from one of his throwing tantrums, forming a dam that backed up rainwater against the fascia board. Harry finished his toast, brushed the crumbs off Dudley's old shirt, and went outside. He started with the weeding because it was the chore that gave him the most privacy. The garden was surrounded by a tall fence, Petunia's concession to the horror of neighbors potentially seeing Harry, and once he was on his knees among the flower beds, he was invisible from the house. Harry looked at the weeds. He reached. The weeds slid out of the soil like they were being pulled by gentle, invisible hands. Because they were. Harry watched, still marveling at it after 3 weeks, as dandelions and clover and creeping buttercup lifted themselves root and all from the earth in smooth, silent motion. The soil closed behind them like water filling a footprint. The weeds drifted into a neat pile beside the wheelbarrow. It took 40 seconds. It would have taken him 2 hours by hand. Harry sat back on his heels and breathed. The reaching got easier every time. Like a muscle he was exercising. The first time he'd moved something, a pencil, rolling it across the floor of his cupboard, he'd given himself a nosebleed and a headache that lasted 2 days. Now he could pull 100 weeds simultaneously and feel nothing worse than the pleasant tiredness of a good stretch. He spent the next hour pretending to weed, pulling the occasional plant by hand whenever Petunia's face appeared at the kitchen window, getting legitimately dirty so it looked like he'd been working hard. The pile of weeds grew. Harry used the time to practice. He levitated pebbles. Not one, dozens, lifting them from the flower bed and holding them in the air in a slowly rotating constellation. He could feel each one individually, could sense their weight and texture, could spin them in different directions at the same time. He let them orbit each other like tiny moons, then set them down exactly where they'd been. He heated a stone in his palm. Not friction, just heat, pulled from the air around it, concentrated until the stone was warm as a cup of tea. Then he reversed it, drawing the heat out until frost crackled across its surface in tiny fractal patterns. He looked at a dead patch of grass near the fence, yellowed and dry where the soil was too compacted, and reached into it. Really reached, deep, into the tangle of root and soil and water and the faint, fading life of the grass. He thought, grow. Not as a command but as an encouragement, a nudge, like cupping your hands around a candle flame to shelter it from wind. The grass shivered. Then, slowly, it greened. The blade straightened, plumped with water, and the dead patch filled in until it matched the rest of the lawn. Harry stared at it. He'd just made something live that had been dying. The implications of that settled into him slowly, like cold water soaking into cloth, and he sat very still in Aunt Petunia's flower bed for a long time. The thing was, Harry wasn't stupid. He knew this wasn't normal. He also knew, had known since he was old enough to understand the difference between how Dudley was treated and how he was treated, that there was something about him the Dursleys were afraid of. He'd always written it off as them being horrible. Which they were. But the fear was real. He saw it in the way Petunia's eyes darted to him sometimes, quick and flinching, like she was checking to see if he'd changed into something else. In the way Vernon's voice went tight and strangled whenever something strange happened around Harry, the time Harry's hair grew back overnight after a terrible haircut, the time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, the time Aunt Petunia tried to force him into a revolting old sweater of Dudley's and it kept shrinking until it wouldn't fit on a doll. They knew. They knew he was different, and they were terrified, and they dealt with that terror by trying to make him as small and quiet and crushed as possible. It hadn't worked. Harry thought about this as he dragged the ladder out of the garage and set it against the side of the house. The gutters needed doing and Petunia would notice if they didn't get done. He climbed, careful on the old rungs, and found the blockage exactly where he'd felt it, dead leaves packed tight around Dudley's tennis ball, a small swamp of black water behind it. He could have cleared it with a thought. Instead, he cleared it by hand, scooping out the muck and dropping it into a bucket he'd hung from the ladder. The neighbors might see. Mrs. Next Door, he didn't know her actual name, Petunia just called her, that woman, was hanging washing on her line 2 gardens over. The tennis ball came free with a wet pop and the backed-up water rushed along the gutter and down the drain pipe. Harry wiped his hands on his oversized jeans and climbed down. He was halfway across the back garden when Dudley found him. Dudley Dursley at 8 was roughly the shape and dimensions of a young refrigerator. He had his father's neck, which was to say, he didn't really have a neck at all, and his mother's sharp, suspicious eyes, and he moved through the world with the casual destructive confidence of someone who had never been told no. He was with his friend Piers Polkiss, a ratty boy with a ferrety face who served as Dudley's lieutenant and chief audience member. "There he is," Dudley said. "Oi, Potter. We're bored." Harry kept walking toward the house. "That's a personal problem, Dudley. Don't be smart. Someone in this garden should be." Piers snickered, then stopped when Dudley glared at him. "Mum and Dad are going to the shops," Dudley said, planting himself in Harry's path. He was half a head taller and twice as wide, and he used his bulk the way a tank uses its armor, not as a weapon but as a statement of inevitability. "Which means you're ours for an hour." Harry stopped. He looked up at his cousin. 3 weeks ago, this would have gone the way it always went. Dudley and Piers would chase him. If they caught him, they'd hold him down and take turns punching his arms until the bruises layered over the bruises from last time. If he was lucky, he'd outrun them. If he was unlucky, they'd corner him somewhere the adults couldn't hear. 3 weeks ago, Harry's only defense had been speed and the ability to fit into small spaces. Things were different now. Harry looked at Dudley, and he reached, just a little. Not to do anything. Just to feel. He felt Dudley's heartbeat, elevated with the excitement of anticipated cruelty. Felt the blood moving through his cousin's body, the electrical impulses in his nerves, the half-digested bacon sitting in his stomach. He felt the air between them, the molecules vibrating with late summer warmth. He could do anything. He could lift Dudley into the air and pin him to the side of the house like a poster. He could heat the ground under Dudley's feet until he danced. He could reach into the garden hose coiled by the fence and send a jet of water into Dudley's face so hard it would spin him around. He could do things much worse than that, if he wanted to. Harry let the reaching go. "I don't want to play Harry hunting, Dudley." "Who said you get a choice?" "I'm saying it. Right now." Something in Harry's voice, or maybe something in his eyes, made Dudley hesitate. Not stop. Dudley was too stupid and too mean and too used to getting what he wanted to stop completely. But hesitate, which was new. "Don't be a freak," Dudley said, and shoved him. It was a hard shove, both hands to Harry's chest. 3 weeks ago, it would have sent Harry sprawling on his back in the grass. Harry didn't move. He didn't brace himself, didn't lean into it, didn't tense up. He just didn't move. Dudley's hands hit his chest and it was like shoving a lamppost. The force went into Harry and stopped, absorbed by something that wasn't muscle or bone. Dudley stared at him. Piers stared at him. Harry stared calmly back. "Don't," Harry said quietly, "touch me again." Dudley, to his marginal credit, tried once more. A proper punch this time, aimed at Harry's shoulder, thrown with all the uncoordinated power of a boy used to hitting someone who couldn't hit back. His fist stopped an inch from Harry's body. Just stopped, in midair, as if it had struck glass. Dudley yelped, not in pain but in shock, and stumbled backward, pulling his hand to his chest. How did, Dudley's face went through a rapid sequence of expressions: confusion, outrage, fear. Fear 1. "You freak. You absolute freak." He turned and ran inside, Piers scrambling after him. Harry heard the back door slam, heard Dudley's wail rising in pitch as he thundered through the house toward wherever his parents were. Harry stood in the garden and breathed. His heart was pounding, not from effort but from the realization of what he'd just done. He'd never used the reaching on a person before. Never used it as a shield, a wall, a no. It had been effortless. He was going to pay for this. When Vernon heard Dudley's garbled, terrified version of events, Harry did something freaky again. "Dad, he's a freak, he stopped my fist, there would be consequences. The cupboard, no meals, maybe the belt." Vernon's responses to Harry's strangeness were always disproportionate, as if by punishing Harry hard enough he could beat the abnormality out of him. Harry walked to the far end of the garden and sat on the grass with his back against the fence. He had maybe 10 minutes before Vernon came looking for him. He closed his eyes and reached. Not into the garden this time. Into himself. This was the newest thing, and the strangest. He'd discovered it 4 days ago, lying in the cupboard at night, reaching aimlessly into the dark house around him, feeling the pipes in the walls, the wiring, the mice in the attic, Dudley's snoring 3 floors up like a small earthquake, and he'd turned the reaching inward. Inside himself was an ocean. That was the closest word for it. An ocean of something that wasn't water, wasn't energy, wasn't anything he had a name for. It was warm and vast and it moved with tides he could feel but not predict. It was the source of everything, the reaching, the light bulb, the weeds, the shield that had stopped Dudley's fist. It lived inside him the way blood lived inside him, circulating, sustaining, always there. It was enormous. He couldn't find the edges of it. Every time he reached deeper, trying to feel the bottom, there was more. It was like standing on a beach and trying to see the other side of the Atlantic. Harry sat against the fence and let himself sink into it, the ocean feeling, and for a few minutes the world outside didn't matter. Not the Dursleys, not the cupboard, not the bruises or the hunger or the loneliness. There was just this, the warm dark hugeness of whatever he was. The back door banged open. "Boy!" Harry opened his eyes. Vernon stood on the patio, his face a color found nowhere in nature, a mottled purple-red that started at his collar and went all the way up to his thinning hair. His mustache was bristling. His fists were clenched at his sides. Behind him, in the kitchen doorway, Dudley watched with the eager, spiteful expression of someone who'd lit a fuse and was waiting for the explosion. Harry stood up. "What," Vernon said, advancing across the lawn with the ponderous menace of a charging hippo, "did you do to my son?" "Nothing. He tried to hit me. It didn't work." "Didn't work?" "He says you did something unnatural." "Some kind of," Vernon couldn't bring himself to say the word. "Some kind of trick. He tried to punch me and his hand stopped. That's all that happened." Vernon was close now, looming, using his height and bulk the same way Dudley did. The family resemblance was never more obvious than when they were angry. "I will not have this," Vernon hissed. "I will not have freakishness in my house. Your parents were freaks and look where it got them, dead in a car crash, drunk, irresponsible. My parents weren't drunks." Harry didn't know where that came from. He didn't know anything about his parents, not really. Just the fragments Petunia had let slip over the years, always bitter, always dismissive. But he knew, with the same certainty he knew the sun would rise, that Vernon was lying. "Don't you dare contradict me." Vernon grabbed Harry's arm. What happened next, Harry didn't entirely plan. Vernon's hand closed on his bicep, squeezing with the intent to hurt, and the ocean inside Harry surged. Not gently, not controlled, but a wave of raw force that exploded outward from his skin like a shockwave. Vernon flew backward. Not dramatically, no Hollywood stunt, no sailing through the air in slow motion. His hand simply came off Harry's arm and his feet left the ground and he traveled about 6 feet before landing hard on his backside in the middle of Petunia's rose bed. Thorns tore at his shirt. A rose bush collapsed under his weight with a woody crack. Silence. Dudley's mouth hung open. Through the kitchen window, Harry could see Aunt Petunia frozen at the sink, a dish in one hand and a sponge in the other, her face blank with shock. Vernon sat in the ruined roses and stared at Harry. For the first time, the very first time in Harry's memory, Vernon Dursley looked truly, deeply afraid of him. Not annoyed, not disgusted, not the performative anger of a bully. Afraid. Harry's arm throbbed where Vernon had grabbed it. He could already feel the bruise forming. Inside him, the ocean churned, agitated, wanting more. He could feel its pull, like a tide going out. It wanted to push harder, hit harder, make the big man who hurt him understand that he should never, ever touch Harry again. Harry breathed. And pulled it back. The effort was immense, like trying to hold a door shut against a gale. But he did it. He wrestled the ocean down, smoothed it, calmed it. His hands were shaking. "I'm going to my cupboard," Harry said. His voice was steady, which surprised him. "I think we should all just leave each other alone for a while." He walked past Vernon, who flinched as Harry's shadow fell across him. He walked through the kitchen, past Petunia, who pressed herself against the counter as he passed. He walked down the hallway, opened the cupboard door, stepped inside, pulled it shut, and lay down on his mattress. The spider was still in its web, undisturbed. Harry curled up on his side and cried. Not from pain, not from fear, not even from the adrenaline still singing in his veins. He cried because for one moment, one terrible, electric moment, he had wanted to hurt Vernon badly. Not just push him away. Hurt him. And the power to do it had been right there, eager and willing, a vast dark ocean ready to drown anyone he pointed it at. He was 8 years old and he was something he didn't have a word for and he was completely, utterly alone. The Dursleys didn't speak to him for 4 days. This was, in some ways, an improvement. Meals appeared outside his cupboard door, not generous ones, but regular, which was new. A sandwich at lunch, whatever the family was eating at dinner, sometimes an apple or a biscuit. It was as if the Dursleys had collectively decided that a well-fed Harry was less likely to explode than a hungry one. They weren't wrong. Hunger made the ocean restless. Harry used the 4 days to practice. Not the big stuff, not throwing people or making things grow. The small stuff. Precision. Control. He lay in his cupboard and reached out through the house. He found every nail, every screw, every pin and fastener holding number 4 privet drive together. He felt the plumbing, copper pipes sweating with condensation, the joints sealed with solder he could have melted with a thought. He felt the electrical wiring threading through the walls like a nervous system, the current flowing through it in a steady 60 Hz hum. He practiced moving small things. A penny, sitting on the hallway floor where someone had dropped it, he slid it 3 inches to the left. Then back. Then spun it like a top, so fast it blurred, then stopped it dead. He levitated it to eye level, well, to where eye level would have been if he could have seen through his cupboard door, and held it there, motionless, for an hour while he read a battered paperback he'd rescued from the bin. He practiced temperature. Made the air in his cupboard exactly the temperature he wanted, pulling warmth from the surrounding house on cool evenings, venting heat into the walls on stuffy afternoons. He discovered he could feel temperature the way a musician feels pitch, intuitively, precisely, able to adjust it by fractions of a degree. He practiced the shield. That was what he'd started calling it, the thing that had stopped Dudley's fist and repelled Vernon's hand. He could raise it consciously now, a boundary around his body that stopped physical force dead. He tested it by pressing his hand against the wall and pushing. The wall creaked, his hand didn't move. The force went into the shield and dissipated into nothing, like sound absorbed by foam. On the 3rd day, he discovered he could make himself silent. Not just quiet, silent. He reached into the air around his body and stilled it, stopped the vibrations that carried sound, and suddenly he existed in a bubble of perfect silence. He could move, breathe, even speak, and no sound escaped the boundary. He sat in his cupboard and laughed, and the laugh made no sound at all, and it was the strangest and most wonderful thing he'd ever experienced. On the 4th day, he discovered he could see in the dark. Not see, exactly. The reaching did it. When he reached into a dark space, he could feel everything in it so precisely that his mind constructed an image. Not a visual image, not light and color, but a spatial map so detailed it was better than sight. He could see the inside of the walls, the gaps between floorboards, the mice in their tunnels. He could see, through his closed cupboard door, down the hallway, into the kitchen where Petunia was washing dishes. He was learning fast. Faster every day. Each new ability led to 3 more, each discovery opened doors he hadn't known were there. The ocean inside him wasn't just power, it was understanding, a way of interacting with reality so fundamental that the normal human senses felt clumsy by comparison. On the 4th evening, Petunia knocked on his cupboard door. Harry opened it. She stood in the hallway in her dressing gown, arms crossed, lips pressed into a line so thin they'd nearly disappeared. She looked like she was working up to something, the way a person works up to swallowing bad medicine. "We need to talk," she said. "About your condition." "Condition? Don't be coy. You know what I mean." Harry looked at his aunt. He reached, gently, carefully, and felt her heartbeat. It was fast. She was scared. But underneath the fear, there was something else, something old and complicated. Grief, maybe. Anger. The kind of feelings that had been sitting so long they'd fossilized. "You know what I am," Harry said. "Don't you?" Petunia's jaw tightened. "Come to the kitchen. Vernon's taken Dudley to his friend's house. We have an hour." Harry followed her. The kitchen was dim, just the light over the stove, casting everything in warm amber. Petunia sat at the table and gestured stiffly at the chair across from her. Harry sat. For a long moment, Petunia didn't speak. She stared at the table, at her own hands, at the neat arrangement of salt and pepper shakers she kept in the exact center as if precise condiment placement could ward off chaos. "Your mother was a witch," she said. The word dropped into the kitchen like a stone into a well. Harry heard it fall and felt the ripples. "A witch," he repeated. "A real one. Not the Halloween sort. She could do things like what you do, but with a stick. A wand." Petunia spat the word like it tasted bad. "She got a letter when she was 11, from a school. A school for people like her. She went away every year from September to June and came back full of stories about magic and potions and nonsense, and my parents thought it was wonderful. Their special daughter. Their little witch." The bitterness was so concentrated Harry could almost taste it. "Your father was one too. A wizard. They met at the school and got married and had you, and then they got themselves killed." She paused. "Not in a car crash." "How?" "A dark wizard murdered them. A very powerful one. Everyone in that world was terrified of him. He came to your parents' house and killed them, and then he tried to kill you, and somehow," her voice cracked, just slightly. "Somehow you survived and he didn't. You were a baby. 1 year old. And they left you on our doorstep like a bottle of milk." Harry sat very still. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. They'd been murdered. His mother had been a witch. His father had been a wizard. There was a whole world of people like him out there, hidden, real. And someone had tried to kill him when he was 1 year old. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry asked. His voice was quiet. "Because I didn't want any of it in my house." The words burst out of Petunia with a force that startled them both. "I watched that world take my sister away from me, first to that school, then to that man, then to a war I couldn't understand, and then it killed her. I didn't want it anywhere near my family. I thought if we kept you away from it, kept it quiet, made you normal, you could beat it out of me." Petunia flinched. "We never, Vernon did. Plenty of times." Petunia's mouth opened, then closed. She looked away. Something moved across her face, shame, maybe, or just the discomfort of being confronted with a truth she'd spent years carefully not looking at. "You did what Mum did," Petunia said. She wasn't looking at Harry anymore but somewhere past him, into a memory. "When you threw Vernon. Lily did that once, when we were children. A boy was throwing rocks at a cat and Lily got angry and the boy went flying. She was maybe 10. Petunia's fingers tightened on each other. "But Lily needed a wand to do real magic. They all do, all those people. They can't do anything without their wands. Lily told me that." Petunia finally looked at him. Her eyes were bright and frightened. "You don't need a wand, do you?" "No." "How long?" 3 weeks. Petunia absorbed this. "You're getting stronger." "Yes." "How strong?" Harry thought about the ocean. About its depth and its darkness and the fact that he couldn't find the bottom. "I don't know." Petunia stood abruptly and went to the counter. She made tea, the universal British response to existential crisis, with sharp, efficient movements. She set a cup in front of Harry without asking if he wanted one. He wrapped his hands around it and let its warmth soak into his palms. He didn't need to, he could warm his own hands, but there was something comforting about the simplicity of a hot cup. "There's a letter," Petunia said, sitting back down. "It came with you, when they left you on our doorstep. From a man called Dumbledore, the headmaster of that school. He said you'd get a letter when you turned 11. An invitation. He said," she paused, struggling with the next part. "He said you'd be famous. In their world. Because of what happened when that dark wizard tried to kill you. He said you were famous because you survived." Harry sipped his tea. It was too hot and too sweet, the way Petunia made everything, but he drank it anyway. The school. What's it called? Hogwarts. The disdain in her voice could have stripped paint. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And I'll get a letter when I'm 11. Supposedly. That's 3 years from now. Petunia nodded. They sat in silence. The kitchen clock ticked. Somewhere outside, a car drove past, its headlights sweeping across the ceiling and away. I'm not going to hurt anyone, Harry said. Not you, not Vernon, not Dudley. Unless someone tries to hurt me first. That's fair, isn't it? Petunia looked at him. For a moment, just a moment, something cracked in her face, and Harry saw something behind the brittleness. Something that looked almost like the beginning of a feeling she'd spent years refusing to have. You have her eyes, Petunia said softly. Lily's eyes. Then she stood, collected the teacups, and began washing them with the focused intensity of a woman who had already said more than she'd ever intended to say. Harry recognized a dismissal when he saw one. He went back to his cupboard. But something had changed. Not dramatically, the Dursleys didn't suddenly become kind. Vernon still couldn't look at him without going red. Dudley still watched him from around corners with the wary fascination of a boy observing a wild animal. But the overt cruelty stopped. The cupboard door wasn't locked anymore. Meals became regular, if not generous. It was as if an unspoken agreement had settled over the house: we will leave you alone if you leave us alone. Harry found this acceptable. He had 3 years to prepare for a world he hadn't known existed. 3 years to understand what he was, what he could do, and how much of it he should let anyone see. He intended to use every day. 3 years passed. Harry Potter at 11 was not what anyone would have expected. He was still small for his age. The early years of malnutrition had set his growth on a modest trajectory, with untidy black hair that no force on earth could flatten and round glasses that he'd repaired so many times with his reaching that they were more willpower than wire at this point. He was quiet, polite, and watchful. His green eyes had a quality that made adults uncomfortable without being able to articulate why, a depth of attention that seemed too old for his face. Underneath that unremarkable exterior, Harry had spent 3 years mapping the ocean. He couldn't see the bottom of it. But he'd charted the shallows, learned the currents, built himself a vocabulary of capability that he tested and expanded every single day. He could move things. Anything, any size, any distance within about 100 meters, that was his reliable range, though he could push further with effort. He could move dozens of things simultaneously, independently, with precision measured in fractions of a millimeter. He could manipulate temperature, light, sound, and, he'd discovered last year, electricity. He could reach into a wire and redirect the current, speed it up, slow it down, branch it. He'd fixed the Dursleys' television once. It had been making an irritating buzzing sound, and then unfixed it when Vernon annoyed him. He could shield himself so thoroughly that he'd once stood in the back garden during a hailstorm and not a single stone of ice had touched him. They'd hit his shield and bounced off in all directions, forming a perfect circle of hailstones around his feet. He could make things grow, heal small wounds on his own body, bruises, cuts. He hadn't tested anything more serious and didn't want to, purify water, and sense living things within his range with a specificity that bordered on mind reading. Not actual thoughts, he couldn't hear words. But emotions, intentions, the body's physical state, all of that was an open book. He'd taught himself to reach into locks and open them, which meant the cupboard was meaningless as a punishment. He'd taught himself to reach into machines and understand their workings, which had led to a fascinating month where he'd essentially completed his own education using the Dursleys' computer after midnight. He'd tried, once, to reach out as far as he could, to push his range past its usual limits and just see what was out there. He'd lain in his cupboard and extended his awareness like a searchlight sweeping through the dark. He'd found other magic. Not people, not at that distance. But traces. Faint, tangled threads of something that felt like his ocean but different, structured, patterned, channeled through forms and shapes rather than flowing free. He'd felt it concentrated in certain places, ley lines of magical energy converging on distant points he couldn't identify. The nearest concentration was somewhere to the north and west, a massive knot of magic so dense it hummed like a cathedral organ in his extended awareness. He'd pulled back from that one quickly. Whatever it was vast, and it had felt like it was aware of him. Now it was the morning of July 31st. Harry's 11th birthday. He was sitting at the kitchen table eating cereal. He ate at the table now, another concession from the new normal, while Dudley monopolized the rest of the table with the debris of his birthday presents from the previous month. Vernon was at work. Petunia was upstairs. Harry felt the letters before the post came. He'd been monitoring the mail for a week, ever since the prickle of magic had started appearing on the envelopes mixed in with the bills and catalogs. Light, fragile magic, like perfume lingering on paper. Someone magical was sending letters to number 4 Privet Drive, and the letters kept arriving, and Harry, after a moment's consideration, had been letting Petunia intercept and destroy them. He wasn't being passive. He was being strategic. He knew Petunia was destroying the letters because she was afraid. And he wanted to see how far the senders would push before they tried something else. Each day the letters came in greater numbers, 1 the first day, 3 the second, a dozen the third, and each day Petunia burned them in the kitchen sink with hands that trembled slightly, and Harry watched from his peripheral vision and said nothing. Today was different. Today he felt something else in the morning air. Not a letter. A person. Someone magical was coming to number 4 Privet Drive. Harry felt them from half a mile away. A massive, heavy presence, radiating magic like a bonfire radiates heat. Whoever this was, they were big, physically, magically, in every dimension Harry could measure. Their magic was warm and rough and cheerful, like a dog that didn't know its own size. Harry finished his cereal, washed his bowl, dried it, put it away. Petunia came downstairs and gave him her usual morning nod, civil, distant, the relationship they'd settled into. "Someone's coming to the house," Harry said. Petunia went still. "What do you mean?" "Someone from," he glanced at Dudley, who was absorbed in a handheld video game. "From that world. I can feel them." The color drained from Petunia's face like water from a bathtub. "How far?" 5 minutes. Maybe less. "They're big. Very big." Petunia's hand went to the counter for support. For a moment she looked like she might cry or scream or run. Then the deadly steel reasserted itself, the rigid, unyielding propriety that was her armor against everything, and she straightened her spine. "Fine," she said. "Fine. It was always going to happen. Your mother's lot were never going to leave well enough alone." She looked at Harry with an expression he couldn't entirely read. "Whatever they tell you, whatever they offer, remember what I told you. That world killed your parents. Don't let it kill you." It was, Harry thought, the closest Petunia had ever come to saying she cared about him. The doorbell rang. It was less a ring than a declaration. The person on the other side of the door pressed the button with such enthusiasm that the mechanism buzzed in protest. Dudley looked up from his game. Harry walked to the front door. He opened it. The man on the doorstep was the largest human being Harry had ever seen. Twice as tall as a normal man and easily 5 times as wide, he had a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of badgers. He was wearing an enormous moleskin coat with an absurd number of pockets and carrying a pink umbrella. His eyes, small, black, beetle-bright, looked down at Harry, and his whole enormous face crumpled into an expression of such raw, uncomplicated joy that Harry felt it like a physical warmth against his skin. "Harry," the man said. His voice was like gravel rolling downhill. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look just like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Everyone kept saying that. "Hello," Harry said. "You're from Hogwarts." The man blinked. "Blimey, who told ya?" "Well, yeah, I am." Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Ye can call me Hagrid. He thrust out a hand the size of a dustbin lid. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry shook the hand. Hagrid's grip was enormous but gentle, the careful gentleness of someone who knew his own strength and worried constantly about it. Harry liked him immediately. Come in, Harry said. Mind the hallway, it's a bit narrow for, well. Right ya are, Hagrid said cheerfully, and promptly got stuck in the doorframe. Harry widened the frame by about 4 inches, a tiny push of reaching into the wood and plaster, expanding the gap just enough, and Hagrid popped through with an expression of mild surprise. Funny, coulda sworn that was tighter. Petunia stood at the kitchen door like a sentinel. Dudley had retreated behind her, peering around her hip at Hagrid with an expression that would have been funny if it hadn't been so perfectly like a small pig seeing a wolf. Mrs. Dursley, Hagrid said, with a stiff courtesy that suggested he'd been coached. I'm here on Hogwarts business. I know why you're here, Petunia said. Wipe your feet. They ended up in the kitchen. It was the only room where Hagrid could fit, and even then he occupied a full third of it, perched on a chair that groaned in protest. Petunia made tea because she couldn't help herself. Dudley fled upstairs. Hagrid produced a slightly squashed box from inside his coat and presented it to Harry. Almost forgot. Baked it myself. Inside was a chocolate cake with green icing that read Happy Birthday Harry. It was lopsided and the letters were wobbly, and it was the first birthday cake Harry had ever received in his life. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it so completely that the words felt inadequate. Hagrid beamed. Then he collected himself, puffing up with the importance of his mission, and reached into another pocket. Right. Ye'll be wantin' this. He handed Harry a letter. Thick, heavy envelope, yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry looked at the address. The cupboard under the stairs. So the magical world knew. They knew exactly where he slept, had known all along, and had done nothing about it. He filed this information away in the place where he kept things that would be useful to remember later. He opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the list of required supplies. Robes, cauldron, telescope, scales, and a wand. 1 wand, it specified. He looked at that word for a moment, thinking about what Petunia had told him. They all need wands. They can't do anything without them. Hagrid, Harry said. I'd like to go. Hagrid's face split into a grin so wide it nearly bisected his beard. Brilliant. Knew ya would, your parents were some of the finest. He stopped himself, glancing at Petunia. Well. We'll need to get your supplies. Diagon Alley. Best magical shoppin' street in Britain. I can take ya today if you're ready. I'm ready, Harry said. Petunia said nothing. She stood at the counter with her arms crossed and her face like stone, and she watched Harry collect his jacket, Dudley's old one, faded and shapeless, with an expression that was complicated in ways Harry didn't have time to unpack right now. At the door, Harry paused. I'll be back tonight. Petunia nodded once, sharply. Harry stepped outside with Hagrid, and the door of number 4 Privet Drive closed behind him, and the ordinary world began to end. Diagon Alley was chaos. Wonderful, overwhelming, impossible chaos. Harry stood at the entrance, the brick wall behind the leaky cauldron still sliding apart like a jaw opening, and felt magic hit him like a wave. It was everywhere. In the cobblestones, in the walls, in the air, in the hundreds of people streaming up and down the narrow street in robes of every color. Owls circled overhead. Signs floated unsupported. A stack of cauldrons outside a shop was stirring itself. The sheer density of magic was staggering, like stepping from a quiet room into the middle of a symphony, every instrument playing at once. Harry's reaching expanded without his consciously willing it, drinking in the magical environment like a dry sponge dropped in water. He felt the wards on the shops, protective spells, anti-theft charms, preservation enchantments. He felt the magical creatures in the pet shop, dozens of different life signatures ranging from the bright spark of owls to something deep and slow and reptilian in a back room. He felt the goblins before Hagrid pointed out Gringotts Bank, their magic different from human magic, harder, sharper, more geometric. Yeah, all right, Harry. Hagrid looked down at him with concern. You've gone a bit pale. I'm fine. It's just, a lot. Gets everyone the first time. Come on, best start at Gringotts. Your parents left ya money. The Goblin Bank was extraordinary. Harry felt the enchantments on it from a block away, layer upon layer of protective magic, wards so old and deep they'd fused with the bedrock. The goblins themselves were fascinating. Short, sharp-featured, with long fingers and clever eyes, they moved through their marble halls with a proprietary air that said this is ours and everything in it and don't forget it. The cart ride to his vault was the most fun Harry had ever had. Hagrid went green and gripped the edges until his knuckles went white, but Harry leaned into the curves and laughed, feeling the magic of the rails. They didn't run on any physical mechanism, just a smooth frictionless enchantment that propelled the cart through the dark at absurd speed. His vault contained a small mountain of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Harry stared at it. He'd spent 8 years wearing hand-me-downs and eating scraps, and his parents had left him a fortune. He scooped coins into a bag. Hagrid explained the denominations, galleons, sickles, nuts, and they were off. Shopping was efficient. Robes at Madame Malkin's, Harry stood on a stool and chatted with a blonde boy who talked about Quidditch with the self-important air of someone used to being the most interesting person in any room. Books at Flourish and Blotts, Harry bought extra, drawn to the shelves of magical theory like a moth to flame. A cauldron, scales, a telescope, potions, ingredients. Then Hagrid said the words Harry had been waiting for. Right, just your wand left. Ollivander's was narrow and shabby, wedged between larger, flashier shops like a thin old man at a party. The sign read Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Harry felt the magic before he opened the door, thousands of tiny, distinct signatures packed into a small space, each one unique, each one humming with potential. The shop smelled like sawdust and ozone. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked floor to ceiling on shelves that ran the full depth of the shop, disappearing into shadow. Dust motes hung in the single shaft of light from the window. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry didn't jump. He'd felt the man before he spoke, a quiet, intense presence, magic coiled tight inside him like a spring. Mr. Ollivander was old and pale, with wide silvery eyes that caught the light oddly. He moved out from between the shelves with the careful grace of someone who spent his life among fragile things. "Harry Potter," he said. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you. It seems only yesterday your mother was in here, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." His pale eyes drifted to Harry's forehead. "And your father, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." He was close now, uncomfortably close, those silver eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that reminded Harry of himself when he was reaching. "And that's where." Ollivander touched a long, pale finger to Harry's scar. Harry felt the man's magic brush against his own, a light, questing touch, like a doctor checking a pulse. Ollivander went very still. "My," he whispered. "How very curious." "What is?" Harry asked. Ollivander withdrew his finger slowly. His expression had changed, something cautious had entered it, something that hadn't been there before. "Let's find you a wand, Mr. Potter." "Which is your wand arm?" "I'm right-handed." "Hold out your arm." A tape measure flew off the counter and began measuring Harry, his arm, his fingers, the distance between his eyes. Ollivander watched it work, but Harry had the distinct impression the man's attention wasn't on the measurements. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." He began pulling boxes from shelves, stacking them on the counter. "Right then. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible." Harry took the wand. Nothing happened. Not nothing, as in, no sparks. Nothing as in the wand went dead in his hand. The magical signature Harry had felt humming inside it, that eager, waiting energy, simply stopped. Like a light switched off. The wand became a stick. A piece of wood with a bit of dragon heartstring inside it, inert, meaningless. Ollivander took it back. His silver eyes were very wide. "Try this, maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches, quite whippy." Same result. Harry took the wand and its magic died. Not gradually, instantly. One moment it was a magical instrument, the next it was craft supplies. Ollivander tried a third wand. A fourth. A 10th. A 20th. Harry stood patiently as the wandmaker grew increasingly agitated, pulling boxes with greater urgency, muttering to himself. Hagrid sat on a spindly chair by the door, looking confused but trusting. The pile of rejected wands grew. Every single one died in Harry's hand. After the 37th wand, Ollivander stopped. He stood amid the chaos of his shop, boxes scattered, wands strewn across the counter, and stared at Harry with an expression that had passed through fascination, through alarm, and arrived at something approaching awe. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "Would you do something for me?" "All right. Set this wand on the counter and step back, please." Harry placed the current wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, on the counter. As soon as it left his hand, its magic flickered back to life, faint and confused, like someone waking from a faint. "Now," Ollivander said. "Pick it up again." Harry did. The wand died. "Put it down." He did. The wand revived. Ollivander's hands were trembling. He clasped them together, pressing them against his chest, and looked at Harry with those enormous silver eyes. "In all my years," Ollivander said. "In all my family's centuries. I have never," he stopped. Started again. "Mr. Potter, the wand chooses the wizard. This is not metaphor. Wands are semi-sentient magical instruments that seek a compatible magical signature. When a wizard picks up a compatible wand, their magic resonates with the wand's core, and the wand amplifies and channels their power." "I understand," Harry said. "But mine doesn't resonate." "No, Mr. Potter. Your magic doesn't need channeling. It's already," Ollivander paused, searching for words. "You must understand, every witch and wizard I have ever fitted, every single one, in over 7 decades of wand craft, has had magic that is, in a sense, raw. Unformed. A wand gives it shape, direction, purpose. Your magic is already shaped. Already directed. When you touch a wand, your magic doesn't flow into it, it flows over it. It overwhelms the wand's own magic entirely. The wand's core can't resonate with you because resonance requires 2 compatible signals. Your signal is," he shook his head. "It's like trying to harmonize a flute with a thunderstorm." Silence in the little shop. Dust motes drifted. "Does this mean I can't use a wand?" Harry asked. I believe it means you don't need one. I also believe, and I say this with considerable professional discomfort, that any wand used against you would likely fail. Harry felt something click into place. A piece of a puzzle he'd been assembling for 3 years. Because my magic would overwhelm the wand's magic, he said. Precisely. A spell is magic channeled through a wand. If the wand's channeling capacity is, forgive the crude analogy, drowned out by proximity to your magical signature, the spell would simply unravel. Hagrid was on his feet. Hang on, ya mean no wand'll work around Harry? Not against him, I suspect. Not directly. The effect would likely diminish with distance and depend on the power of the caster and the intent of the spell. But in close quarters? Against Mr. Potter specifically? Ollivander's voice was barely above a whisper. I would not want to be the wizard who tried. Harry looked at the wand on the counter. Holly and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches. He could feel it now, feel the Phoenix Feather core inside, the fire of its magic, and the way that fire guttered and flinched when his own magic came near. You were going to tell me something about this wand, Harry said. Before we started testing. When you said it was curious. Ollivander went pale. Actually pale, the blood visibly draining from his already pallid face. The phoenix whose tail feather is in that wand, he said, gave another feather. Just one other. The other feather went into a wand that did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. That wand's owner was the wizard who gave you your scar, Mr. Potter. The information settled into Harry like a stone dropping into deep water. He felt the ripples but the surface stayed calm. Voldemort, Harry said. Hagrid flinched. Ollivander's eyelids fluttered. But neither denied it. His wand wouldn't work on me either, Harry said. It wasn't a question. I believe that is correct, Ollivander whispered. Harry nodded. He took a breath. I still need to buy something. I can't show up to Hogwarts with nothing. What if I bought a wand and just carried it? For appearances. Ollivander stared at him. Then, slowly, an expression spread across his face that was half smile and half the look of a man whose understanding of the world had just been rebuilt from the ground up. I have just the thing, he said, and disappeared into the back of the shop. He returned with a box that was older and dustier than any of the others. Inside, resting on faded velvet, was a wand of dark wood, unadorned, simple. Elder wood, Ollivander said. 11 inches. No core. No core. It's a practice wand. A display piece, really, elder wood of exceptional quality, carved by my great-great-grandfather. Beautiful wand work, but without a magical core, it has no power of its own. He held it out. It won't die in your hand because there's nothing in it to kill. And it will look, to anyone who doesn't examine it closely, like a perfectly ordinary wand. Harry picked it up. The dark wood was smooth and warm. No magic died, there was nothing to die. It was just wood, shaped by a craftsman's hand, elegant and empty. Perfect, Harry said. How much? No charge. Ollivander's silver eyes were bright. Consider it a gift, Mr. Potter. And a gesture of, let us say, profound professional interest. I suspect I will be hearing about you for a long time. They left the shop. Hagrid was uncharacteristically quiet as they walked back up Diagon Alley, the bustle of the magical shopping street flowing around them. Harry, Hagrid said finally. What Ollivander said. About wands not workin' on ya. Yeah. Maybe don't tell everyone that. Right away, I mean. Harry looked up at the big man. Hagrid's face was creased with worry, not fear, not the frightened calculation Harry was used to seeing on adult faces. Genuine concern. For Harry. Why not? Harry asked, though he already knew. People be scared of ya. And when people are scared, Hagrid shook his massive head. Well. Scared people do stupid things. Yeah, know that better'n most, I reckon. Harry thought of Vernon's fist. Of the cupboard door locking from the outside. Of a life spent being punished for being something he couldn't help being. I know, Harry said. I won't tell anyone. Yet, he added silently. Hagrid grinned, relief smoothing the worry from his face. That's the way. Now, birthday present. I'm gettin', an owl. Every witch and wizard needs a good owl. The owl was snowy white with amber eyes and a dignity that suggested she considered Harry's purchase of her to be a mutual arrangement. Harry named her Hedwig, after a name he'd found in one of his new textbooks. She sat on his shoulder as they left the alley, nipping his ear gently, and Harry felt something warm and unfamiliar settle in his chest. He had a world. He had money. He had books that could teach him the rules of the game everyone else was playing. He had a wand that wasn't a wand. And he had an owl. In 5 weeks, he would board a train to a castle full of witches and wizards who would look at him and see the boy who lived, a symbol, a story, a scar on a child's forehead. They would not see what Ollivander had seen. Not at first. Harry rode the train back to Little Whinging with Hedwig dozing on the luggage rack and his bag of magical supplies at his feet, and he began, quietly and methodically, to plan. The last weeks of summer were the best of Harry's life. He read voraciously, every textbook, cover to cover, plus the extra volumes he'd bought on magical theory, history, and the nature of wandcraft. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot gave him context. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling gave him vocabulary. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk was the most interesting, because it described in precise detail how wand-based magic worked, the incantations, the wand movements, the focused intent, and Harry could feel, reading between the lines, the fundamental difference between what wizards did and what he did. Wand magic was translation. A wizard had raw magical power, and they used a wand to translate that power into specific effects, levitation, transformation, illumination, destruction. The wand was the interpreter between will and reality. Harry didn't need an interpreter. He spoke reality's language natively. He tested this. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he'd been moved to Dudley's second bedroom, another concession, this one possibly motivated by the Hogwarts letter knowing he'd lived in a cupboard. Harry opened the Standard Book of Spells to the first chapter, the Levitation Charm. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation, combined with the swish and flick wand movement, channels the caster's magic through the wand to produce a targeted gravitational reversal on the object of focus. Harry looked at his pillow. He reached. The pillow floated up and hovered at eye level. He'd been doing this for 3 years. The difference was that now he understood, in the framework of wand magic, why it worked. He wasn't casting the levitation charm, he wasn't using an incantation or a wand movement. He was doing the thing the charm did, directly, without the intermediate steps. Like the difference between typing a letter and thinking the words onto the page. He tried the next spell. Lumos, the wand lighting charm. The book described it as concentrating magical energy into a visible light spectrum emission at the wand tip. Harry held up his hand, palm open. Light bloomed above it, a soft, steady glow, warm white, bright enough to read by. He adjusted the color, warmer, cooler, blue, green, back to white. He intensified it until it lit the room like a floodlight, then dimmed it to a candle's flicker. The book said Lumos produced a fixed-intensity white light. Harry could produce any light he wanted. He went through every spell in the first-year curriculum. Every single one, he could replicate wandlessly, and in most cases surpass. The locking charm, the unlocking charm, the mending charm, all of them were things he'd been doing instinctively for years. The transfiguration exercises were harder, requiring him to understand the structure of matter at a level the textbook only hinted at, but once he grasped the principle, reshaping the physical by reshaping the magical, he could turn a match into a needle, a button into a beetle, a cup into a mouse. The mouse ran around his bedroom for 20 minutes before he turned it back into a cup, and Hedwig watched with an expression of avian disapproval that clearly said I could have handled that. By mid-August, Harry had taught himself the entire first-year syllabus and started on the second. By late August, he'd moved on to the third and fourth. He didn't do this to show off. He did it because understanding the system everyone else used was essential to navigating the world he was about to enter. He needed to know the rules to know when he was breaking them. And he needed to know exactly how much to hide. On the morning of September 1st, Harry packed his trunk, said a brief goodbye to the Dursleys, Vernon grunted, Petunia nodded, Dudley was mysteriously absent, and took a taxi to King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4 was hidden behind a barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry felt the magic of the barrier from across the station, a shimmering veil of enchantment that said nothing here, keep walking to Muggle minds while offering passage to anyone with magic in their blood. Harry walked through it without breaking stride. On the other side, a scarlet steam engine, magnificent and impossible, belching white smoke into a platform full of witches and wizards and children and owls and cats and trunks and noise. The Hogwarts Express. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4 and let the moment wash over him, the color, the sound, the overwhelming density of magical people all in one place. He was going to a school for magic. He was going home. The thought surprised him with its intensity. He pushed it down, not away, just down, to be examined later, and pulled his trunk toward the train. Hedwig hooted softly from her cage, excited by the owls wheeling overhead. Harry found an empty compartment near the back, stowed his trunk, and settled into the seat by the window. The platform was thinning as families said their goodbyes. He watched a plump woman with red hair fussing over a pack of red-haired children, a tall boy with dreadlocks showing his mother a giant spider, a girl with bushy brown hair hugging her clearly non-magical parents with fierce determination. The compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here?" said a boy with red hair, a smudge of dirt on his nose, and an expression of hopeful anxiety. "Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy sat down. He was tall for 11, taller than Harry, which wasn't hard, with big hands, big feet, and the look of someone who was growing faster than he could keep track of. His robes were second-hand, his trunk was battered, and his overall air was one of cheerful, slightly shabby determination. "I'm Ron," the boy said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry." "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went to Harry's forehead before he could stop them. "Blimey. Are you really? Have you really got the scar?" "Yeah." Harry lifted his fringe, showing the lightning bolt. He'd long since stopped minding people looking at it, the scar was a fact, like his eye color or his shoe size. "Wicked," Ron said softly. Then he caught himself. "Sorry. That's probably annoying, everyone staring." "Bit," Harry admitted. "But I'd rather people just ask and get it over with." Ron grinned. It was a good grin, lopsided, genuine, the kind of smile that seemed constitutionally incapable of deception. "Fair enough. I'll stop staring. Thanks." The train lurched, and London began to slide past the windows. Ron dug in his pocket and produced a squashed sandwich and a collection of sweets. "Mum made me corned beef. I hate corned beef. Want some?" "I'll trade you," Harry said, and when the trolley lady came by, he bought a pile of everything. They ate their way through chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and Ron explained the basics of the wizarding world with the comfortable authority of someone who'd grown up in it. 5 brothers, Ron said through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. Bill and Charlie already left Hogwarts. Bill's a cursebreaker for Gringotts, Charlie's off in Romania with dragons. Percy's a 5th-year prefect, complete prat. Fred and George are 3rd years, they're brilliant but mental. And then there's me. He shrugged. Bit hard to stand out. "I've got 0 brothers," Harry said. "And the closest thing I've got to one spent 10 years trying to use me as a punching bag." I think 5 sounds all right. Ron looked at him sideways. The muggles you live with? They're really that bad? They're getting better. Slowly. It's complicated. My dad loves muggles. Collects plugs. Like, actual electric plugs. Mum thinks he's mad. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. Ron Weasley was easy. Easy to talk to, easy to be around, easy in the way of someone who had nothing to prove and no agenda. After a lifetime of guarded interactions, it was like stepping into sunlight. The compartment door opened again. The bushy-haired girl from the platform stood in the doorway, already in her Hogwarts robes, looking anxious. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toads here, Ron said. The girl's eyes swept the compartment and landed on the empty sweet wrappers, the scattered chocolate frog cards, and then on Harry and Ron. I'm Hermione Granger. And you are? Ron Weasley, Ron said. Harry Potter, Harry said. Hermione's eyes went wide. Are you really? I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm in books. Harry said. You didn't know. Hermione looked like someone had told her that libraries were optional. Well. I suppose if you were raised by muggles, have either of you tried any magic yet? I've tried a few simple spells, just for practice, and they've all worked for me. She delivered this information the way some people deliver business cards. Here is what I can do, be impressed. But Harry heard something underneath. I'm new here, I'm scared, I need you to know I belong. What spells? Harry asked. Well, I've managed Lumos and Reparo and I had a go at Wingardium Leviosa but I haven't quite got the pronunciation right, the emphasis is on the O, Harry said. Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosa. Hermione stared at him. How do you know that? That's not in the first-year textbook. It's in Magical Theory by Waffling. Page 203, the section on incantation stress patterns. Hermione's expression underwent a transformation, from surprise to recognition to something very close to delight. You've read Waffling? Twice. Me too. Ron looked between them with the expression of a man watching a tennis match being played in a language he didn't speak. Right, Ron said. I can see where this is going. I'll just sit here and eat my beans, shall I? Hermione sat down. She hadn't been invited, but she sat down with the decisive air of someone who'd found what she was looking for, and within 5 minutes she and Harry were deep in a discussion about the theoretical basis of transfiguration that Ron followed with the gamely bewildered look of a good sport. Harry watched them, Ron, sprawled comfortably in his seat, interjecting with jokes and practical observations, Hermione, perched on the edge of hers, vibrating with the excitement of finding someone who took learning as seriously as she did, and felt something he hadn't felt before. Not the ocean. Not the reaching. Something simpler and in some ways more powerful. The possibility of friends. The train rolled north through England, through afternoon and into evening, and the three of them talked and argued and laughed as the countryside blurred past, and Harry carefully, deliberately, did not think about the castle waiting at the end of the line, the questions it would ask, the things it would discover, and the choices it would demand. There would be time for all of that. Right now, there was chocolate and conversation and the warmth of two people who didn't know what he was and liked him anyway, and Harry held on to that with both hands. The sky darkened. Stars emerged. And somewhere ahead, beyond the last hills of Scotland, Hogwarts waited. Chapter 2, Sorting Fires. The castle emerged from the darkness like something dreamed into existence. Harry felt it before he saw it. They'd changed into their robes on the train. Hermione had left so the boys could change, then came back and shooed them out while she changed, which Ron found unnecessarily complicated for someone who'd only known them 2 hours, and were pressing their faces against the window as the train slowed, looking for the first glimpse of Hogwarts. But Harry didn't need to look. The castle's magic reached out to him across miles of Scottish Highland, a vast and ancient presence that made everything he'd felt in Diagon Alley seem like a whisper compared to a thunderclap. It wasn't just magic, it was aware. The castle was alive in some way he couldn't fully understand, 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment layered so deep and so dense that it had developed something like consciousness. And it felt him coming. The sensation was like being recognized by someone you'd never met, a distant, enormous attention turning toward him with something that felt almost like curiosity. Harry gripped the edge of the window frame and breathed through it. "You all right?" Ron asked. "You've gone a bit green." "Fine. Just nervous." "Same. Fred told me the sorting involves fighting a troll." "He's lying, obviously, but what if he's not?" "It doesn't involve a troll," Hermione said firmly. "Hogwarts, a history says the sorting is conducted by, well, it doesn't actually say. It's one of the school's most closely guarded secrets, apparently." "Helpful," Ron said. Then the train rounded a bend and there it was. Turrets and towers silhouetted against a sky full of stars, windows blazing with golden light, reflected in a vast black lake that spread before it like a dark mirror. It was absurdly, improbably, magnificently beautiful, and every first year on the train fell silent at the same moment. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. Even Hermione had no words. She pressed her hand to the glass and stared. Harry stared too, but he was seeing something the others couldn't. In his reaching, the castle was incandescent, a structure of pure magic held together by stone, every wall and floor and ceiling thrumming with enchantment. He could feel the wards around it, ancient protective spells that wrapped the castle like armor. He could feel the rooms, hundreds of them, some occupied, some empty, some that seemed to shift and change even as he observed them. He could feel the creatures inside, hundreds of human magical signatures, warm and varied as fingerprints, and other things, something that felt like a ghost, cold and thin, something that felt like bottled lightning, something deep underground that was old and angry and very, very large. The castle felt him feeling it, and he sensed something that was unmistakably a welcome. "Hello," Harry thought at it, feeling slightly ridiculous. The castle didn't answer in words. But a warmth spread through his reaching, like sunlight breaking through cloud, and Harry let himself smile. They left the train in a crush of black robes and nervous chatter. Hagrid was there, impossible to miss, towering over the crowd with a lantern raised high. "Fur's years. Fur's years, over here." "All right there, Harry." "Fine, Hagrid." They were loaded into boats, 4 to a boat, that drifted across the black lake without oars or sails. Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom and was still mourning the loss of his toad. The boats glided through the dark water, the castle growing above them like a cliff face of lit windows, and Harry let his hand trail over the side and felt the lake, deep, cold, full of life. Something enormous moved in the depths, curious and slow, rising toward the surface and then sinking again. "Did you see that?" Neville whispered, pointing at the water. "Probably the giant squid," Hermione said. "It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history," Ron finished. "Yeah, I'm starting to pick up on a theme." Hermione gave him a look that could have curdled milk, but her mouth twitched at the corner. The boats passed through a curtain of ivy into a tunnel in the cliff face, emerging in an underground harbor where they clambered onto a stone platform. Hagrid led them up a flight of stairs and deposited them at an enormous oak door, which he knocked on 3 times. The door opened. A tall woman stood in the entrance, thin-lipped and sharp-eyed, wearing emerald green robes and an expression that communicated, with perfect economy, that she was not a person to be trifled with. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Professor McGonagall led them through an entrance hall so large Harry could have fit the Dursleys' entire house inside it, across a flagstone floor, past a door through which the noise of hundreds of voices hummed and buzzed, and into a small chamber off the main hall. The first years crowded together, jostling, nervous, radiating anxiety like heat from a stove. McGonagall surveyed them with the practiced eye of someone who had done this many, many times and still took it seriously. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room." She explained the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, their qualities, their point system, the house cup. Harry listened and simultaneously felt the great hall through the wall. Hundreds of magical signatures, the buzz of conversation, candles, thousands of candles, floating in midair. And above it all, the ceiling, which wasn't a ceiling at all but an enchantment so sophisticated it perfectly replicated the sky outside. He could feel the spell's architecture, beautiful and intricate as clockwork. He also felt something else. At the high table where the teachers sat, one signature stood out, not the most powerful, but the most layered. An old, deep, complex magic wrapped in control so precise it was like watching a master chess player think. This had to be Dumbledore. And next to Dumbledore, something that made Harry's skin crawl. A signature that was wrong. Not evil, exactly, Harry didn't think magic itself could be evil, but infected. Like a clean stream contaminated by something foul. 2 magics occupying the same body, one weak and desperate, the other cold and parasitic, and the combination made Harry's reaching recoil the way a hand recoils from a hot burner. Harry filed this away. He didn't know which teacher it was. But he would find out. "Form a line," McGonagall said, "and follow me." They followed her through double doors into the Great Hall, and even Harry, who had felt it all through the wall, was struck by the sight of it. For long tables packed with students, hundreds of faces turning to watch the first years enter. Floating candles casting warm, shifting light. The enchanted ceiling showing a clear night sky, stars so real he could feel their light. And at the front of the hall, on a 4-legged stool, sat an old, battered, patched wizard's hat. The hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide. And it sang. Harry listened to the Sorting Hat's song with half his attention. The other half was reaching, gently, toward the hat itself. It was extraordinary. Not just enchanted, ensouled, somehow, given a kind of intelligence by magic so old and deep it predated the castle. Harry could feel the 4 magical signatures woven into it, distinct as voices in a choir, bold and warm, patient and steady, sharp and bright, cold and ambitious. The 4 founders, their magic preserved in fabric and thread for 1,000 years. The hat finished its song. The hall applauded. McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl stumbled out of line and sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on her head. It fell over her eyes. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," the hat shouted, and one of the tables erupted in cheers. Harry watched the sortings with interest, feeling, through his reaching, the brief flicker of the hat's magic each time it touched a student's head. It was reading them, accessing their thoughts and feelings and character with a precision that was frankly alarming. Each reading was quick, a few seconds, the hat's magic interfacing with the students and making a determination based on criteria only it fully understood. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for a long moment, longer than most. Harry felt it probing, considering, and he felt Hermione's magic underneath, bright and fierce and layered with a complexity that surprised him. She wasn't just smart. She was brave in a way she didn't fully know yet, a banked fire that hadn't been given a reason to burn. Gryffindor. Hermione's relief was visible from across the hall. She hurried to the Gryffindor table, beaming. More names. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. The blond boy from Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy, apparently, swaggered to the stool and was sorted into Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Then the whispers started, a wave of sound that crashed across the room. Potter. Did she say Potter? The Harry Potter. Harry walked to the stool with the measured calm of someone who had been preparing for this moment for 3 years. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. It fell over his eyes, blocking out the hall, and Harry was alone with the hat's magic. For exactly 1 second. Then the hat recoiled. Harry felt it, a sharp flinch, the magical equivalent of someone touching a live wire. The hat's probing tendrils of magic hit Harry's mind and bounced. Not because Harry was blocking them, he hadn't raised any defense. His magic simply overwhelmed them. The hat was trying to read a bonfire with a magnifying glass. "Good Lord," said a small voice in Harry's ear. The hat. "What are you?" "I'm Harry Potter," Harry thought at it. "Nice to meet you. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years. I have never, your mind is, I can't," the hat's mental voice was flustered, which Harry suspected was not a normal occurrence. "I'm trying to read your character, boy, and all I can see is the ocean. There's an ocean in your head and it's drowning my magic. Sorry. I don't know how to turn it down." "No, I don't imagine you do." A pause. The hat's magic retreated, regrouped, and approached again, cautiously this time, like a cat approaching an unfamiliar dog. "Let me try something. Think about something that matters to you. Not magic. Something personal." Harry thought about the spider in the cupboard. About watching it repair its web, patient and precise, building something strong out of nothing. He thought about the first time someone had given him a birthday cake, Hagrid's face, crumpled with joy. He thought about Ron, on the train, offering him a corned beef sandwich he didn't even want. He thought about Hermione, sitting down in their compartment without being invited because she'd decided she belonged there. "Ah," the hat said. "There you are." Harry felt the hat's magic find a way through, not by overpowering his ocean but by slipping beneath it, finding the human underneath the power. The reading was lighter than what Harry had observed with other students. The hat was being careful. "Courage, yes. Plenty of that, you've been brave since before you knew what bravery was. A good mind, certainly, self-taught, disciplined, hungry for understanding. Loyal to those who earn it. And ambition, oh yes, not for power but for autonomy. You want to belong to yourself. That's Slytherin ambition, that is. Can you see everything?" Harry thought. "No. And that's the point, Mr. Potter. With every other student, I see everything, their whole character laid out like a map. With you, I can see glimpses. Moments. The ocean hides the rest. So I have to ask, which I almost never do, where do you want to go?" Harry thought about it. Slytherin would be strategic, the house of Voldemort, the house where he could learn about the dark end of magic from the inside. Ravenclaw would be comfortable, surrounded by people who valued learning, who would ask interesting questions about his abilities. Hufflepuff would be safe, a house that valued loyalty and fairness, where his power might be seen as less threatening. But Harry thought about Ron's lopsided grin and Hermione's determined face and the warm red and gold banners above the Gryffindor table. He thought about the fact that his parents had been Gryffindors, both of them, and that when a dark wizard had come to kill them, they'd stood and fought. Gryffindor, Harry thought. "Yes," the hat said. "I thought so. But Harry, a word of warning." "What?" "The ocean inside you is not entirely yours. Something else is in there with you. Something that was put in you against your will. It's hidden deep, beneath the current, and it's sleeping. I would be very careful about waking it." The scar on Harry's forehead throbbed, a sharp, brief pulse that was gone as quickly as it came. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. What is it? He thought. But the hat had already made its decision. Gryffindor. It bellowed, and the great hall exploded. The Gryffindor table erupted in the loudest cheers of the evening. The Weasley twins, Ron's older brothers, identical, ginger, radiating mischief, started chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," while McGonagall gave them a look that could have frozen lava. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table on legs that felt slightly unsteady and sat down next to Hermione, who was clapping so hard her hands were blurring. "Brilliant," she said. "I was hoping, well, anyway. Brilliant." Ron was sorted into Gryffindor moments later. He collapsed into the seat across from Harry with the boneless relief of someone whose worst fear hadn't materialized. "Thank God," Ron said. "Mum would have sent a howler if I'd gone Slytherin. She'd have sent 12. The feast appeared, plates of food materializing on the tables in quantities that made Harry's eyes widen and his stomach, trained by years of scarcity, cramp with confused anticipation. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, potatoes in every conceivable form, vegetables, gravy, bread, everything a person could want and several things nobody had asked for. Harry ate. He ate carefully, in moderate portions, because his stomach still panicked at abundance, but he ate and it was the best food he'd ever tasted, and across the table Ron was demolishing a plate with the cheerful efficiency of a boy with 5 brothers and a finite food supply. While he ate, Harry studied the high table. Dumbledore sat at the center, an old man with a silver beard so long it was tucked into his belt, wearing robes of deep purple, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His magic was everything Harry had felt through the wall, controlled, layered, immensely powerful beneath a surface of twinkling good humor. He caught Harry's eye and raised his goblet in a tiny toast, eyes crinkling. Harry nodded back and kept scanning. McGonagall sat at Dumbledore's right, her magic crisp and precise, well-ordered as her appearance. A tiny professor with a pointed beard, Flitwick, Harry guessed, the charms teacher, sat on a stack of cushions, his magic bright and quick. A dumpy woman with flyaway hair had the earthy, growing magic of someone who worked with plants. And there, halfway down the table, was the wrongness. A man in a purple turban, pale and twitchy, poking at his plate as if he suspected the food of plotting against him. Professor Quirrell, Harry had read about the defense against the dark arts position in Hogwarts, a history. The man's visible demeanor was nervous, uncertain, almost pitiable. But his magic was screaming. Harry reached, subtly, the barest extension of his awareness, and the dual signature hit him again. Quirrell's own magic, thin and frightened, wrapped around something else. Something cold and deliberate, pressed against the inside of Quirrell's skull like a parasite wearing a mask. The second signature was powerful. Not as powerful as Dumbledore, not as vast as Harry's ocean, but concentrated and vicious in a way that reminded Harry of a compressed blade. As Harry's reaching brushed against it, the thing inside Quirrell stirred. The turban shifted slightly. And Harry's scar burned. Not a throb, a burn, sharp and hot, as if someone had pressed a lit cigarette to his forehead. Harry hissed through his teeth and pressed his fingers to the scar, the pain already fading but the shock lingering. "You okay?" Ron asked through a mouthful of potato. "Yeah. Headache." "Who's the teacher with the turban?" "Dunno. Looks like he's about to faint, whoever he is." Percy Weasley, Ron's prefect brother, leaned in from further down the table. "That's Professor Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts. Went traveling last year, apparently had a bad experience with vampires in Albania and hasn't been right since." Albania. Harry tucked that away. The thing inside Quirrell had been acquired somewhere, and now Harry had a location. The feast ended. Dumbledore stood, the hall fell silent with a respect that told Harry everything about the old man's authority, and made a series of announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden. Magic in the corridors was not allowed between classes. Quidditch trials would be held in the second week of term. And the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to everyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. This last announcement was delivered cheerfully, which Harry found interesting. He reached toward the third-floor corridor. Behind a locked door, he felt something alive. Big, warm-blooded, with 3 heartbeats. 3 heads. 3 hearts. Whatever it was powerful, hostile, and guarding something that sat beneath it, hidden behind layers of enchantment so dense Harry couldn't read them from this distance. A treasure guarded by a monster in a school full of children. Dumbledore had put it there deliberately. Harry was beginning to form opinions about Albus Dumbledore. Gryffindor Tower was at the top of a dizzying sequence of staircases, some of which moved, which Harry found delightful in concept and irritating in practice. The portrait of a large woman in a pink silk dress guarded the entrance, demanding a password. Caput Draconis, Percy announced, and the common room behind her was everything Harry's cupboard had not been: warm, spacious, filled with squashy armchairs and a crackling fire, red and gold hangings on the walls, windows that looked out over the grounds. The boys' dormitory was a round room at the top of a spiral staircase, with 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red velvet curtains. Harry's trunk was already at the foot of one. Hedwig's cage sat on the bedside table, and she was asleep with her head under her wing. His roommates were Ron, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, an Irish boy who'd nearly set his eyebrows on fire trying a spell on the train, and Dean Thomas, a tall, quiet boy who drew on everything and followed football, which endeared him to Harry immediately. Ron claimed the bed next to Harry's and was asleep within minutes, snoring with a vigor that suggested a lifetime of practice. Neville mumbled about his toad. Seamus and Dean whispered for a while, then fell silent. Harry lay in his 4-poster bed, curtains open, staring at the canopy. The castle's magic hummed around him, through the stones, through the air, through the ancient wood of the bed frame. It was like lying inside a living thing, feeling its heartbeat. He reached out through the castle, slowly, carefully. Mapping. The castle was enormous. 7 floors above ground, multiple levels below, hundreds of rooms, corridors that branched and reconnected in patterns that didn't obey normal geometry. Staircases that moved, walls that pretended to be doors, doors that pretended to be walls. The whole structure was permeated with magic so old it had become part of the architecture, load-bearing enchantments, literally, holding up towers that physics said should have collapsed centuries ago. He found the kitchens, below the great hall, staffed by small creatures whose magic was different from anything he'd felt, house elves, he guessed from his reading. He found the library, vast, saturated with the residual magic of thousands of books, some of which radiated dark energy from behind a rope barrier. He found the dungeons, cold, damp, Slytherin territory, the air thick with old potions fumes. He found the astronomy tower, the tallest point, where the castle's magic was thinnest and the sky pressed close. He found the 3rd-floor corridor. The 3-headed creature, he was fairly sure it was a dog, or 3 dogs merged into one, slept restlessly, its dreams violent and hungry. Beneath it, a trapdoor, and beneath the trapdoor, a long vertical drop followed by a sequence of chambers, each containing a different kind of magic, leading down to something small and bright and hot that pulsed with an energy Harry couldn't identify. He found Dumbledore's office. The magic there was denser than anywhere else in the castle, layered with personal enchantments and artifacts that each had their own signature. Dumbledore was still awake, Harry could feel him moving, the controlled hum of his magic suggesting focused thought. A phoenix sat on a perch nearby, its magical signature so bright and pure it was like staring at the sun. He found Quirrell's quarters. The professor was awake too, or rather the thing inside him was. Quirrell's own magic was dim and exhausted, the man himself barely conscious, but the parasite was active, alert, probing the castle's defenses with cold, careful tendrils. Harry watched this for a moment, then withdrew. The parasite hadn't detected his observation. His reaching was too subtle, too different from wand magic. The thing was looking for conventional threats and Harry wasn't conventional. He closed his eyes. The hat's warning echoed, something else is in there with you. It's sleeping. Harry reached inward. Into the ocean, down, past the familiar currents of his power, into the deep dark where he'd never gone because there'd never been a reason to. He found it almost immediately. Now that he knew what he was looking for, it was obvious. A knot of foreign magic, small and dark, buried in his ocean like a pearl in an oyster. It was connected to his scar. He could feel the thread running from the dark knot up through his mind to the lightning bolt mark on his forehead. It was the same signature as the thing inside Quirrell. Not identical, but from the same source. The same maker. Voldemort. A piece of Voldemort was inside him. Harry lay in his bed in Gryffindor Tower and breathed. In, out. In, out. The ocean churned around the dark knot, his magic instinctively repelled by it, flowing around it the way a river flows around a stone. He couldn't remove it. Not yet. He didn't understand it well enough, and pulling at it blindly might do damage he couldn't predict. But he could contain it. He could wrap his own magic around it, thick and heavy, a shell of power keeping the dark thing dormant and sealed. He did this carefully, layer by layer, building a prison of light around the fragment of darkness. It took an hour. When he was done, the knot was still there, but it was inert, sealed inside so much of Harry's magic that it couldn't send or receive, couldn't influence his thoughts, couldn't connect to the piece of itself that lived in Quirrell's skull. The scar, which had been a low persistent itch since the feast, went quiet. Harry opened his eyes. The dormitory was dark, lit only by moonlight through the windows. Ron snored. Outside, an owl called. He was 11 years old, he had a piece of a dark wizard inside his skull, and he was lying in a magic castle surrounded by people who thought he was just a famous orphan with a scar. Tomorrow, classes started. Tomorrow, he had to pretend to be a normal first-year student learning magic for the first time. Harry smiled in the dark. This was going to be interesting. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a production. Hundreds of owls swept in through the high windows, delivering mail and packages in a chaos of feathers and hooting. Toast appeared in racks, bacon materialized on platters, coffee and tea and pumpkin juice filled jugs that refilled themselves when emptied. The noise level was extraordinary, hundreds of teenagers and children all talking at once, the sound bouncing off stone walls and the enchanted ceiling. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, eating toast with marmalade and studying his class schedule. First period, Transfiguration with McGonagall. Then History of Magic. Then, after lunch, double potions with the Slytherins. Potions with Snape, Ron said, reading his own schedule with the enthusiasm of a man reading his own death warrant. Fred and George say he's the worst. Completely biased toward Slytherin, takes points off Gryffindor for breathing. He can't be that bad, Hermione said. He can. He is. Fred failed his first potions essay because Snape said his handwriting was an insult to literacy. George got detention for sneezing during a lecture. Well, maybe George shouldn't have sneezed. It was an involuntary bodily function, Hermione. Harry let them argue. It was a comfortable, bickering warmth that he was starting to recognize as their natural dynamic, and turned his attention to the teacher's table. Dumbledore was absent. McGonagall ate precisely, reading a book propped against a milk jug. Quirrell was present, sipping tea with trembling hands, the turban slightly askew. Snape was watching Harry. The potions master sat at the far end of the high table, dressed in black from collar to hem, his lank dark hair framing a sallow face with a prominent hooked nose and black eyes that were, at this precise moment, fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. There was no hostility in the look, not yet. It was assessment. The same way Harry looked at problems he intended to solve. Harry met his gaze, held it for a moment, then returned to his toast. He'd read about Snape in the extra books he'd bought. The man's name appeared in several accounts of the First War against Voldemort, always in the margins, always ambiguous. Former Death Eater. Dumbledore's spy. Or Voldemort's spy in Dumbledore's camp. depending on who you believed. His magic, when Harry reached toward it, was as complex as the man's reputation, dark and light tangled together, discipline and rage and something buried very deep that felt like grief. Transfiguration was in a classroom on the second floor. McGonagall was already there when they arrived, or rather, a tabby cat with spectacle markings around its eyes was sitting on the desk. Harry felt the cat's magic and knew immediately. The cat watched the students file in, take their seats, fumble with their bags and quills. Nobody else recognized what they were looking at. When the last student sat down, the cat leapt from the desk and transformed, fur flowing into fabric, whiskers into wrinkles, paws into sensible shoes, into Professor McGonagall, standing before them in her emerald robes with her wand in her hand and the barest hint of a smile on her thin lips. The class gasped. Harry appreciated the showmanship. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall said. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to turning a match into a needle. Simple, foundational, the kind of exercise that taught the basic principles of material transformation through focused magical intent channeled through a wand. Harry picked up his match. Around him, students were practicing the incantation and wand movement, tapping their matches with expressions ranging from fierce concentration to mild panic. The match sat on his desk, small and wooden and stubbornly match-like. He reached for his fake wand, the coreless elder wood from Ollivander's, and tapped the match, murmuring the incantation. Nothing happened, obviously. The wand was a prop. But the performance was important. He tried again, putting a little theater into his wand movement, furrowing his brow. Nothing. On the third try, he let the reaching do the actual work while making it look like the wand was responsible. He felt the match's structure, wood and phosphorus and paper, and reshaped it, atom by atom, wood becoming steel, the striking head becoming the needle's eye. The transformation flowed through the match in a wave, and in his hand sat a perfect silver needle, gleaming in the classroom light. The timing was right, not too fast, not too slow. Third try. Impressive for a first year but not impossibly so. He'd practiced this in his room at Privet Drive, the art of being excellent without being inexplicable. Hermione, next to him, was still working on her match. It had gone silvery and thin but hadn't fully transformed. She looked at Harry's needle, then at Harry, with narrowed eyes. "How did you?" she started. "The incantation stress," Harry said. "Try emphasizing the second syllable." Hermione tried. Her match turned into a needle with a slight bend in it. She beamed. McGonagall swept through the classroom, examining results. She paused at Harry's desk and picked up his needle. Turned it over. Held it up to the light. Her expression was unreadable, which Harry was starting to understand meant she was thinking hard. "Perfect," she said. On the third attempt. 5 points to Gryffindor. She set the needle down and moved on, but Harry felt her attention stay on him for the rest of the class, a subtle, persistent observation that he recognized because he did the same thing to other people all the time. After class, Hermione walked beside him down the corridor, her bag bulging with books. "That was really good," she said. "The needle, I mean. Mine still had a wobble. Yours was great for a first try. Don't patronize me, Harry." She said it lightly, but she meant it. "How did you learn the incantation stress?" "That wasn't in the assigned reading." "Waffling." "Page 203, yes, you said. But knowing the theory and executing the magic are different things. You did that like you'd been practicing." Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger had known him for approximately 18 hours and she was already seeing through him. He needed to be more careful. Or maybe he needed to decide how careful he actually wanted to be. "I practiced over the summer," he said. "A lot." "With your wand?" "With the theory. I wanted to be ready." Hermione studied him for a moment. Her brown eyes were sharp with intelligence, cataloging, processing. Then she nodded, apparently satisfied, though Harry suspected she was filing the question away rather than discarding it. "I practiced over the summer too," she said. "I'm glad it's not just me." They walked to History of Magic, which was taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, who had died at some point in the indeterminate past and apparently hadn't noticed. His lectures were delivered in a monotone so soporific that half the class was asleep within 20 minutes. Ron's head hit his desk with an audible thump before the first 10 minutes were done. Harry used the time productively. With his reaching, he explored the castle in more detail, mapping corridors and classrooms, finding secret passages. There were dozens, hidden behind tapestries and trick walls and suits of armor that moved aside if you knew the right approach. He found the room of requirement on the 7th floor, though he didn't know its name yet, a space where the castle's magic was unusually concentrated, as if the walls were waiting to become something. He also found something he hadn't expected. In the dungeons, behind a wall that looked like every other wall, there was a room. Small, hidden, warded with magic that was old, not Hogwarts old, but close. Inside the room, a book. A single book, sitting on a pedestal, radiating dark energy so intense that Harry's reaching flinched away from it like a hand from a flame. He left it alone. Some things could wait. Potions was in the dungeons. The classroom was cold, dank, and lit by torches that cast more shadow than light. Jars of preserved things lined the walls, organs, plants, creatures in various states of dismemberment, suspended in liquids that ranged from clear to ominously dark. The overall effect was less classroom and more the lair of someone who made questionable life choices. Snape entered without preamble, robes billowing, and the room went silent with the speed of a candle being snuffed. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't welcome them. He stood at the front of the classroom and swept his gaze across the students with the warmth of a glacier, and when his eyes found Harry, they stopped. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The Slytherin side of the room snickered. Draco Malfoy, seated in the front row with two large boys flanking him like bookends, smirked with practiced ease. Snape began the lesson with a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion making, delivered in a near whisper that somehow carried to every corner of the room. It was effective, Harry had to give him that. The man could command attention like a conductor commands an orchestra. Then he turned on Harry. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The classroom held its breath. Harry felt Ron tense beside him. This wasn't a first-year question. "Draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion so powerful it's nearly indistinguishable from death. The asphodel and wormwood create a synergistic compound that, I didn't ask for an essay," Snape cut in. His eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass of indigestible material that acts as a universal antidote to most poisons. You probably keep one in your stores, any competent potions master would." A flicker of something crossed Snape's face. Not surprise, exactly, more like a recalculation. He'd expected to catch Harry off guard. He'd expected the famous boy to be as unprepared and entitled as Snape had clearly decided he would be. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also known as aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion, among others. Silence. The class watched Snape the way small animals watch a predator deciding whether to pounce. "Well," Snape said. His voice was silk over stone. "It seems fame isn't everything. Perhaps you've inherited your mother's talent for bookishness, if nothing else of value." The remark was designed to sting, and it did, a quick, hot flare of anger that Harry felt in his chest. His mother. Snape had known his mother. The complicated grief in the man's magical signature suddenly made more sense. Harry said nothing. He held Snape's gaze for a beat longer than was comfortable, then looked down at his cauldron. The lesson proceeded. Snape set them to brewing a simple cure for boils, first-year material, straightforward, a test of basic technique. Harry followed the instructions with deliberate precision, crushing snake fangs, measuring dried nettles, heating his cauldron at exactly the right temperature. He didn't use his reaching. Not for this. Potions, he'd realized from his reading, was the one branch of magic that didn't rely primarily on the caster's magical power. It relied on knowledge, precision, and technique. The magical properties were in the ingredients, not the brewer. Which meant it was the one class where Harry's wandless abilities gave him no advantage. He found this refreshing. In every other class, he'd have to hold back, pretend to struggle, calibrate his performance to the narrow band between impressive and suspicious. In potions, he could just learn. His potion turned out well. Not perfect, the color was slightly off, more teal than the ideal turquoise, but solid. Snape swept past his cauldron, glanced in, and moved on without comment. That's basically a compliment, Ron muttered. He told Neville his potion looked like troll snot. Neville, whose cauldron had melted and was currently being cleaned up by a long-suffering Snape, did not seem comforted by this comparison. After class, Harry lingered. The other students filed out, Ron and Hermione waiting by the door. Harry approached Snape's desk. "Professor." Snape looked up from the stack of papers he was already marking. His expression was wary, the default Snape expression. Harry was learning. "What is it, Potter?" "You knew my mother." The silence that followed was a living thing. Snape's face went through a rapid series of micro-expressions, shock, anger, something raw and wounded, before settling back into cold neutrality. It happened in less than a second, but Harry's reaching felt every shift. "I knew many people," Snape said. "You said I inherited her talent for bookishness. That's specific. You didn't know my father was bookish. He wasn't, from what I've read. So you were comparing me to her specifically. Which means you knew her well enough to know her habits." Snape's black eyes bored into Harry's. "Your mother and I grew up in the same neighborhood. We attended Hogwarts together. That is the extent of it. Now if you're quite finished with your interrogation, I have papers to mark." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, and left. In the corridor, Ron and Hermione fell into step beside him. "What was that about?" Ron asked. "Just asking about my parents." "You asked Snape about your parents?" "The man who spent the entire lesson looking at you like you'd personally insulted his ancestors. He's the only teacher who's mentioned knowing them." "Hagrid knew them," Hermione pointed out. "Hagrid tells me they were wonderful. Which I believe, but it's not useful. Snape will tell me something real, eventually. Even if he doesn't mean to." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, the kind of look that people exchange when they're realizing that their new friend is slightly more complicated than they'd initially estimated. The first week at Hogwarts established a pattern that Harry carefully constructed and maintained. In Transfiguration, he was the best in the class, but by a plausible margin. He completed each exercise on the second or third attempt, producing results that were excellent but not supernatural. McGonagall watched him with increasing interest but said nothing beyond occasional praise and extra points. In Charms, taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny, excitable man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, Harry was good but not dominant. He let Hermione outperform him on the levitation charm, which she executed with a textbook perfection that made Flitwick squeak with delight. Harry's version worked on the first try too, but he deliberately made his feather wobble, as if his control was less refined. In herbology, he was average. In history of magic, he was asleep, along with everyone else. In astronomy, he was fine. In potions, he was genuinely learning, his performance honest and unaugmented. In defense against the dark arts, he was careful. Quirrell's classroom smelled like garlic, cloves of it hanging from the ceiling, stuffed in corners, woven into the turban itself. The official story was that Quirrell was terrified of vampires and took precautions. The real story, Harry suspected, was that the garlic masked another smell, the sour, decaying scent of dark magic that leaked from the thing living in Quirrell's head. Quirrell himself was a decent teacher, stuttering aside. His lectures on defensive theory were solid, if uninspiring. But Harry wasn't listening to the lectures. He was monitoring the parasite. It was active during class. While Quirrell taught, the thing inside him observed. Harry could feel its attention sweeping the room, studying each student, assessing, categorizing. It lingered on Harry longer than anyone else, a cold, probing curiosity that pressed against Harry's defenses like fingers testing a lock. Harry kept his reaching pulled in tight during defense class. He didn't want the parasite to know what he could do. Not yet. One afternoon, walking back from defense class with Ron and Hermione, Harry felt the wrongness flare, a spike of dark magic from somewhere above them, sharp and purposeful. He stopped in the middle of the corridor. "What?" Ron asked. "Nothing. Forgot something." "Go ahead, I'll catch up." Ron shrugged. Hermione gave him a narrow look but followed Ron toward the common room. Harry turned and walked in the opposite direction, climbing stairs, following the dark pulse through the castle. It led him to the third-floor corridor. The door to the forbidden room was closed. Harry stood before it and reached. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, he'd later learn its ridiculous name, was awake and agitated, growling low in all three throats. Someone had been here recently. The door's lock had been tampered with, not broken, but tested, probed, the magical wards examined by someone who knew what they were doing. Quirrell. Or rather, the thing wearing Quirrell. Harry reached through the door, past the dog, down through the trapdoor, and into the chambers below. The defenses were intact. Whatever Quirrell's passenger was planning, it hadn't gotten past the first obstacle yet. But the probing had been systematic and intelligent. It was learning the layout, testing weaknesses, preparing. Harry stepped back from the door and leaned against the corridor wall, thinking. He could go to Dumbledore. Tell the headmaster everything, the parasite in Quirrell, the dark knot in his own scar, the third-floor probing. Dumbledore was powerful and experienced and, by all accounts, the greatest wizard of the age. But Dumbledore had put whatever was down there in a school full of children. And Dumbledore had left Harry with the Dursleys for 10 years, knowing, the letter had proven it, exactly how he was being treated. And Dumbledore hadn't come to see Harry personally. He'd sent Hagrid, then watched from a distance, and the distance felt deliberate. Dumbledore was playing a game. Harry wasn't sure yet what the game was or what the stakes were, but he knew a chess player when he saw one. And chess players didn't appreciate pawns that moved themselves. Harry wouldn't go to Dumbledore. Not yet. He'd watch, and learn, and keep his own counsel. He went back to Gryffindor Tower. The next 2 weeks brought Harry closer to Ron and Hermione in ways he hadn't anticipated. Ron was easy to be close to, he was warm, funny, and transparently himself at all times. He was insecure about his family's poverty and his own perceived ordinariness, but his insecurity manifested as self-deprecating humor rather than bitterness. He was loyal in the uncomplicated way of someone who'd grown up loved and knew what love looked like. 5 brothers, Ron said one evening, lying on the common room floor with his feet on a couch. All of them brilliant at something. Bill was head boy. Charlie was captain of the Quidditch team. Percy's going to be Minister for Magic if his head doesn't explode from self-importance first. Fred and George are, well, they're Fred and George, they're geniuses at everything except following rules. And then there's me. What are you good at? Harry asked. Chess. I'm really good at chess. And that's the most boring possible thing to be good at. Chess is strategic thinking under pressure. That's not boring. Try telling that to anyone who isn't a chess piece. But Harry meant it, and he proved it by playing chess with Ron every evening for a week and losing every single game. Not on purpose, Harry was a decent player, had taught himself from a book at the Dursleys, but Ron was something else entirely. He saw patterns Harry couldn't, thought 4 moves ahead, sacrificed pieces with a cold brilliance that was genuinely startling from a boy who couldn't remember the order of his own class schedule. "You're really good at this," Harry said after the 7th consecutive loss. Ron shrugged, but he was glowing, the quiet satisfaction of someone whose skill had been genuinely recognized rather than politely acknowledged. "My brothers don't play me anymore. Not even Fred and George." Hermione was harder to get close to, not because she was difficult but because she was guarded. She had the prickliness of someone who'd been told her entire life that she was too much, too smart, too eager, too intense, and had built defenses accordingly. She hid behind knowledge the way Harry hid behind calm, it was armor that doubled as weaponry. But she was also brave and kind and fiercely moral, and when she let the armor down, usually late at night in the common room, when only the 3 of them were left, she was funny and warm and unexpectedly vulnerable. "I didn't have friends before Hogwarts," she said one evening, apropos of nothing, staring at the fire. "The other children thought I was weird. I read too much and I corrected their grammar and I cried when I got less than perfect marks." "You cried?" Ron said. "I was 8, Ronald. I cried when I was 8. George turned my teddy bear into a spider. A giant spider. It still had the teddy bear's face." Harry laughed. Hermione laughed. And something settled between the 3 of them, not a formal declaration of friendship but the quiet, unspoken understanding that they were a unit now. They did homework together, ate together, walked to class together. Ron and Hermione argued constantly, about everything, with a passion that was clearly their love language even if neither of them would have admitted it. Harry mediated, or didn't, depending on whether the argument was entertaining. It was, he realized one October morning, watching Ron try to explain Quidditch scoring to a skeptical Hermione while shoveling eggs into his mouth, the happiest he had ever been. Which is why it hurt so much when the cracks appeared. It was the levitation charm class. Flitwick set them to practicing Wingardium Leviosa on feathers, working in pairs. Ron was partnered with Hermione, which went about as well as mixing potassium and water. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione said, after Ron's 3rd failed attempt. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, not, I know," Ron snapped. "You've said it 4 times. Because you keep doing it wrong. Maybe if you'd let me try without narrating every mistake. I'm trying to help." "You're trying to show off. You always are." Hermione went quiet. A dangerous kind of quiet, the kind that preceded either tears or fury. Harry, across the table, felt the shift in her emotions, hurt, sharp and sudden, puncturing through her armor. She didn't cry. She didn't get angry. She just stopped talking, completed the exercise in silence, her feather rising perfectly on the first attempt, and left the classroom without looking at either of them. "What?" Ron said, baffled. "What did I say?" Harry looked at his friend. Ron genuinely didn't know. He'd been frustrated and he'd lashed out and it hadn't occurred to him that his words would land like a punch in the exact spot where Hermione was softest. "You told her she was showing off," Harry said. "She wasn't. She was trying to help because that's how she connects with people. It's the only way she knows." Ron's expression shifted from confusion to realization to guilt, a journey that played across his freckled face like weather crossing an open plain. "Oh," Ron said. "Bollocks. Yeah. Should I go after her? Give her an hour. Then apologize. Actually apologize, not the 'sorry you're upset' kind." Ron nodded miserably. "I'm rubbish at this." "You're not. You just said a thoughtless thing. Everyone does." But Hermione wasn't at dinner. She wasn't in the common room. And when Harry reached through the castle looking for her, he found her in a second-floor bathroom, sitting on the floor, crying. He almost went to her. But Ron needed to be the one to fix this, it was Ron who'd broken it, and Harry was still working out how to make that happen when the Halloween feast was interrupted by Professor Quirrell bursting through the great hall doors, turban askew, face white, screaming. "Troll! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know." He fainted. Or pretended to. Harry felt the parasite inside him, alert and calculating, using the chaos as cover. The hall erupted. Students screamed. Teachers shouted. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a blade. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, with me." Harry grabbed Ron's arm as they were swept toward the door. "Hermione doesn't know. She's in the second-floor bathroom." Ron went pale. "The troll is on the first floor. If it moves up," they didn't discuss it further. They broke away from the crowd and ran. The corridors were empty. Everyone was either in the Great Hall or heading to their dormitories, and Harry and Ron sprinted through the silence with a shared urgency that needed no words. Harry reached ahead, tracking the troll. It was huge, its magical signature dim but immensely powerful, the raw brute life force of something that thought with its muscles. It was on the first floor, moving, dragging a club that gouged tracks in the stone floor. It was heading for the stairs. Heading up. "Faster," Harry said. They reached the second-floor bathroom as the troll reached the second-floor corridor. Harry could feel it coming, the vibration of its footsteps, the stench of its magic, rank and swampy. He could hear it now too, grunting, the club scraping along the wall. 20 meters. 15. 10. Hermione was inside the bathroom. Harry could feel her. She'd stopped crying, was splashing water on her face, didn't know what was coming. Harry pushed open the bathroom door. "Hermione. Troll. We need to leave. Now." Hermione's red-rimmed eyes went wide. "What?" The troll turned the corner. It was 12 feet tall, gray-green, built like a boulder given legs and a bad attitude. Its tiny eyes locked on the three children in the bathroom doorway, and it raised its club, a weapon the size of a small tree, and roared. The sound was enormous, physical, a wall of noise that shook dust from the ceiling. Hermione screamed. Ron swore. Harry stepped forward. He reached. The club came down. Harry stopped it. Not with his hands, with the reaching, the ocean, a wall of pure magical force that caught the club mid-swing and held it. The troll strained, confused, its tiny brain unable to process why its weapon wouldn't move. It pulled. The club didn't budge. Harry could have killed it. The thought was there, automatic: heat the club until the troll's hands burned, stop its heart, collapse its lungs, send it flying through the wall with enough force to shatter stone. The ocean offered all of these options with a cold, operational efficiency. He chose none of them. Instead, he reached into the troll's mind, dim, foggy, a swamp of instinct and aggression, and pushed. "Sleep," he thought. Not a command but a suggestion, a heavy blanket of magical sedation laid over the troll's consciousness like a mother tucking in a child. The troll swayed. Its grip on the club loosened. Its tiny eyes glazed. It let out a long, rumbling groan and toppled forward like a felled tree, hitting the floor with an impact that cracked the stone tiles and sent a tremor through the walls. It was snoring before the dust settled. The corridor went quiet. The troll lay on its face, out cold, its club rolling harmlessly away. Harry stood in the bathroom doorway with his hand raised. The gesture was unnecessary, a performance, making it look like he'd cast a spell rather than just thought the troll to sleep. Behind him, Ron and Hermione stared. "Harry," Ron said slowly. "What did you just do?" Harry lowered his hand. His mind raced, constructing a plausible explanation. "I don't know. I panicked. I just wanted it to stop." "You stopped a troll." Ron's voice was awed and slightly shaky. "You stopped a troll. Was that a spell?" "I didn't hear an incantation." Accidental magic, Harry said. It happens when you're scared, right? Adrenaline. I just wanted it to stop and it stopped. It was a weak explanation. Harry knew it. But Ron, still running on fear and relief, accepted it with the eagerness of someone who wanted the world to make sense. Bloody hell. Remind me never to make you angry. Hermione hadn't spoken. She was pressed against the bathroom wall, pale and tear-streaked, staring at the unconscious troll and then at Harry with an expression that was more complex than Ron's, wonder, yes, and relief, but also the sharp, questioning focus of a mind that was already picking at the edges of Harry's story. Running footsteps. Teachers poured into the corridor, McGonagall in the lead, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took in the scene with one sweeping glance, unconscious troll, 3 first years, no injuries. Her face went through shock, fury, and something that might have been respect in rapid succession. What on earth are you 3 doing here? You should be in your dormitory. The explanation that followed was messy and collaborative. Hermione, to Harry's surprise, stepped forward and lied with startling conviction, claiming she'd gone looking for the troll because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it, and Harry and Ron had come to save her. It was a terrible lie, but McGonagall was too relieved that no one was dead to interrogate it thoroughly. 5 points from Gryffindor for sheer foolishness, Miss Granger. And 5 points each to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley for, McGonagall pressed her lips together. For dumb luck. She swept away. Snape lingered, his black eyes moving from the troll to Harry to the bathroom doorway, calculating. Harry felt the man's attention like a spotlight. Snape knew the official story was incomplete. He'd figure out what had really happened, or some version of it, and Harry would deal with that when it came. Quirrell was standing over the troll, supposedly examining it, but Harry felt the parasite's attention focused entirely on him. Cold, fascinated, hungry. It had felt what Harry had done, or at least felt the aftermath, and it was interested. Harry looked away and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower with Ron and Hermione. They walked in silence for a while. Then Hermione said, quietly, "Thank you. Both of you." "Ron's the one who came," Harry said. "I just told him where you were." Hermione looked at Ron. Ron looked at his shoes. "I'm sorry," Ron said. "About what I said in Charms. You weren't showing off. I was frustrated because I couldn't do the spell and you could and I took it out on you and that was rubbish of me." Hermione's eyes filled with fresh tears, but she was smiling. "It's okay." "It's not, though. You were trying to help." "I'll try to, I'll probably still be an idiot sometimes, but I'll try." "I'll try not to narrate your mistakes," Hermione said. "No, do keep doing that. Apparently I need it." They laughed, all 3 of them, the shaky, too loud laughter of people who'd just been very scared and were very relieved, and by the time they reached the fat lady's portrait, something had solidified between them. Before the troll, they'd been friends. After the troll, they were something else, something forged in adrenaline and honesty and the particular bond that forms between people who faced a monster together. Back in the common room, surrounded by excited Gryffindors who'd heard rumors of the troll, Harry sat by the fire and let the warmth soak into him. Ron was recounting a heroically embellished version of events to the twins, who were simultaneously impressed and offended that they hadn't been involved. Hermione sat next to Harry, close enough that their shoulders touched. "Harry," she said quietly, under the noise. "Yeah. Accidental magic doesn't knock out trolls." Harry looked at her. Hermione's brown eyes were steady. Not accusing, curious. Willing to wait, but not willing to pretend she hadn't seen what she'd seen. "No," Harry said. "It doesn't. Are you going to tell me what actually happened?" Harry considered. He'd spent 3 years hiding. Hiding from the Dursleys, hiding from the world, building walls around himself so that no one could see the ocean and be frightened by it. It was safe behind those walls. Lonely, but safe. Hermione wasn't frightened. She was interested. "Not tonight," Harry said. "But soon. I promise." Hermione nodded. She pulled a book from somewhere. The girls seemed to generate books spontaneously, and began reading, and Harry stared into the fire and thought about trust. November came in cold and wet, and the castle wrapped itself in rain and early darkness. Classes intensified, second-term material, more complex spells, longer essays. Harry maintained his careful calibration, performing well without performing impossibly, and if McGonagall's gaze lingered on him more often and Snape's questions and potions grew more pointed, that was manageable. What was less manageable was Draco Malfoy. Malfoy had been a low-grade irritant since the sorting, snide comments in the corridors, casual cruelty directed at Neville and Hermione and anyone else he deemed beneath him, the performative swagger of a boy who'd been taught that his bloodline was currency. Harry had ignored him with the ease of someone who'd survived much worse bullies than an 11-year-old with gel in his hair. But Malfoy was smart. Smarter than he let on. And he'd been watching Harry. It started with the flying lesson. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, had them practicing basic broom technique on the Quidditch pitch: mount, kick off, hover, land. Simple stuff. Neville, nervous and clutching his broom too tightly, shot into the air, lost control, and fell, breaking his wrist. While Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing, Malfoy scooped Neville's Remembrall off the grass and held it up, grinning. "Look at this, stupid thing. Maybe if I leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find, up a tree, maybe." "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry said. Malfoy mounted his broom and kicked off, rising 20 feet into the air with the easy skill of someone who'd been flying since childhood. He held up the Remembrall, taunting. "Come and get it, Potter." Harry looked at the broom on the grass at his feet. He'd never flown before. He'd never needed to. Why ride a broom when you could simply go up? But he couldn't fly without a broom in front of 20 witnesses. So he grabbed the broom, kicked off, and found, flying was glorious. The broom responded to his slightest thought, not because he was communicating with it through wand magic but because his reaching interfaced with the broom's enchantments instinctively, the same way his hand interfaced with a pen. He shot upward, the wind tearing at his robes, and he was climbing, spinning, diving, the ground blurring beneath him and the sky huge above him and every cell in his body singing with the pure, stupid joy of speed. Malfoy's smirk faltered. Harry pulled up beside him, hovering effortlessly, and held out his hand. "The Remembrall. Now. Or what?" But Malfoy's voice had lost its confidence. He was a good flyer, probably had been flying since before he could walk, but Harry flew like the broom was an extension of his body, which, through his reaching, it essentially was. Malfoy threw the Remembrall. Not to Harry, away, hard, toward the castle, a vicious throw intended to smash it against the stone wall. Harry dove. The world blurred. Wind screamed. The Remembrall was a tiny glint of glass against grey stone, falling. Harry stretched out his hand, pulled out of the dive a foot from the wall, and caught it. Clean. Easy. He landed on the pitch to stun silence, then cheering. Ron was screaming. Hermione had her hands over her mouth. Even the Slytherins looked impressed, despite themselves. McGonagall appeared. Harry expected detention. Instead, she pulled him inside, marched him through corridors, and deposited him in front of a stocky fifth-year boy with an earnest face. "Oliver Wood," McGonagall said. "I found you a seeker." And that was how Harry joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the youngest house player in a century. But that evening, in the Great Hall at dinner, Harry felt Malfoy's gaze on him. Not the usual sneer, not the petulant anger of a boy who'd been shown up in front of his friends. Something colder. More focused. Malfoy was thinking. And Malfoy thinking was, Harry suspected, more dangerous than Malfoy posturing. It came to a head 2 weeks later. Harry was walking back from the library alone. Ron and Hermione had gone ahead, arguing about the pronunciation of something, when Malfoy stepped out of a side corridor. He was alone. No Crabbe and Goyle, no audience, no witnesses. Which was unusual enough to make Harry stop. "Potter." Malfoy's voice was different. Stripped of its usual performance. He sounded like an 11-year-old who'd rehearsed what he was about to say and was afraid of getting it wrong. "Malfoy. On the pitch. When you caught the Remembrall. What about it?" Malfoy licked his lips. A nervous gesture that Harry had never seen from him before. "You've never flown before." "I asked around, Hooch said it was your first time on a broom." "But you flew like," he stopped. Started again. "My father taught me to fly when I was 3. I've been training since I was 5. I have a racing broom at home, a Nimbus 2000. I'm good. And you flew circles around me on a school broom on your first try. I got lucky." "No. You didn't." Malfoy's grey eyes were intent, fierce, searching. "Nobody gets that lucky. And it's not just flying. In Transfiguration, I sit 2 rows behind you. I can see your wand. You barely move it. The incantation is wrong half the time, your lips don't match the words. But your results are perfect. Every single time." Harry's blood cooled by several degrees. He kept his face neutral. "You're not using the wand," Malfoy said. "You're pretending to. But you're not." The corridor was silent. Torchlight flickered on stone walls. Somewhere distant, students laughed. "That's quite an accusation," Harry said carefully. "It's not an accusation. It's an observation." Malfoy stepped closer, dropping his voice. "My family knows about wandless magic. It's, in the old books, the ones the Ministry doesn't like people reading, it's written about. Ancient magic. Pre-wand. The founders could do it, supposedly. Merlin could do it. But nobody's been able to since," he swallowed. "Since before recorded history." Harry said nothing. "What are you, Potter?" The question hung in the air between them. Harry studied Malfoy's face, the sharp features, the pale complexion, the grey eyes that were, underneath the bravado and the cruelty and the carefully constructed arrogance, genuinely afraid. Not afraid of Harry. Afraid of what Harry meant. Malfoy's entire world was built on hierarchy. Pure-blood supremacy, wand mastery, the inherited right of old families to rule. Harry's existence, a half-blood who didn't need a wand, was a crack in the foundation. If what Harry could do was real, then everything Malfoy had been taught about the superiority of his blood and his tradition was wrong. "I'm just Harry," Harry said. "No, you're not. Nobody is just anything." That, Harry thought, was the most perceptive thing Draco Malfoy had ever said. "What are you going to do?" Harry asked. "Tell someone." Malfoy hesitated. In that hesitation, Harry saw the boy's entire internal struggle play out, the taught loyalty to his father, the ingrained obedience to authority, the fear of the unknown, and underneath it all, a flicker of something that might have been curiosity. The desire to understand something that didn't fit into his categories. "No," Malfoy said. "Not yet." "Why not?" "Because I want to see what happens next." He turned and walked away, and Harry stood in the empty corridor and thought about the fact that his most dangerous observer at Hogwarts might not be Dumbledore or Snape or the thing living in Quirrell's skull, but an 11-year-old Slytherin who was too smart to stop looking. The first Quidditch match, Gryffindor vs Slytherin, was in late November. Harry had been training with the team for weeks, mostly learning the rules and formations, his natural ability on a broom making the physical aspects trivially easy. Oliver Wood, the team captain, was a fanatic who spoke about Quidditch strategy the way generals speak about war, and Harry's talent reduced him to near tears of joy on a regular basis. "He's a natural," Wood shouted at McGonagall after watching Harry catch a golf ball in a 60-foot dive. I've never seen anything like it. We're going to win the cup. McGonagall allowed herself a thin smile. Harry suspected she cared about the Quidditch Cup more than she would ever publicly admit. The morning of the match dawned clear and cold. Harry couldn't eat breakfast. Not from nerves, he wasn't nervous about the game itself. He was nervous about performing in front of the entire school. Every eye in the stadium would be on him. Every teacher, every student, every ghost. Including the thing in Quirrell's turban. You'll be brilliant, Ron said, pushing toast toward him. Eat something, Hermione ordered. Your blood sugar needs to be stable for optimal cognitive function during physical exertion. She means eat toast, Ron translated. Harry ate toast. The stadium was huge, 4 tall towers for the house spectators, a pitch the size of a football field, goalposts rising at either end. Harry circled above the game on his broom, a Nimbus 2000, a gift from McGonagall that she'd disguised as a school purchase, watching the play develop below him, searching for the golden blur of the snitch. The Slytherin team played dirty. Elbows, broom bumping, tactical fouling just out of the referee's sightline. The Gryffindor chasers, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, fought back with skill and aggression, and the score swung back and forth. Harry spotted the snitch 5 minutes in. A tiny golden flicker near the base of the Slytherin goalposts. He dove, wind roaring, the Nimbus responding to his thought, his broom jerked. Harry's hands tightened on the handle as the broom bucked beneath him, lurching sideways, fighting his control. Someone was hexing his broom. Harry reached instinctively, feeling for the source, and found it, a focused beam of wand magic hitting his broom from the stands. He traced it to the teachers' section. 2 sources. 2 wands, both targeting his broom. Snape, his black eyes fixed on Harry, lips moving in a continuous murmur, his wand hidden beneath his robes. And Quirrell, or rather, the thing inside Quirrell, staring at Harry's broom with a concentration that had nothing to do with being a spectator. Snape was performing a countercurse. Harry could feel the shape of his magic, protective, stabilizing, trying to counteract the jinx. Quirrell's passenger was doing the jinxing. The broom lurched again, harder. Harry slipped sideways, catching himself with one hand, his legs swinging free. The crowd screamed. Hermione screamed. Harry dangled 300 feet above the pitch and thought, enough. He reached into the broom and took control. Not from the jinx, through it. His magic flowed into the broom's enchantments, overwhelming the external interference the way a river overwhelms a dam. The jinx shattered. The broom stabilized instantly, so fast that Harry's recovery looked like a dramatic save rather than a magical intervention. He swung back onto the broom, oriented himself, and dove for the snitch. The dive was the longest 5 seconds of the match. Harry and the Slytherin Seeker, a 5th year named Terrence Higgs, plummeted side by side toward the grass, the snitch darting and weaving just ahead of them. Higgs was good. Harry was better. He pulled ahead by inches, reached out, and his fingers closed around the tiny golden ball. He pulled out of the dive at grass level, held up his fist, and the stadium erupted. Gryffindor wins. 170-60. On the ground, swamped by teammates, Harry looked up at the teachers' section. Snape was still in his seat, watching Harry with an expression that combined relief and suspicion in roughly equal measure. He'd been protecting Harry, counter-cursing the broom, putting himself at risk if anyone noticed. Quirrell had left the stands. Harry tucked the information away, Snape as reluctant protector, Quirrell as active threat, and let himself be carried off the pitch on Fred and George's shoulders, the chanting of the Gryffindor crowd washing over him like warm rain. That night, in the common room, full of food and butterbeer that the Weasley twins had smuggled from somewhere, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their usual corner by the fire. "Someone jinxed your broom," Hermione said. She'd been waiting to say it all day. "I saw Snape, his lips were moving, he wasn't blinking. I thought it was him." "It wasn't," Harry said. How do you know? Harry looked at the fire. Then at Ron. Then at Hermione. Two faces, lit by firelight. Two people who'd run toward a troll for him. I think, Harry said slowly, it's time I told you something. Hermione leaned forward. Ron set down his butterbeer. Harry held up his hand, palm up. A sphere of light appeared above it, soft, golden, rotating slowly. Not lumos. Not any spell. Just light, called into existence by thought alone. I don't need a wand, Harry said. I've never needed one. This is going to take a while to explain, so get comfortable. Ron stared at the light. Hermione stared at the light. Then Hermione pulled out a notebook and a quill and said, with the fierce focus of someone whose entire worldview was about to be remodeled, start from the beginning. Harry did. He told them about the cupboard. About the light bulb. About 3 years of secret practice, the ocean, the reaching, the discovery that his magic operated on fundamentally different principles than wand-based casting. He told them about Ollivander, every wand dying in his hand, the coreless elder wand he carried as a prop. He told them about the shield, the temperature manipulation, the ability to sense living things. He demonstrated. He levitated Ron's butterbeer glass, froze the fire and restarted it, made the common room sofa float 6 inches off the ground while Neville sat on it without noticing. He did not tell them about the dark knot in his scar. Not yet. One earthquake at a time. When he finished, the common room was empty except for the 3 of them. The fire had burned low. Ron was pale. Hermione had filled 4 pages of notes. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. It seemed to be his assessment of any situation that exceeded his normal parameters. How much can you do? Hermione asked. Her voice was steady but her hand, Harry noticed, was gripping her quill hard enough to whiten her knuckles. Is there a limit? I haven't found one yet. That's. Hermione paused. That's terrifying, Harry. I know. I don't mean you're terrifying. I mean, the implications. If you can do all of this without a wand, and wands don't work against you, Ollivander said that, right? That spells directed at you would unravel. He said it was likely. I haven't tested it thoroughly. Then every single system of magical combat, magical law enforcement, magical governance, they all rely on wands. You can't be controlled, contained, or countered by any of them. Do you understand what that means? It means everyone will be afraid of me, Harry said. Yes. And afraid people do stupid things. Hagrid told me the same thing. Hermione set down her quill. She looked at Harry, really looked, not at the famous scar or the boy who lived legend but at the 11-year-old boy who'd been hiding an ocean inside himself for 3 years. I'm not afraid of you, she said. Me neither, Ron said immediately. I mean, you could turn me into a newt or something, but, no, I'm not afraid. You're still Harry. The relief that flooded through Harry was physical, a loosening in his chest, a warmth behind his eyes. He'd been holding this secret for 3 years. 3 years of pretending to be less than he was, of carefully calibrating every action, of being utterly alone with the knowledge of what he could do. He wasn't alone anymore. Thank you, he said, and his voice cracked, and he didn't try to fix it. Ron punched him on the shoulder, gently. Hermione squeezed his hand. Right, Hermione said, opening her notebook to a fresh page with the decisive energy of someone who'd processed an existential crisis and was ready to get to work. We need a plan. If Quirrell is compromised, you said there's something inside him. And Dumbledore is playing some kind of game with the 3rd floor, and Malfoy knows about the wandless magic, Malfoy knows? Ron nearly choked. He figured it out. He's been watching me in Transfiguration. Slimy little, he's actually being reasonable about it. For now. Ron looked deeply offended by the concept of Malfoy being reasonable about anything. Focus, Ron, Hermione said. Harry, we need to know what's on the third floor. We need to know what Quirrell, or whatever's inside Quirrell, wants with it. And we need to figure out what Dumbledore's plan is, because if he's using whatever's down there as bait, then we need to know who he's baiting and why, Harry finished. Exactly. The three of them sat in the dying firelight, Harry Potter, who could reshape reality with a thought, Hermione Granger, who could reshape it with research, and Ron Weasley, who saw patterns in chaos that neither of them could, and they began, quietly and methodically, to plan. Outside the window, the first snow of winter was falling on Hogwarts grounds. The castle hummed around them, ancient and watchful. And in a turban in the dungeons, something cold and patient stirred in its sleep and dreamed of immortality. Chapter 3, The weight of invisible crowns. December pressed against Hogwarts like a cold hand. Frost crept up the windows overnight and stayed there, etching patterns that Hermione said were fractal and Ron said looked like spiders. The lake froze at the edges, thick enough to walk on if you were brave and thin enough to drown you if you were stupid. The castle compensated with roaring fireplaces in every room and a warmth in the stone walls that Harry could feel was magical, the building itself heating up, an ancient enchantment responding to the season like a body shivering. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 3 months. He'd learned the rhythms of the place, the morning chaos of owls and breakfast, the shuffle of students between classes, the particular quality of silence that descended after curfew when the corridors belonged to ghosts and Mrs. Norris and prefects with too much authority and too little social life. He'd also learned things no one had intended to teach him. He'd learned that Dumbledore left the castle every Thursday evening and returned before dawn Friday, his magical signature slightly depleted, as though he'd been doing something strenuous. He'd learned that Snape brewed something in his private lab every full moon, a complex, difficult potion that required wolfsbane, which was expensive and hard to get. He'd learned that Quirrell went to the third-floor corridor every night, tested the door, and retreated when the three-headed dog snarled. And he'd learned, through careful research in the library and careful questioning of Hagrid, who was wonderfully easy to question if you showed genuine interest in his creatures, that the thing guarded beneath the trapdoor was the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione said, thumping a massive book down on the table in their corner of the common room. I knew I'd seen the name somewhere. He's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. It produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. And he's a personal friend of Dumbledore's, they worked on alchemy together. Ron, who was lying on the floor losing a chess game against himself, looked up. So Dumbledore's hiding an immortality rock in a school full of children. Behind a three-headed dog and several other protections, yes. That's mental. It's strategic, Harry said. He was sitting cross-legged in an armchair, reaching through the castle in his usual evening sweep. Dumbledore moved the stone here because it wasn't safe wherever it was before. Gringotts, probably. Hagrid picked something up from a vault there the same day he took me shopping, and that vault was broken into later. So someone was already after it. Quirrell, Hermione said. The thing inside Quirrell. It wants the stone because it wants immortality. Which means it's something, or someone, that's currently mortal and doesn't want to be. Ron sat up. You think it's you-know-who? Harry had been avoiding saying it aloud, partly because the name made Ron flinch and partly because the implications were enormous. But Ron had said it first, and Ron deserved honesty. The magical signature of the thing inside Quirrell matches the dark knot in my scar. If the scar came from Voldemort, Ron winced. Then yes. I think a piece of Voldemort is living in the back of Quirrell's head. The common room was empty except for the three of them. The fire crackled. A clock somewhere ticked past midnight. Right, Ron said. He'd gone pale, but his jaw was set. Right. Okay. So so Voldemort is living in a teacher's skull and trying to steal an immortality stone and we're the only ones who know about it. Dumbledore might know, Hermione said. He must suspect something, why else set up all the protections? Then why hasn't he done anything? Ron demanded. If he knows Quirrell's compromised, why is the bloke still teaching? Because Dumbledore wants to catch him in the act, Harry said quietly. The stone is bait. The protections are the trap. Dumbledore's waiting for Quirrell to make his move so he can catch Voldemort red-handed. Using us as, what? As the bait's garnish? We go to school here. I don't think Dumbledore sees it that way. I think he believes the protections are strong enough that Quirrell will never get through them, and in the meantime, he can observe and gather information. And if he's wrong? Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. The question hung in the air, answering itself. Hermione pulled her notebook toward her. It had grown thick with notes over the past weeks, observations, theories, questions, a cross-referenced index that would have impressed a professional researcher. She opened it to a page titled Third Floor Protections and ran her finger down the list. We know about Fluffy, that's the three-headed dog, Hagrid named it, which tells you everything about Hagrid's relationship with dangerous creatures. Hagrid said the protections were set by the teachers, Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, Snape, and Dumbledore. That's 6 protections plus the dog. 7 layers between anyone and the stone. Quirrell set one of the protections. Ron said. The bloke who's trying to steal the thing set one of the protections. He would have been asked before he was compromised. Or he set his so he could get past it. Either way, it's one fewer obstacle for him. 6, then. 6 real obstacles. Plus Harry, Hermione said, looking at him. Plus me, Harry agreed. But I'd rather not be the 7th obstacle if I can help it. I'd rather be the one who makes the whole thing unnecessary. Hermione raised an eyebrow. How? I've been thinking about that. I can feel the stone, its magical signature, from here. It's powerful. Unique. If I can feel it, I can reach it. You want to steal it? I want to move it. If the stone isn't behind the trapdoor, Quirrell's got nothing to steal. I could move it to Dumbledore's office, or Dumbledore loses his bait, Hermione interrupted, and loses his chance to catch Voldemort. And then Voldemort goes looking for another way to get what he wants, and we don't know what that way looks like. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. She was right. Removing the stone solved the immediate problem but created a worse one, an unknown threat instead of a known one. Sometimes, Hermione said, the trap you can see is better than the one you can't. Ron looked between them. So we leave the stone where it is, keep watching Quirrell, and hope Dumbledore's plan, whatever it actually is, works. We leave the stone where it is, Harry said. We keep watching Quirrell. And we make our own plan for when Dumbledore's doesn't work. Ron picked up a chess piece, the White Queen, and turned it over in his fingers. Every plan needs a goal. What's ours? Keep the stone away from Voldemort. Protect the school. And figure out what the dark thing in my scar actually is, because I think that's connected to all of this in ways I don't understand yet. The White Queen turned and turned in Ron's fingers. His eyes had that faraway look they got during chess, seeing patterns, calculating moves. Okay, Ron said. I'm in. Obviously, I'm in, Hermione said. Harry felt the warmth again, the non-magical kind, the kind that came from people choosing to stand next to you when they didn't have to. He let it in. He was getting better at that. The next morning brought a complication Harry hadn't anticipated. He was heading to breakfast when McGonagall intercepted him in the corridor outside the Great Hall, appearing from a side passage with the silent efficiency of someone who'd been waiting. Mr. Potter. A word. It wasn't a question. Harry followed her to her office, a tidy, well-lit room with tartan furnishings and a tin of biscuits on the desk that she pretended was decorative but was clearly functional. Sit down. Harry sat. McGonagall sat across from him, her hands folded on the desk, her expression the carefully composed neutrality of a teacher about to have a difficult conversation. I've been observing your performance in my class, she said. You are the best transfiguration student I've seen in some years. Your technique is flawless, your results are consistent, and your theoretical understanding, based on your essays, exceeds what I would expect from a 7th year, let alone a 1st year. Thank you, Professor. I'm not complimenting you, Mr. Potter. I'm telling you what I've observed as a preamble to telling you what concerns me. She paused. Your wand work is wrong. Harry's pulse didn't change. He kept his face interested and mildly confused. Wrong how? The movements are approximate. Close enough to pass casual observation, but I have been doing this for 39 years, and your wand movements do not match the results you produce. On 3 separate occasions, I have observed you performing the incorrect wand movement entirely and producing a perfect result regardless. She let this sit between them. Additionally, she continued, I have consulted with Professor Flitwick, who has noticed the same discrepancy in your charms work. And I have spoken with Mr. Ollivander. Something cold slid down Harry's spine. Ollivander was reluctant to discuss the details of your wand fitting. He cited client confidentiality, which is unusual for Ollivander. The man typically can't stop talking about his wands. But he did confirm that your fitting was, in his words, unprecedented. He suggested I speak with you directly. McGonagall's eyes were sharp behind her square spectacles. Not hostile, concerned. A teacher who'd spotted something wrong and was trying to understand it. Harry had a choice. Lie, and hope McGonagall accepted it, knowing she probably wouldn't. Or tell the truth, and trust a woman he'd known for 3 months. He thought about Hermione saying I'm not afraid of you. He thought about Ron saying I'm in. He thought about the fact that he couldn't do this entirely alone, and that McGonagall, strict, fair, fiercely protective of her students, was exactly the kind of ally he might need. May I close the door, Professor? McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Then she drew her wand and flicked it at the door, which swung shut. Another flick, and Harry felt privacy wards spring up around the room, sound-dampening charms, anti-eavesdropping enchantments, solid and professional. The door is closed, she said dryly. Harry reached into his bag and pulled out his wand. The Corliss Elder Wood. He set it on McGonagall's desk. This is my wand, he said. Elder Wood. 11 inches. No core. McGonagall picked it up. She examined it with the expert eye of a witch who'd been using wands for half a century, turning it, feeling its weight, testing its balance. She pointed it at the teacup on her desk and murmured an incantation. Nothing happened. She tried again. Nothing. She set the wand down and looked at Harry. There's no magical core in this wand. No. It's a prop. Yes. Then how? McGonagall stopped. She was putting it together. Harry could see the pieces clicking into place behind her eyes. The wrong wand movements. The perfect results. The unprecedented wand fitting. Show me, she said. Harry held up his hand, palm open, and transformed her teacup into a silver pocket watch. No wand, no incantation, no movement. The teacup flowed and shifted and became something new, the transformation smooth and silent, and when it was done, the pocket watch sat on McGonagall's desk, ticking. McGonagall stared at it. Then at Harry. Then at the Corliss wand on her desk. Then at the watch again. That was a cross-category material transformation with molecular restructuring and the addition of a functional mechanical movement, she said faintly. That's Newt-level work at minimum. You did it without a wand. Without a wand, without an incantation, and without a wand movement. I don't need any of them. I never have. How long? Since I was 8. McGonagall sat back in her chair. She removed her spectacles, cleaned them on her robe, put them back on. Her hands were steady, which Harry respected. The woman had iron composure. Mr. Potter, she said. I need you to tell me everything. He didn't tell her everything. He told her about the discovery, the 3 years of practice, the ocean, the reaching. He told her about Ollivander's assessment, that wands directed at him would likely fail. He demonstrated, at her request, several more transformations, a levitation, a light conjuration, and the shield that had once stopped Dudley's fist. He did not tell her about Quirrell. He did not tell her about the dark knot in his scar. He did not tell her about the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall listened with the focused attention of a scholar encountering new data, asking precise questions, occasionally making notes. When Harry finished, she was quiet for a long time. "Wandless magic exists," she said finally. "It's documented, though rare. Most witches and wizards can produce rudimentary effects without a wand, accidental magic, small telekinesis, emotional outbursts. What you're describing is categorically different. You're describing a fully developed, controlled, independent magical system that operates without any external focus. That's a good way to put it. The last wizard credibly reported to have this level of wandless ability was Merlin. And even that may be mythologized." She looked at him over her spectacles. "You understand the significance of this?" "I understand that it scares people." "It should." McGonagall's voice was blunt. "Not because you're frightening, Mr. Potter, but because the entire structure of magical society, its laws, its governance, its power dynamics, is built on the assumption that magic requires a wand. You break that assumption. That makes you either the most valuable or the most dangerous person in Britain, depending on who's doing the assessment." Hagrid said something similar. With fewer syllables. McGonagall's mouth twitched. "I imagine he did." She picked up the coreless wand again, turned it over. "Who else knows?" "Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Ollivander. And Draco Malfoy figured out something was off, though he doesn't know the full extent. Mr. Malfoy. That's concerning. He's keeping quiet. For now. For now. Which means his father doesn't know yet. When Lucius Malfoy learns about this, and he will, eventually, the political implications will be severe." She set the wand down. "Does the headmaster know?" "I don't think so. I haven't told him." McGonagall studied him. "You don't trust Albus." It was a statement, not a question. Harry chose his next words carefully. "I don't know Albus. He left me with the Dursleys for 10 years, knowing how they treated me. He put something dangerous on the 3rd floor of a school full of children. He's been watching me from a distance all term without approaching me directly. I think he's a good man who plays chess with people's lives, and I don't want to be a chess piece." Something passed across McGonagall's face, a shadow, an old pain, the look of someone who'd had a similar thought and spent years wrestling with it. "Albus Dumbledore is the finest wizard I have ever known," she said. "He is also, on occasion, the most frustrating. His strategies are long-term to a degree that sometimes loses sight of the human cost in the near term." She paused. "I say this as someone who has disagreed with him more times than either of us has cared to count. Will you tell him about me?" McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. The pocket watch ticked on her desk. Outside her window, snow was beginning to fall. "No," she said. "Not yet. You have a right to choose when and how that information is shared. But I will tell you this, you cannot continue pretending to be a normal student indefinitely. Your abilities will become apparent, whether through accident or observation or someone like Mr. Malfoy talking to the wrong person. When that happens, you need allies who understand what they're dealing with. I have allies. You have 2 11-year-old friends and a teacher who just found out. You need more." She stood, signaling the end of the conversation. "I'd like to work with you. Informally, outside of class. Not to teach you wand magic, that would clearly be pointless. But to help you understand the magical framework you're operating outside of. If you understand how wand magic works, you'll better understand how your own magic differs, and you'll be better equipped to interact with a world that runs on wands. I'd like that, Harry said, and meant it. Tuesdays and Thursdays, after dinner, my office. Bring your friends if you like. Miss Granger's theoretical mind will be useful, and Mr. Weasley is more perceptive than he thinks he is. She waved her wand, and the privacy wards dissolved. Now go to breakfast. And Mr. Potter, change my watch back into a teacup, please. It was a gift from my mother. Harry transformed the pocket watch back. It reformed as a teacup with a small chip on the rim that hadn't been there before. Sorry, Harry said. The chip was already there. I dropped it in 1974. Off you go. Harry went, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. The sessions with McGonagall began that Tuesday. She was, Harry discovered, a magnificent teacher, not because she was gentle or encouraging, but because she was rigorous, precise, and completely unintimidated by what Harry could do. Where other adults might have been awed or frightened, McGonagall simply treated his abilities as a puzzle to be understood, and she brought decades of magical expertise to the task. Transfiguration, at its core, is the magical imposition of a new form on existing matter, she said during their first session, standing at her office blackboard with chalk in hand while Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in conjured chairs. A wand which uses the wand to focus her magical intent, shapes it through incantation and movement, and directs the resulting spell at the target object. The wand is essential because raw magical intent is too diffuse to produce precise effects. She drew a diagram, wizard wand spell target. Mr. Potter's magic apparently skips the middle two steps. She drew a second diagram, Potter target. Which raises the question, how? If magical intent is too diffuse without a wand, how does Mr. Potter produce precise effects with raw intent alone? Because my intent isn't diffuse, Harry said. When I reach into something, when I want to change it, I'm not sending a signal from me to it. I'm already in it. My magic extends into the object and changes it from the inside. McGonagall set down her chalk. You're saying your magic is already in contact with the target before you transform it. It's in contact with everything. Everything within my range. I can feel the structure of every object in this room right now, the molecular arrangement, the magical properties, all of it. When I transform something, I'm not sending magic at it. I'm rearranging what's already there. Hermione's quill was moving so fast it was blurring. Ron, who'd been looking slightly lost during the theoretical discussion, leaned forward. That's why wands don't work against you, Ron said. A spell has to travel from the wand to the target. It crosses the space between. But your magic is already in that space. The spell runs into your magic before it reaches you and unravels, Harry finished. Like throwing a paper airplane into a hurricane. McGonagall stood very still for a moment. Then she said, Mr. Weasley, that is an excellent insight. Ron went red to the tips of his ears. They spent the next hour testing. McGonagall cast spells at Harry, mild ones, color change charms and tickling jinxes and gentle stinging hexes, and they watched what happened. The results were consistent. At close range, any spell directed at Harry simply stopped. The magical energy hit the boundary of his ambient magical field and dispersed, like a wave hitting a seawall. At greater distances, across the room, for instance, the effect was weaker. A strong spell cast from 30 feet away might reach him diminished but functional. So there's a range, McGonagall said, making notes. The closer someone is to you, the less effective their wand magic becomes. Within about 10 feet, nothing gets through. Between 10 and 30 feet, it depends on the spell's power. Beyond 30 feet, most spells would work normally against me, I'd have to actively shield. And if you actively shield? Harry raised his hand. McGonagall, who'd been waiting for this, fired a stunner, a genuine combat spell, red light, moving fast. The stunner hit an invisible barrier 3 feet in front of Harry and exploded into a shower of red sparks that rained down harmlessly. My shield has no range limit, Harry said. If I know a spell is coming, I can block it no matter how far away the caster is. But I have to know it's coming. That's a meaningful limitation, Hermione said, looking up from her notes. An ambush from beyond your passive range, with a spell you didn't anticipate, would hit me, yes. I'm not invulnerable. I'm just very hard to hit when I'm paying attention. McGonagall sat down. She looked tired, the kind of tired that comes from absorbing too much new information in too little time, but her eyes were bright. I'm going to say something that I don't say often, she said. I don't know what to do with you. I've been teaching for 39 years and I have never encountered a student whose abilities fundamentally exceed the framework I teach within. I can teach you theory, context, and the rules of the system everyone else uses. But I cannot teach you to do what you do, because I don't fully understand it. That's honest, Harry said. I appreciate it. What I can do is help you understand the world you're in well enough to navigate it. And I can protect you, to the extent that a deputy headmistress can, from the political fallout when your abilities become public knowledge. She paused. Because they will. It's not a question of if, Mr. Potter. It's when. The when came sooner than any of them expected, and it came from a direction Harry hadn't anticipated. 3 days before the Christmas holiday, a witch arrived at Hogwarts. Harry felt her at the gates, a sharp, purposeful magical signature, tightly controlled, radiating authority. She was admitted by the wards and walked up the long drive to the castle with the brisk stride of someone on official business. He was in the common room when she arrived, playing chess with Ron. He lost his queen, his attention elsewhere. Something wrong? Ron asked. Someone's here. Someone official. Ministry, I think. 20 minutes later, a first year was sent to fetch Harry to the headmaster's office. Harry went, with Ron and Hermione trailing behind him despite not being invited. He appreciated this more than he could express. The headmaster's office was behind a gargoyle on the second floor. The password was lemon sherbet, which Harry found either charmingly eccentric or deliberately disarming, depending on how charitable he felt about Dumbledore. The office itself was extraordinary. Circular, high-ceilinged, filled with delicate instruments that whirred and puffed silver smoke, portraits of former headmasters lining the walls, most pretending to sleep, all listening, and a magnificent scarlet and gold bird perched on a stand near the desk. The Phoenix. Harry felt its magic like standing near a furnace, clean, bright, overwhelmingly alive. The Phoenix looked at Harry. Harry looked at the Phoenix. Something passed between them, a recognition, a resonance, and the Phoenix let out a single, clear note that hung in the air like light made audible. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. The Ministry witch sat across from him. She was middle-aged, compact, dressed in plum-colored robes with a silver W pinned to her chest, the insignia of the Wisengamot, Harry recognized from his reading. Her magic was competent and controlled, neither particularly strong nor particularly weak. Her face was pleasant in a professional way, the kind of face designed to put people at ease while extracting information. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said warmly. Thank you for coming. This is Madame Griselda Marchbanks. Marchbanks is my superior, the witch interrupted smoothly. I'm Cordelia Fawley. Department of Magical Education, Wizarding Examinations Authority. I've been asked to conduct an informal assessment. She looked at Harry with calm, evaluating eyes. We've received reports of unusual magical ability in a first-year student. Wandless manifestations in the classroom setting. The minister has asked us to look into it. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry felt his magic shift, a subtle tightening, the way a person's posture tightens when they hear unexpected news. Dumbledore hadn't known this was coming. Or if he hadn't expected it this soon. Reports from whom? Harry asked. Fawley smiled. It was a good smile, practiced, warm, completely uninformative. Various sources. Concerned parties. You understand, I'm sure, that any anomalous magical development in a student is a matter of interest to the department. For the student's safety as much as anything. I see. And what does this assessment involve? Simply a demonstration of your abilities in a controlled setting. Nothing invasive, nothing uncomfortable. Just so we can understand what we're dealing with and offer appropriate support. The language was smooth and reasonable. The subtext was, we've heard you're unusual and we need to determine whether you're a resource or a threat. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster's blue eyes met his, twinkling but serious, and Harry felt the old wizard's magic brush against his awareness, a light, questioning touch, far more subtle than Quirrell's parasite. Dumbledore was testing him. Not aggressively, but curiously, the way you might touch a strange surface to see if it was hot. Harry let him feel the edge of the ocean. Just the edge, the shallowest part, the gentle swell where his magic met the world. Even that was enough to make Dumbledore's eyebrows rise a fraction of an inch. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "Do I have to do this?" "You do not," Dumbledore said. "The Ministry can request an assessment but cannot compel one without parental or guardian consent." "As your magical guardian, I wasn't aware you were my magical guardian," Harry said. The room went still. Folly's eyes sharpened. Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed by 1 degree. "A role I assumed on the night of your parents' death," Dumbledore said. "As chief warlock of the Wizengamot and the individual who placed you in your current guardian's care. Without consulting them or me. But that's a separate conversation." Harry turned to Folly. "I'll do the assessment. But I'd like my friends present, and I'd like Professor McGonagall to attend as my head of house." Folly glanced at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. "Of course," Folly said. "Shall we say tomorrow morning? The headmaster has offered the use of the Great Hall. Tomorrow morning is fine." Harry left the office with Ron and Hermione. In the corridor, once they were out of earshot, Hermione grabbed his arm. "Harry, you can't demonstrate your full abilities to the Ministry. If they understand what you can do, I know. They'll classify you. Register you. Possibly restrict you. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has provisions for what they call anomalous magical entities. It's in a History of Modern Magical Law, Chapter 14. They can impose monitoring charms, restrict travel, even assign a liaison officer. I know, Hermione. I've read it. Then why did you agree?" Harry stopped walking. They were in a corridor on the 3rd floor, not the forbidden one, but close enough that Harry could feel Fluffy's restless growling through the walls. "Because someone told the Ministry about me, and if I refuse the assessment, it looks like I'm hiding something dangerous. Which I am, but I'd rather control the narrative. I'll show them enough to explain the reports, some Wandless ability, impressive but not unprecedented. I'll keep the rest hidden." "You can do that?" Ron asked. "Just show them part of it. I've been doing it all term. The trick is to be impressive enough that they feel like they've seen the truth, but limited enough that they feel like they can manage it." Ron shook his head slowly. "You know, mate, for someone who grew up in a cupboard, you're disturbingly good at politics. I grew up with the Dursleys. Everything was politics." The assessment was held the next morning in the Great Hall, which had been cleared of the house tables and set up with a series of testing stations, a table with objects for transfiguration, a space marked out for charms, a target dummy for defense. Folly was efficient and professional. She had a clipboard, a quick quotes quill, which Harry watched with suspicion, and a small magical device that she said measured magical output intensity. McGonagall stood to one side with her arms crossed and her mouth in a thin line. Ron and Hermione sat in the gallery, Hermione with her notebook open. Dumbledore had declined to attend, saying he didn't want to hover, which Harry interpreted as wanting plausible deniability. Snape had not been invited but was present anyway, standing in the shadows near the door like a particularly disapproving bat. Harry felt his attention, sharp and focused. "Let's start with something simple," Folly said. Could you perform the levitation charm for me? Wandless, if you're able. Harry looked at the feather on the table. He reached, gently, and the feather rose. He held it at eye level, steady, then lowered it. Folly's magical measuring device chirped. She made a note. Very good. Now, could you try something from the Transfiguration curriculum? The matchstick-to-needle exercise, perhaps. Harry transformed a matchstick into a needle. Clean, precise, unremarkable. They worked through a series of exercises, escalating in difficulty. Levitation, transformation, summoning, color changes, minor conjuration. Harry performed each one wandlessly, carefully calibrating his output to be impressive but not alarming. He made it look like effort, furrowing his brow, sometimes pausing as if concentrating, occasionally producing a result that was slightly imperfect. Folly's notes grew longer. Her expression remained pleasant and professional, but Harry could feel her emotions shifting beneath the surface: surprise, recalculation, the particular tension of someone realizing they're in deeper water than they thought. Impressive, she said after the final exercise, a shield charm, which Harry produced as a faintly visible shimmer rather than the invisible wall he was actually capable of. Your wandless capability significantly exceeds the normal range. Most adult wizards can manage minor telekinesis without a wand. You're performing structured spells. I've always been able to do it, Harry said. I didn't know it was unusual until I came to Hogwarts. And your wand? You do carry one. Harry produced the coreless Elder Wand. Ollivander fitted me with this. Standard wands didn't respond well to me. May I? Folly held out her hand. Harry gave her the wand. She examined it, ran a diagnostic spell. Harry saw the magic hit the inert wood and find nothing to report. There's no core in this wand, Folly said slowly. I know. Ollivander explained that my magical signature was incompatible with standard wand cores. This was his solution. Folly looked at the wand, then at Harry, and for the first time, her professional composure cracked. Just slightly, a widening of the eyes, a fractional tension in the jaw. She was recalculating again, and this time the math was coming out to numbers she didn't like. Mr. Potter, I'm going to ask you a direct question, and I'd appreciate a direct answer. Ollivander's wand cores are dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, and unicorn hair. These three substances are the most universally compatible magical conductors known. If your magic is incompatible with all three, then my magic operates on different principles than wand-based casting. Yes. That's what Ollivander concluded. The quick quotes Quill was scribbling furiously. McGonagall's expression was granite. Snape, in the shadows, had gone very still. Folly set the wand down carefully. I need to make some flu calls. This assessment is more significant than my initial briefing suggested. I may need to bring in additional evaluators. No. The word was quiet and flat and it stopped Folly mid-motion. Harry hadn't raised his voice. He hadn't moved. But the ocean shifted beneath his calm surface, and something in the air changed, a pressure, a density, as if the room itself had taken a breath and held it. Folly felt it. She turned to look at Harry with a new expression, not fear, not yet, but the beginning of awareness that she was in a room with something that didn't fit into her categories. No additional evaluators, Harry said. No follow-up assessments. No ministry liaisons, no monitoring charms, no classification under the anomalous magical entities provisions. You've seen what I can do. You can report that I have unusual wandless ability, that's true. You can report that I'm a student at Hogwarts performing well in my classes, also true. You cannot report anything that would lead to restrictions on my freedom or my education. Mr. Potter, the ministry has a responsibility. The ministry has a responsibility to its citizens, and I am a citizen, not a specimen. I'm an 11-year-old student. I've broken no laws. I've threatened no one. The fact that my magic works differently doesn't give the ministry the right to treat me differently. He let the pressure dissipate. The air returned to normal. Folly stood by her testing station, clipboard in hand, and Harry watched her process the situation, the political calculus, the potential consequences of pushing versus backing down, the very personal consideration of what it would mean to antagonize someone whose magical abilities she had just realized she didn't fully understand. McGonagall stepped forward. Madam Folly. As Mr. Potter's head of house, I can confirm that his abilities, while unusual, pose no risk to himself or his fellow students. He is performing well academically, is well adjusted socially, and has demonstrated consistent good judgment. I see no basis for further ministry involvement. Snape moved out of the shadows. Both Harry and Folly turned to look at him, Harry because he hadn't expected Snape to speak, Folly because she clearly hadn't noticed he was there. The boy is correct, Snape said. His voice was silk and acid. The anomalous magical entity's provisions require evidence of danger or instability. Potter is irritatingly stable. I say this as someone who would be delighted to find a legitimate reason to expel him. He paused. Leave him alone. The ministry has enough incompetence to manage without adding a gifted child to its list of concerns. The room was quiet. Folly looked from McGonagall to Snape to Harry, and Harry watched the decision form behind her eyes. I'll file my report, she said. Unusual Wandless aptitude. No safety concerns. No further action recommended. She paused. But Mr. Potter, this won't be the last time the ministry takes an interest. What I saw today is enough to file a standard report. But if word spreads about the full extent of your abilities, and it will, these things always do, there will be people who want more than an assessment. I know, Harry said. Thank you for the warning. Folly packed up her instruments, made her farewells, and left. The great hall felt larger in her absence, echoing and cold. McGonagall let out a breath. That was well handled, Potter. It was only round one. Yes. It was. She looked at him with something that might have been pride and might have been worry. Get some lunch. You too, Weasley, Granger, I know you're in the gallery, you can stop pretending to be invisible. Ron and Hermione descended the gallery stairs with the sheepish air of people who'd been caught eavesdropping and didn't regret it. Snape swept past them without a word, robes billowing, but as he passed Harry, he paused. Interesting performance, Potter, he murmured. You showed her perhaps a tenth of what you can do. He didn't wait for a response. Harry watched him go and thought, Snape sees more than anyone gives him credit for. The Christmas holiday emptied Hogwarts of most students but filled it with a different kind of energy. The castle decorated itself, enormous Christmas trees in the great hall, garlands of holly and mistletoe in the corridors, suits of armor that had been enchanted to sing carols badly. Snow blanketed the grounds, deep and white, and the lake froze solid enough for the giant squid to tap irritably on the underside of the ice. Ron went home for Christmas, reluctantly. Mum insists. The whole family, every year, non-negotiable. But all right. Hermione went home too, more reluctantly. My parents miss me. And I want to show them what I've learned. Mum's going to lose her mind when I levitate the Christmas pudding. Harry stayed. The Dursleys hadn't invited him back, not that he'd expected them to, and Hogwarts at Christmas was warmer than Privet Drive in any season. He had the dormitory to himself, the common room nearly empty, and the freedom to practice without calibrating his performance for observers. He used the time. On Christmas morning, he woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. The first he'd ever received. Ron's mother had sent him a hand-knitted sweater in emerald green and a box of homemade fudge. Hagrid had sent a roughly carved wooden flute. Hermione had sent a book, Theoretical Foundations of Magical Expression, a university-level text she'd found in a second-hand shop, with a note that read, "This reminded me of you. Happy Christmas." And there was one more. A package wrapped in silver paper, with no card, no name, just a note in elegant handwriting. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Harry opened the package. Inside was a cloak, fluid, silvery, shimmering like water-made fabric. He picked it up and the material flowed through his fingers like liquid, nearly weightless. He reached into it. The cloak's magic was unlike anything he'd felt. Not the structured enchantment of a wand-made artifact but something deeper, wilder, as if the fabric itself was made of magic rather than having magic applied to it. It resonated with his ocean in a way that nothing else ever had, a harmonic, a sympathy, as if the cloak recognized him. Harry swung it around his shoulders and looked down. His body had vanished. The cloak was an invisibility cloak, he'd read about them, but this was different from the descriptions in his textbooks. Those described cloaks made from demiguise hair, which degraded over time. This cloak felt ageless. Permanent. Perfect. His father's cloak. Left with someone who was now returning it anonymously on Christmas morning. Dumbledore. It had to be. The handwriting, the timing, the calculated sentimentality of the gesture, return the orphan's inheritance on Christmas, earn his gratitude and trust. Harry recognized a chess move when he saw one. He kept the cloak. Whatever Dumbledore's motives, it was his father's, and it was extraordinary. He spent an hour examining it, feeling its magic, understanding its properties. The invisibility wasn't an enchantment laid on the fabric, it was inherent to the material itself. The cloak didn't make you invisible, it was invisibility, given form. That night, Harry put on the cloak and walked the castle. It was different at night. The corridors were moonlit and silver, the moving staircases grinding softly in the dark, the portraits murmuring in their sleep. Ghosts drifted through walls, phosphorescent and melancholy. Mrs. Norris stalked the shadows, her lamp-like eyes searching for rule-breakers, but Harry was invisible and silent, the cloak hiding his body, his reaching stilling the air around him so that even his footsteps made no sound. He explored for hours. Found the kitchen, the house elves were delighted to see him, or rather delighted to see a disembodied voice that asked politely for hot chocolate. Found the restricted section of the library, which he'd been wanting to access. Found the room of requirement and spent 20 minutes figuring out how to open it, walking past the blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor 3 times while thinking hard about what he needed. The room gave him a training space. Enormous, padded, with targets and obstacles and a ceiling high enough to fly in. Harry spent an hour pushing his limits, lifting heavier things, reaching further, trying combinations of abilities he hadn't attempted before. He discovered he could manipulate fire the way he manipulated everything else, shaping it, feeding it, controlling its heat and color and direction. He discovered he could compress air into a solid wall, or expand it into a vacuum. He discovered he could reach into the stone of the castle walls and reshape them, though the castle's own magic resisted this, a gentle pushback, like a polite refusal rather than a hard no. He sat on the floor of the room of requirement at 2 a.m, breathing hard, sweat-soaked, the ocean churning inside him with the exhilaration of full expression. For 3 months he'd been holding back, performing at a fraction of his capacity, and the release was physical, visceral, like screaming after weeks of silence. He showered, the room provided one, dressed, put the cloak back on, and headed back toward Gryffindor Tower. He found the mirror by accident. An unused classroom on the 4th floor, its door ajar. Harry wouldn't have entered, there were hundreds of unused classrooms in Hogwarts, except he felt the magic. Strong, strange, purposeful. An artifact of considerable power, sitting alone in a dusty room. He pushed open the door. The mirror stood against the far wall, tall as the ceiling, ornate gold frame, clawed feet. Across the top, an inscription carved in flowing script, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry read it backward, I show not your face but your heart's desire. He knew what it was. He'd read about desire mirrors in his extracurricular studies, artifacts that showed the viewer their deepest, most desperate wish. Dangerously addictive. People had wasted away in front of them, unable to stop looking, starving for a vision of what they wanted most and could never have. Harry stood in front of the mirror and didn't look. He could feel it working. The mirror's magic reached for him, tendrils of enchantment probing his mind, searching for the desire, the hunger, the unfulfilled longing that would give it something to show. It found the ocean and pushed through it, not aggressively, but persistently, the way water finds cracks in stone. It found what it was looking for. Harry closed his eyes. He could feel what the mirror wanted to show him. Not see it, feel it, through the reaching, the magic of the mirror translating his desire into an image he hadn't looked at yet. Two people. Standing behind him. A woman with red hair and green eyes. A man with messy black hair and glasses. Smiling at him with so much love it was like standing in sunlight. His parents. Harry kept his eyes closed. The warmth of the mirror's vision washed over him, the magic feeding his longing, amplifying it, making it bigger and brighter and more consuming. "Come look," the magic whispered. "Come see them. They're right here. They're right behind you. Just open your eyes." The ocean surged. Not with power, with grief. A wave of pure, ragged sorrow that rose from the deepest part of him, from the place where a 1-year-old boy had been left on a doorstep and never understood why. Harry let it come. He let the grief wash through him, felt it fully, did not resist it or suppress it or redirect it. He stood in front of the mirror of Eriste with his eyes closed and his fists clenched, and he let himself want what the mirror was offering. Then he let it go. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Harder than learning to control the ocean, harder than hiding his abilities, harder than facing the troll or enduring Vernon's fists. He reached into the mirror's magic and understood it, how it worked, how it hooked into desire and fed it back amplified, a feedback loop that would grow stronger the longer you looked. He didn't break the mirror. He didn't override its enchantment. He simply withdrew from it, pulling his mind back from the vision, sealing himself against the tug of the magic. He opened his eyes. His parents were in the mirror. Exactly as he'd felt them, his mother, beautiful and kind, her green eyes mirrors of his own, his father, tall and confident, one hand on Lily's shoulder. They waved. They smiled. They radiated love. Harry looked at them for 10 seconds. He memorized their faces, every line, every feature, the way his mother's hair fell, the way his father's glasses sat crookedly on his nose. He branded them into his memory with the precision of his reaching, a permanent record that no mirror could improve upon. "I love you," he said to the empty room. "I'll make you proud." Then he turned and walked away. Behind him, the mirror reflected only an empty classroom. And in the shadows near the door, pressed against the wall under a disillusionment charm that Harry's reaching had detected 15 minutes ago, Albus Dumbledore stood in absolute silence and watched Harry Potter leave. His blue eyes were not twinkling. Harry knew Dumbledore had been there. He'd felt the old wizard's magic from the moment he'd entered the classroom. The disillusionment charm was excellent, invisible to normal sight, but Harry's reaching saw through it like glass. He'd chosen to ignore Dumbledore's presence. Let the headmaster observe. Let him see whatever he wanted to see. But the encounter changed something. Not in Harry, in Dumbledore. The headmaster sought him out 2 days later. Harry was in the library, working through a book on the theory of magical resistance that he'd pulled from the restricted section using a combination of the invisibility cloak and careful timing. He was alone, the library was nearly empty during the holidays, and Dumbledore appeared at the end of his table as if he'd materialized from the air, which, given his skill at apparition, he might have. "May I sit?" Dumbledore asked. Harry gestured at the empty chair. Dumbledore sat. He was wearing robes of midnight blue with silver stars, and his half-moon spectacles reflected the library's candlelight. Up close, he looked old, genuinely old, not the performative antiquity of the twinkling grandpa persona but the real, heavy tiredness of a man who'd been carrying too much for too long. "I owe you several things," Dumbledore said. "An explanation for why I placed you with the Dursleys. An apology for the manner in which it was done. And an honest conversation, which I suspect is what you want most." "The honest conversation," Harry said. "Please." Dumbledore smiled. It was a different smile than the one he wore in public, smaller, sadder, more real. "I watched you with the mirror of Erist. I expected you to look. I expected to find you there night after night, as others have been found, unable to tear yourself away from the vision of what you want most. Instead, you looked for 10 seconds, said goodbye, and left." He paused. "That is the most remarkable thing I have witnessed in a very long time. It was a trap. The mirror. You put it there for me to find." Dumbledore didn't deny it. "I wanted to see what you would do. The mirror reveals character more reliably than any sorting hat. How a person responds to the thing they want most tells you everything about who they are." "And what did my response tell you?" "That you are stronger than I feared and lonelier than I hoped." Dumbledore's blue eyes were steady. "And that I have made mistakes with you that I am not sure I can correct." Harry closed his book. The library was silent except for the soft breathing of thousands of sleeping pages. "The Dursleys," Harry said. "Yes. When your parents were killed, I placed you with your mother's sister because your mother's sacrifice created a protection, a blood ward, anchored in familial love, that would keep you safe from Voldemort and his followers as long as you called a blood relative's house home. It was the strongest protection I could give you. It was also, I now understand, insufficient in other ways. They starved me. Locked me in a cupboard. Let their son use me as a punching bag. I knew the Dursleys were not kind people. I believed the protections were worth the cost. I was wrong. The blood wards kept you safe from external magical threats, but I failed to account for internal, mundane ones. I could have checked on you. I could have intervened. I chose not to because I believed the greater good required your isolation from the magical world until you were ready." "The greater good," Harry repeated. "A phrase I have learned to distrust, even when I am the one using it." They looked at each other across the library table. Two chess players, Harry thought. Except one of them had spent 50 years at the board and the other had just sat down. "I know about the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said. "I know it's under the trapdoor on the 3rd floor. I know the protections were set by your teachers. And I know that Professor Quirrell is compromised." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry felt the shift in his magic, a tightening, a compression, the mental equivalent of sitting up very straight. "Compromised," Dumbledore said carefully. "There's something living in him. Parasitic. Powerful. It feels like," Harry touched his scar. "It feels like the thing that did this." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The candlelight flickered. Somewhere in the stacks, a book rustled. "You can feel Voldemort's presence in Professor Quirrell. I can feel a magical signature in Quirrell that matches the one in my scar. Whether that's Voldemort himself or something he left behind, I don't know. It is Voldemort himself. Or what remains of him, a shade, a fragment, surviving through methods I have spent years trying to understand. He attached himself to Quirrell during Quirrell's travels in Albania and has been using him to access the school. And you left him in place. I have been monitoring the situation. You've been using the stone as bait." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Yes." The honesty was refreshing, even if the content was infuriating. Harry leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, vaulted, dark, lost in shadow. "I could remove the stone myself," Harry said. "Right now. From here. I can feel it, I can feel everything in the castle. I could bring it to this table without moving from this chair." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. "You can sense the stone's location from the library?" I can sense everything. Every room, every corridor, every person. Every enchantment. Every ward. The castle talks to me, Professor. Not in words, in magic. I know this building better than anyone alive, and I've only been here 3 months. The silence that followed was the loudest Harry had ever heard. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was different now, the twinkle entirely gone, the grandfatherly persona stripped away, leaving only the man beneath. I am going to tell you something that very few people know, and I need you to listen carefully. Harry listened. Voldemort did not die the night he attacked your parents. His body was destroyed, but his soul survived. He had taken steps, terrible, unprecedented steps, to anchor his soul to the physical world. These anchors are called Horcruxes. They are objects into which a piece of the soul has been embedded through an act of murder. As long as a Horcrux exists, the person who created it cannot truly die. The dark knot in Harry's scar pulsed once, dull and heavy, against the prison of magic he'd built around it. I believe, Dumbledore continued, that Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes. I do not yet know how many or where they all are. What I do know is that until they are found and destroyed, Voldemort will keep coming back. The shade attached to Quirrell is proof of that, a fragment of soul, desperately seeking a new body, a new form of immortality. The stone, Harry said. The elixir of life would give him a body. Yes. Which is why the stone must remain where it is, and why Quirrell must be allowed to attempt to steal it. If I remove the stone or confront Quirrell directly, Voldemort's shade will flee, abandon Quirrell, escape the castle, and find another way. But if we allow him to attempt the theft, he will be drawn into the protections, weakened, and potentially separated from Quirrell in a way that reveals more about his nature and his Horcruxes. You're using the stone as bait and the school as a trap. I am using the stone as bait and the protections as a trap. The school is safe. The school has a troll-level threat teaching defense class and a 3-headed dog guarding a treasure that a dark wizard spirit desperately wants. With all respect, Professor, the school is not safe. It's a chessboard, and the students are pieces you haven't told about the game. Dumbledore absorbed this. To his credit, he didn't deflect or rationalize. He sat with the accusation and felt its weight. You are not wrong, he said quietly. I have justified the risk by telling myself the protections are sufficient. But you're correct that I have not been fully honest with the people in this building about the danger they're in. So what do we do? Dumbledore looked at Harry. The look was complicated, respect, fear, hope, calculation, and underneath it all, the dawning realization that the child he'd planned to guide and shape was already his own person, making his own decisions, and no amount of chess would change that. I propose an alliance, Dumbledore said. Not the relationship I originally envisioned, mentor and student, guardian and ward. You are clearly beyond that. I propose a partnership of equals, or as close to equals as a 110-year-old wizard and an 11-year-old prodigy can manage. What does that look like? I will tell you what I know about Voldemort, his Horcruxes, and the threats facing the magical world. You will tell me what you observe through abilities I clearly cannot match. We will make decisions together, with the understanding that we may disagree, and that disagreement does not mean disloyalty. Harry considered this. It was a better offer than he'd expected. Whether Dumbledore would honor it was another question, but the offer itself suggested a degree of self-awareness that Harry respected. One condition, Harry said. Name it. No more tests. No more traps. No more mirrors in unused classrooms. If you want to know something about me, ask. Dumbledore smiled. The real smile, the sad one. Agreed. They shook hands across the library table, the most powerful wizard of the age and the boy who might surpass him, and something shifted in the dynamics of Hogwarts that evening, a realignment of forces that neither the portraits nor the ghosts nor the ancient castle itself fully understood. Christmas Day at Hogwarts was warm in ways that had nothing to do with temperature. Harry wore Mrs. Weasley's sweater, it fit perfectly, the green bringing out his eyes, and ate Christmas dinner in the great hall with the handful of students who'd stayed. The feast was absurd, turkey and ham and roast potatoes and Brussels sprouts and Christmas crackers that actually exploded with real magical contents. Ron's twin brothers had apparently sent enchanted crackers that screamed profanity when pulled, but McGonagall had confiscated them before deployment. He sent Ron a box of chocolate frogs with a note, "Merry Christmas. Tell your mum the sweater is the best thing I've ever been given. Not exaggerating." He sent Hermione a rare first edition of Hogwarts, a history that he'd found in a second-hand shop in Hogsmeade with Hagrid's help, with a note, "For your collection. Don't read it all in one sitting. You will." He sent Hagrid a book on dragon breeding, which was probably irresponsible but made Hagrid cry with happiness when he opened it. He did not send Dumbledore anything. Their alliance was new and fragile and built on mutual wariness, and Harry wasn't ready to pretend it was a friendship. Not yet. But on Christmas night, sitting alone in the common room with Hedwig on his shoulder and the fire burning low, Harry reached out through the castle and found the headmaster in his office, sitting by his phoenix, drinking something that smelled of honey and old regrets. Harry withdrew. He didn't intrude on the old man's private moment. But he noted it, and filed it away in the growing catalogue of evidence that Albus Dumbledore was not a villain, just a man who'd made too many compromises and lived long enough to know it. January brought the students back, and with them, the accelerating tension of the Quirrell situation. Harry could feel it building. The parasite inside Quirrell was growing more aggressive, probing the third-floor protections with increasing frequency and sophistication. Quirrell himself was deteriorating, thinner, paler, the tremor in his hands worse, the stutter more pronounced. He was being consumed, and the thing consuming him was running out of patience. "He's going to try soon," Harry told Ron and Hermione during one of their evening sessions in McGonagall's office. "Weeks, not months. The parasite is pushing harder." "Can you stop it?" Hermione asked. "I can stop Quirrell. But if I confront the parasite directly, if I fight Voldemort's shade, I don't know what happens. I've never fought something that's not physical. The shade doesn't have a body of its own. It's just will and magic, riding inside someone else. Like a ghost." Ron offered. "Darker than a ghost. Ghosts are impressions, echoes of the person they were. This is the actual fragment of a soul, alive and conscious and desperate." McGonagall, who had been listening from her desk, set down her quill. "You should not be the one to confront it, Potter. The headmaster has agreed to let me handle this. Within reason. Dumbledore agreed to let an 11-year-old confront the shade of the most dangerous dark wizard in a century." McGonagall's voice could have cut diamond. "He agreed to let me use abilities that I have and he doesn't. Professor, with respect, you've seen what I can do. Dumbledore can't sense the parasite. He can't feel the third-floor protections from a distance. He can't reach through walls or track magical signatures across the castle. I can do all of those things. I'm the best tool for this job. You are not a tool, Mr. Potter. No. I'm a person who chooses to use his abilities to protect his school. There's a difference." McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned to Ron and Hermione. "And you too? Are you planning to let him do this alone?" "No," they said simultaneously. "I thought not." McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. "I am going to have a very long conversation with Albus Dumbledore about the appropriate use of children in strategic operations, and I am going to use words he will not enjoy hearing." "Give him hell, Professor," Ron said cheerfully. McGonagall gave Ron a look that would have withered hardwood, but her mouth twitched, just barely, at the corner. The letter from Lucius Malfoy arrived in early February. Not to Harry, to the Board of Governors. Harry learned about it from Dumbledore, who shared it during one of their now regular conversations. Lucius Malfoy has written to the board expressing concern about a student at Hogwarts who, and I quote, demonstrates magical capabilities of a nature not seen in recorded history and not subject to any existing regulatory framework. He is calling for a formal inquiry and, failing that, the student's removal from Hogwarts pending a comprehensive ministry evaluation. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, the phoenix fox preening on his shoulder. The bird had taken an inexplicable liking to him, swooping over to perch on him whenever he visited. Dumbledore seemed simultaneously pleased and perturbed by this. Malfoy told his father, Harry said. Not a question. It appears so. Whether voluntarily or under duress, I can't say. Lucius Malfoy is not a man who accepts no from his son. But the result is the same. Lucius now knows, or suspects, the nature of your abilities, and he is doing what Lucius Malfoy always does, leveraging information for political advantage. What does he want? In the short term, to destabilize my position as headmaster by suggesting I'm harboring a potentially dangerous student without adequate oversight. In the medium term, to force the ministry into a confrontation with you that either brings you under ministry control or removes you from the political landscape. In the long term, Dumbledore paused. Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater. He claimed the Imperius Curse, like so many others, but I have never believed it. If Voldemort returns, Lucius will be among the first to rejoin him. A wandless mage of your power, in Voldemort's hands, would be, he wants to recruit me. Or neutralize you. Lucius will pursue whichever option seems more achievable. Harry stroked Fawkes' feathers. The phoenix made a sound like a cat purring, if the cat were made of fire and music. The board inquiry, Harry said. Can they actually force me out? Not without cause, an exceptional magical ability is not cause. But Lucius has influence, gold, connections, favors owed. He can make the process very uncomfortable and very public. Then we make it public on our terms. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. If Malfoy's strategy is to control the narrative, to present me as a threat that needs managing, then the counter is to present myself as something else. A gifted student. A national asset. The boy who lived, showing exceptional promise. Make the public story about a remarkable child, not a dangerous anomaly. You're suggesting a media strategy. I'm suggesting that if people are going to talk about me, I'd rather they say what I want them to say. Dumbledore studied him. Then he laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and surprised. You are very much your mother's son, he said. Lily could have been a politician if she hadn't been busy saving the world. Harry felt the compliment land, warm and unexpected. He didn't push it away. Leave Lucius Malfoy to me, Dumbledore said. I have been managing Lucius since before his son was born. The board inquiry will be delayed, complicated, and ultimately fruitless, but it will require my attention, which may be what Lucius actually wants, to distract me from other matters. The stone. The stone. Quirrell. The coming confrontation. If I am occupied with political maneuvering, I am less able to monitor the internal situation. Then let me monitor it. That's what we agreed. I watch, you manage the politics, we talk to each other. That is what we agreed. Dumbledore's gaze was steady. Harry, I need to ask you something, and I need an honest answer. Can you protect the stone if Quirrell makes his attempt while I am absent from the castle? Harry thought about the ocean. About the protections he'd mapped, the chambers he'd explored through his reaching, the parasite he'd been monitoring for months. Yes, he said. I can. Even if it means confronting Voldemort directly. The dark knot in his scar stirred against its prison, a sleepy malevolence that Harry held down with effortless pressure. Even then. Dumbledore nodded. He looked old again, old and tired and burdened, and Harry understood, suddenly, that the headmaster's willingness to share the burden was not a strategy. It was relief. The relief of a man who'd been carrying everything alone for decades and had finally found someone strong enough to help. Then we proceed as planned, Dumbledore said. And we hope that the confrontation, when it comes, is something we can both survive." Fawkes sang a single note. It hung in the air, bright and clear, and in that moment, the office felt warmer, the future less dark, and the alliance between the old wizard and the young one solidified into something that was, tentatively and imperfectly, trust. February brought rain and mud and the slow, grinding approach of something inevitable. Harry could feel it the way you feel a storm before it arrives, a change in pressure, a tension in the air. Quirrell's behavior grew more erratic. He missed classes, reappearing with new bruises that he blamed on his clumsiness. The turban shifted more frequently, as though what it hid was growing restless. The garlic smell intensified. Dumbledore was called to London on ministry business, Lucius Malfoy's machinations, pulling the headmaster away from the castle at a critical moment. Whether Malfoy knew about the stone or was simply creating a general distraction, the effect was the same: Dumbledore was gone. Harry felt him leave. Felt the castle's wards note his absence, felt the subtle shift in the school's magical atmosphere as its most powerful protector departed. And he felt Quirrell feel it too. That evening, in the common room, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and said, "It's tonight." Ron set down his chess piece. Hermione closed her book. They looked at him with the steady focus of people who'd been preparing for this and knew their parts. "How do you know?" Hermione asked. "Dumbledore's gone. Quirrell knows he's gone. The parasite has been monitoring the wards all term. This is the opportunity it's been waiting for. I can feel Quirrell moving toward the third floor right now." Ron stood. "Then let's go." "Wait." Harry held up a hand. "I need to tell you something first. Both of you. In case things go wrong." They waited. "The thing in my scar. The dark knot I told you about." Harry touched the lightning bolt on his forehead. "Dumbledore told me what it is. It's called a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul, embedded in me the night he killed my parents." The silence was total. "He's inside you," Hermione whispered. "A piece of his soul is inside you. Contained. Sealed. I built a prison around it months ago. It can't influence me, can't communicate with the piece in Quirrell, can't do anything. But it's there, and tonight, when I face the thing in Quirrell's head, I need you to know about it. In case it reacts." Ron's face was white. But his voice was steady when he spoke. "What do you need us to do?" "Come with me. Not because I need your power, I don't, not for this. Because I need to know you're there. Because I need to not be alone." Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears. She blinked them away with the fierce practicality of someone who could cry later. "We're there," she said. "Always, mate," Ron said. Harry looked at his friends, his first friends, his best friends, the two people who'd chosen to stand beside him knowing what he was, and the ocean inside him, which had been churning with anxiety all day, went still. "Okay," Harry said. "Let's go." Chapter 4, What Lives in the Walls. They didn't go immediately. Harry sat back down, and Ron and Hermione stared at him like he'd lost his mind. "You just said it's tonight," Ron said. "Quirrell's moving." "Why are we sitting?" "Because Quirrell hasn't reached Fluffy yet. He's on the second floor, moving slowly, checking for patrols. He's got at least 20 minutes before he reaches the third floor corridor, and he'll spend time working the door. We have an hour, maybe more. And we're using that hour for what, exactly?" Hermione asked. She'd already pulled her notebook out. The gesture was automatic at this point, a reflex. "Preparation. Ron, I need you to think about this like a chess problem. There are 7 layers of protection between the door and the stone. Each one was set by a different teacher. We need to get through all of them, but I don't want to just bulldoze them. If Dumbledore comes back and finds his protections destroyed, that tells him I overpowered them, and I'd rather he not know exactly how much I can do. Not yet." Ron's expression shifted. The fear was still there, of course it was. They were planning to go after Voldemort, but the chess player in him had woken up, and when the chess player was awake, Ron Weasley was a different person entirely. So we solved them, Ron said. Each one. Properly. The way they were designed to be solved. Exactly. Hermione, you've got the most comprehensive knowledge of what each teacher specializes in. What do we know about the protections? Hermione opened her notebook to the relevant page without hesitation. Fluffy belongs to Hagrid. The dog can be put to sleep with music. Hagrid let that slip during one of your visits, Harry, when you asked about his magical creatures. After Fluffy, we don't know the exact order, but we know the teachers involved: Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and Dumbledore. Sprout means a plant-based challenge, Ron said. Herbology. Something alive and dangerous. Flitwick means charms. Probably something clever. Flitwick's not about brute force, he's about elegance. McGonagall means transfiguration. A logic puzzle, maybe, something you have to think through rather than blast through. Actually, Hermione said, McGonagall's more likely to have set something that tests courage and precision under pressure. She values both. Snape would set a logic puzzle, he's the analytical one. Something that can't be solved with a wand. Harry nodded. This was why he needed them. He could reach through the floor and feel the protections, sense their magical signatures, but understanding their purpose, the minds behind them, required human insight that his reaching couldn't provide. Quirrell's protection will be compromised, Harry said. He said it and he needs to get past it, so it'll be either disabled or something he can easily bypass. Dumbledore's protection will be the last, and the strongest. And the most dangerous, Hermione added. Maybe. Or the most subtle. Dumbledore doesn't always go for power. Sometimes he goes for wisdom. Ron was staring at the ceiling, his eyes unfocused the way they got during chess. Here's what I don't understand. Dumbledore set these protections knowing Quirrell was compromised. Which means either he designed them to stop Quirrell, in which case they should work and we don't need to be there, or he designed them to almost stop Quirrell, to slow him down, wear him out, so that by the time he reaches the stone, he's weakened enough to be caught. The trap, Harry said. Right. But the trap needs a trapper. Someone to spring it once Quirrell's in position. With Dumbledore gone, I'm the trapper, Harry said. Ron looked at him. You sure about this? I'm the only one who can sense what's happening down there in real time. I'm the only one whose magic works differently enough that the shade won't know how to counter it. And I'm the only one with a piece of Voldemort in my head, which means I understand what we're dealing with better than anyone. That last bit's not as reassuring as you think it is, mate. Harry grinned. It was slightly unhinged, and he knew it. Get used to it. Hermione, what time is it? 10:30. Common room should be empty soon. We'll go at 11. That gives Quirrell time to get through Fluffy and into the protections. I want him ahead of us, not behind us. Why? Ron asked. Because if he's behind us, we're between him and the stone. If he's ahead of us, we're between him and the exit. I'd rather control where he can run than where he can go. Ron stared at him for a moment, then shook his head slowly. You know, when you talk like that, you sound about 40. I've had a weird childhood. They spent the next 30 minutes going through everything they knew. Hermione quizzed them on plant identification. Ron was terrible, Harry was decent. Ron walked them through tactical scenarios. If this happens, we do this, if that happens, we do that. Harry monitored Quirrell's progress through the castle. The man had reached the third-floor corridor and was working on the door, his parasites magic probing Fluffy's enchantments with cold precision. At 11, the common room was empty. The fire had burned low. Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak from his trunk and the three of them huddled under it, tight, uncomfortable, their elbows colliding. This would be easier if any of us were smaller, Ron muttered. This would be easier if we weren't sneaking past a school full of adults to fight an evil spirit, Hermione muttered back. Less muttering, more moving, Harry said. They crept through the portrait hole and into the dark corridors of Hogwarts. The castle at night was a different creature. The torches burned low, casting more shadow than light. The moving staircases groaned softly in the dark, shifting position with the aimless restlessness of sleepers turning in bed. Portraits snored. Ghosts drifted through walls, translucent and melancholy. Somewhere in the distance, Peeves the poltergeist was singing something obscene. Harry navigated with his reaching, guiding Ron and Hermione through corridors that avoided Mrs. Norris, lurking on the second floor, Filch, shuffling through the dungeons, and the patrolling prefects, Percy Weasley, annoyingly thorough, was doing circuits of the fourth floor. They moved in silence, the cloak hiding their bodies, Harry's reaching stilling the air around them so their footsteps made no sound. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was open. From behind it, silence, Fluffy had been dealt with. Harry reached through the doorway and found the enormous dog asleep, all three heads snoring, a battered harp playing itself beside it. Quirrell's work. The trapdoor in the floor was open, a dark square leading down. Harry pulled off the cloak and folded it into his bag. He's already through. At least 2 chambers in. Can you tell which ones? Hermione asked. Harry reached down through the trapdoor, extending his awareness through the chambers below. The first room, the one right below Fluffy, has something living in it. Plant-based. It feels like it's everywhere, covering the floor and walls. Sprout's protection. Devil's snare, Hermione said immediately. It's in the herbology textbook. Deadly vine that constricts anything that touches it. It hates light and warmth, fire kills it. Quirrell's already passed it. He used fire, I can feel the scorch marks. Second chamber is large, with, Harry paused, concentrating. Things flying. Hundreds of them. Small, metallic, winged. And a broomstick. Flitwick, Ron said. Flying keys. You have to catch the right one to unlock the door. Quirrell's passed that too. The door to the third chamber is open. He's in the third one now. What's in the third? Harry reached deeper. The third chamber was large, dim, and occupied by large stone figures arranged on a checkered floor. Chess, Harry said. Giant chess. McGonagall's protection. Ron's eyes lit up. Harry had seen this exact expression before. It was the look Ron got when a complicated chess problem resolved itself into clarity, when the scattered pieces suddenly formed a pattern he could read. Let's go, Ron said. They lowered themselves through the trapdoor. The drop was longer than Harry expected, 20 feet of dark air before they landed on something soft, springy, and immediately hostile. Devil's snare. The vine was everywhere, covering the floor like a living carpet, and the moment they touched it, tendrils whipped around their ankles and began climbing. Hermione had her wand out before Harry could react. Lumos Solum. A beam of brilliant sunlight erupted from her wand tip and the devil's snare recoiled, shrieking. The vine actually shrieked, a thin, plant-like keen of distress, and released them, withdrawing into the corners of the chamber. Quick thinking, Harry said, genuinely impressed. He could have burned the vine with his reaching, but Hermione's solution was faster and more elegant. It's in the textbook, Hermione said, but she was pink with pleasure. The key chamber was next. A vast room, high-ceilinged, filled with hundreds of flying keys that buzzed and darted like metallic insects. A heavy wooden door at the far end, its lock elaborate. A broomstick hovered in the center of the room, waiting. Harry could feel which key fit the lock, the old, heavy silver one with bent wings, lagging behind the others because Quirrell had already caught it and its wings were damaged. He could have summoned it with a thought. But this was Flitwick's challenge, and Flitwick had designed it to test flying skill and quick thinking. He grabbed the broomstick. Which one? He called to Ron, who was squinting at the lock. Big one, old silver, look for a bent wing, there. Harry launched into the air. The keys scattered, swarming, the damaged one trying to lose itself among the others. Harry flew through the cloud of keys with the precision of a seeker, weaving between fluttering wings, and snatched it out of the air in a single, clean grab. He landed, jammed it into the lock, and the door swung open. The chess chamber was enormous. Black and white marble floor, stretching 50 feet in each direction. Giant stone chess pieces, each one 7 or 8 feet tall, standing in formation. The white pieces were on the near side, the black on the far, and between them, the checked floor was scattered with fragments of stone, the aftermath of Quirrell's game. Quirrell hadn't solved it elegantly. Harry could see from the debris that the man had lost multiple pieces before winning, brute-forcing his way through with sacrificial moves and sheer persistence. The black pieces had reassembled and were standing ready for the next challenger, but several of them bore cracks and chips from the violence of the previous game. Ron stepped forward. His eyes moved across the board with the focused intensity of a sniper acquiring targets. "We need to play our way across," Ron said. "I take the place of." He walked among the white pieces, studying their positions, running his hand along the stone flank of a knight. "I'll be the king's knight. Harry, you take the bishop's position there. Hermione, you're the queen's rook." "Ron," Hermione said. These are giant stone pieces. When they take a piece, they smash it. Yeah, I can see the rubble. Don't worry." Ron climbed onto the knight's square, and the stone horse turned its carved head to look at him. "I know what I'm doing." He did. Ron Weasley, playing against McGonagall's enchanted chess set, was something Harry had never seen before. Not the casual competence of their evening games in the common room, this was Ron operating at full capacity, his mind processing the board with a speed and depth that was almost frightening. He directed the pieces with sharp commands. Pawn to d5. Knight to f3. Bishop, Harry, take position at c4. Harry moved to the square Ron indicated, and the game unfolded around him. The black pieces moved with brutal efficiency, stone slamming stone, pieces shattering when taken. The noise was tremendous, the crash of marble on marble echoing off the chamber walls. But Ron navigated through it with cold precision, sacrificing pieces he could afford to lose, protecting the ones he couldn't, building toward a checkmate that Harry could see taking shape even with his limited chess understanding. "Knight to e5, Ron said, and Harry realized with a jolt that Ron was moving himself, his own piece, into a vulnerable position. The Black Queen turned her blank stone face toward Ron, and Ron stood on his square and looked back at her with an expression that was entirely calm. "Ron," Hermione said sharply. She'll take me." But that puts their king in check from Harry's position, and Harry takes the king next move. Checkmate. "Ron, no." "Hermione." Ron's voice was quiet. Steady. Not the voice of a boy showing off or being reckless, the voice of someone who'd seen the pattern and knew what it required. "This is the only way. I've played it out 6 moves ahead. Every other line loses a piece we can't afford. Trust me." Hermione's face was white. She looked at Harry. Harry reached into the chess pieces. He felt their enchantment, complex, rigid, bound by the rules of the game. They would not deviate. If Ron's knight moved to e5 and the Black Queen took it, the queen would strike the piece with the same force it had used on every other taken piece. Enough force to shatter stone. Enough force to kill a boy standing on it. Harry looked at Ron. "I'll shield you." Ron blinked. Then understanding dawned, Harry's reaching, the same force that had stopped Dudley's fist, that had blocked McGonagall's stunner. Ron nodded. "Knight to e5, Ron said." His piece moved. The Black Queen swiveled, raised her stone arm, and brought it down on Ron's square with a crash that shook the chamber. Dust and debris exploded outward. Hermione screamed. Ron stood in the center of the impact zone, untouched, surrounded by a shell of invisible force that had caught the Queen's blow and distributed it harmlessly into the floor. Stone fragments lay around his feet. He hadn't flinched. "Harry," Ron called, his voice slightly unsteady. "Your move." Harry moved his bishop across the board, into position. "Checkmate," Ron said. The Black King drew his crown from his head and threw it at Harry's feet. The remaining black pieces bowed and shuffled aside, clearing a path to the door. Ron climbed down from his square, his legs shaking. Hermione threw her arms around him with a force that nearly knocked him over. "Don't ever do that again," she said into his shoulder. "I won, though." "I don't care that you won, you care a little bit that I won." Hermione pulled back and looked at him. Her eyes were wet. "A little bit." Ron grinned. It was his best grin, the one that lit up his whole face, the one that made you forgive him for every stupid thing he'd ever said or done. Harry watched them and felt something warm and complicated in his chest, and he filed it away for later examination. The door beyond the chess chamber led to a short corridor and then to a room that smelled awful. The troll. It was face down on the floor, unconscious, a massive lump on its head where Quirrell had apparently dealt with it by less subtle means than Harry had used at Halloween. "Quirrell's challenge," Ron said, stepping over the troll's outflung arm. He set a troll as his protection, and then just knocked it out when he needed to get past. "Lazy," Hermione said disapprovingly. Beyond the troll, a room containing a table, 7 bottles, and a sheet of parchment. The door they'd entered through burst into purple flames behind them. A door ahead burst into black flames. They were trapped between. Snape's protection. Hermione picked up the parchment and read it aloud. It was a logic puzzle, a riddle, essentially, describing the properties of the 7 potions on the table. 3 were poison, 2 were wine, 1 would carry them forward through the black flames, and 1 would carry them back through the purple. "Brilliant," Hermione breathed, her fear momentarily forgotten in the pleasure of a well-constructed problem. "This isn't magic, it's logic. Most wizards haven't got an ounce of logic. They'd be stuck here forever." She worked through the puzzle in 4 minutes. Harry could have reached into the bottles and felt which was which. Poison had a different magical signature than harmless liquids, but he let Hermione solve it. It was her moment. "This one moves you forward." She held up the smallest bottle, barely a swallow of liquid. "And this one goes back. A round bottle at the other end. But there's only enough to move forward for 1 person. 2 of us should go back," Harry said immediately. "No," Ron and Hermione said together. "There's only enough potion for 1 person to go forward. And what's past this room is the stone and Quirrell and Voldemort. I should be the one, Harry." Hermione's voice was firm. "I solved the puzzle. Ron won the chess game. We didn't come this far to wait outside." "She's right," Ron said. "But she's also right that the potion's only enough for 1. He looked at the tiny bottle. "So we need another way through the black fire." They both looked at Harry. Harry looked at the black flames. He reached into them. They were magical fire, not real fire, which burned by consuming fuel and oxygen, but enchanted flame that burned by magical intent. It was designed to block passage, to harm anyone who tried to walk through without the potion's protection. Harry reached deeper. He felt the enchantment structure, the intent behind it, the rules it followed. The fire would harm anyone whose magical signature didn't carry the potion's countercharm. It was a lock, and the potion was the key. Harry was not a lock-and-key system. Harry was an ocean. He extended his magic into the black flames and overwhelmed them. Not extinguished, overwhelmed. His magic flowed through the fire, saturating it, drowning the enchantment's intent in the sheer volume of his own power. The flames flickered, sputtered, and dimmed to a pale, harmless glow, still burning, still visible, but the magical harm leached out of them like color fading from cloth. "Walk through," Harry said. Quickly. I can hold this for about a minute. Ron and Hermione looked at each other, took a breath, and walked through the black fire. Harry followed. The flames licked at them, warm but harmless, and then they were through, standing in the final chamber, and Harry let the fire snap back to full strength behind them. The last room was simple. Circular, stone-walled, lit by torches. In the center, on a low pedestal, sat the mirror of Eriste. And in front of the mirror, his back to them, his turban slightly askew, stood Professor Quirrell. Quirrell turned. His face was different, the stutter was gone, the nervous twitch was gone, the pitiable effect stripped away like a shed skin. What remained was sharp, focused, and desperate. "Mr. Potter." His voice was steady. Almost conversational. "I expected Dumbledore. I did not expect you. Dumbledore's not here." "No." He received a very convincing owl from the Ministry suggesting his immediate presence was required in London. "I sent it." A thin smile. "The old man is brilliant, but he can be deceived by his own belief in the system." Ron and Hermione flanked Harry, one on each side. Quirrell's eyes flicked to them and dismissed them, 2 first years, no threat. His attention returned to Harry. "You've been watching me," Quirrell said. "All term. I felt something, a presence, an observation, but I could never identify it. The Dark Lord believed it was Dumbledore's surveillance. But it was you, wasn't it?" "Yes." "How?" "My master's detection capabilities exceed anything a child should be capable of evading. Your master's detection capabilities are designed to find wand magic. I don't use a wand." Quirrell's expression shifted. Something moved behind his eyes, not his own thought but something darker, rising from within. "Yes," said a voice that was not Quirrell's. It came from Quirrell's mouth but it originated from somewhere else, behind him, within him, from the back of his skull where the turban hid what Harry had felt all year. "I have wondered about you, Harry Potter. Wondered what you are." "Let me see him, Quirrell." Quirrell reached up with trembling hands and began to unwrap his turban. The fabric fell away in loops, and as it did, Harry felt the parasite's magic surge, unshielded now, unleashed, a blast of cold malevolence that hit Harry's reaching like ice water. The last fold of turban fell. Quirrell turned around. On the back of Quirrell's head, where there should have been a skull covered in skin, there was a face. White as chalk, with slitted red eyes and nostrils like a snake's. The face was pressed into Quirrell's flesh like a mask pushed into clay, distorting the skull, stretching the skin. "Voldemort." The face smiled. It was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen, not because it was ugly, though it was, but because the smile was intelligent and curious and almost warm, the way a scientist smiles at an interesting specimen. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "The boy who lived. I have waited 10 years to meet you properly." Harry's scar blazed. Not the dull throb of proximity, a searing, white-hot agony that split his forehead like an axe. The dark knot in his mind surged against its prison, the fragment of Voldemort's soul screaming to connect with its source. Harry's ocean crashed against it, holding it down, and the effort cost him, his vision blurred, his hands shook. He breathed through it. Forced the pain into a box and closed the lid. "You look terrible," Harry said. The red eyes flickered. "Witty. Your father was witty too, just before I killed him." "Don't." Harry's voice was flat and cold and carried the weight of the ocean behind it. "Don't talk about my parents." "Or what?" Voldemort's voice was silk and venom. "You'll cast a spell at me? With what wand, I wonder?" "I know about your peculiarity, Harry. Quirrell told me about the boy with no wand. I confess, I found it fascinating. The greatest enemy of my return, and he cannot even hold a wand without breaking it. I don't need a wand to stop you." "No. I suspect you don't. And that, Harry, is why I want to talk to you before we do anything rash. Quirrell, operating under Voldemort's control, turned back around so that Voldemort's face was toward the mirror and Quirrell's glazed eyes faced Harry. "I see myself holding the stone," Voldemort murmured. "But Dumbledore has done something to the mirror. The stone is inside it, locked behind enchantment, and the mechanism for releasing it is," a pause. "Clever. Dumbledore was always clever." Harry reached into the mirror. He'd been doing it since they'd entered the room, subtly, beneath the conversation, while Voldemort's attention was on talking. The mirror of Arist's enchantment was complex and layered, but Harry knew this mirror, had faced it at Christmas, had understood its magic, had walked away from it. Dumbledore had modified it. The original enchantment showed the viewer their heart's desire. Dumbledore's modification added a condition: the stone would only appear to someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it. Someone who wanted it for its own sake, not for the immortality it offered. Clever. Exactly the kind of defense Dumbledore would create, one that rewarded intent rather than power. Voldemort wanted to use the stone. He would never satisfy the condition. He could stand before the mirror for 1,000 years and never receive it. "The mirror won't give it to you," Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes turned to him. "You know how it works. I've seen it before. The enchantment responds to intent. You want the stone for the elixir of life, for immortality. The mirror will never give it to someone who wants to use it. Then it will give it to someone who doesn't." The red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. "Come here, boy. Look in the mirror." "No. I could make Quirrell force you." "You could try." Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort through Quirrell, raised a wand. Quirrell's wand, 10 inches, elm and dragon heartstring. Harry felt its magic, felt the spell being formed, the intent to compel. "Imperio," Quirrell said. "The Imperious Curse, the most insidious of the 3 unforgivable curses." A beam of magic that invaded the target's mind and replaced their will with the caster's. It hit Harry's ambient magical field and dissolved. Not dramatically, not a shower of sparks or a visible barrier. The spell simply ceased to exist. It crossed the boundary of Harry's magic and the wand's channeled intent was overwhelmed, absorbed, negated. Like a candle thrown into a furnace. Quirrell stared. Voldemort stared. "Ollivander was right," Harry said quietly. "Your wand doesn't work on me." The chamber went very still. Ron and Hermione stood behind Harry, barely breathing. Quirrell's face was blank with shock. And on the back of his head, Voldemort's expression underwent a transformation, from surprise to fury to something deeper and more dangerous. Fascination. "Remarkable," Voldemort whispered. "You nullified an unforgivable without a shield, without a wand, without even moving." The magic simply stopped. The red eyes burned. "What are you, Harry Potter?" "I'm the boy whose parents you murdered." "You are so much more than that. Don't you see?" Voldemort's voice shifted, the cold malice softening into something almost seductive, almost kind. "You and I, Harry, we are the same. Both of us, beyond the petty limitations of wands. Both of us, operating on a level that common witches and wizards cannot comprehend. I too once transcended the need for a wand, not in the way you have, not naturally, but through years of study and sacrifice. I pushed the boundaries of magic further than any wizard in history. And you were born beyond those boundaries." Harry said nothing. He was listening, not because Voldemort's words were persuasive but because they were revealing. "I could teach you," Voldemort continued. "Things no one else knows. The deepest secrets of magic, the true nature of the soul, the architecture of reality, the power that lies beyond what any school could offer. Dumbledore would have you believe that magic is a tool to be used responsibly, in service of the common good. But you and I know better. Magic is not a tool. Magic is what we are. To limit it is to limit ourselves. You murdered my parents. I acted on a prophecy. A prophecy that said a child born at the end of July would have the power to vanquish me. I was afraid. I acted out of fear, and I was wrong, not morally wrong, I don't pretend to morality, but strategically wrong. I should have come to you, not against you. I see that now. The words hung in the air. Harry felt their weight, their seductiveness, the siren pull of being understood, of having someone look at his power and not flinch, not calculate, not try to manage or control, but simply acknowledge it. It was the most dangerous thing Voldemort could have offered. Not power, not knowledge, not threats. Understanding. Behind Harry, Hermione shifted. A tiny movement, barely perceptible, she moved half a step closer to him, and her shoulder brushed his arm. A reminder. We're here. You're not alone. Ron moved too. Not closer, forward, stepping up beside Harry, putting himself between Harry and Quirrell. A boy with no special powers, no wandless magic, no ocean. Just a chess player's mind and a loyalty that didn't count the cost. Harry looked at Voldemort's face, the chalk-white skin, the snake-slit eyes, the terrible intelligence burning behind them, and he felt the seduction break apart like ice in spring water. You're wrong about us being the same, Harry said. We're not. You're a fragment. A broken piece of something that used to be a man, hiding in the back of someone else's skull because you're too afraid to die. You didn't transcend the limits of magic. You ran from the one limit that matters. Voldemort's face went rigid. My parents didn't run, Harry continued. They stood and fought and died for me, and that's worth more than anything you could teach me. I don't want your knowledge. I don't want your understanding. I want you out of this school and away from the people I care about. The chamber was silent for one long, terrible heartbeat. Then Voldemort said, softly, kill them. Quirrell spun, wand raised, and everything happened at once. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse erupted from Quirrell's wand, a bolt of green light, the color of poison, the color of death, screaming across the chamber toward Ron and Hermione. Harry didn't think. The ocean moved. A wall of force materialized between the curse and his friends, not a shield, not a barrier, but a redirection, a bending of the curse's path that sent the green light screaming past Ron and Hermione and into the stone wall, where it detonated with a crack that split the rock. Quirrell fired again. And again. Each curse was deflected, redirected, sent harmlessly into the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The chamber filled with the thunder of impact and the flash of green light, and Harry stood in the center of it with his hands raised and his magic pouring out of him in a torrent. But the killing curse was different from other spells. It didn't unravel in Harry's ambient field, it was too powerful, too concentrated, fueled by an intent so absolute that it cut through his passive defenses like a knife through gauze. He could block it, redirect it, but he couldn't simply nullify it the way he could other spells. Each deflection cost him effort, attention, a fraction of the ocean's depth. Voldemort knew it. The red eyes were alight with savage calculation, and the curses kept coming, not aimed at Harry but at Ron and Hermione, forcing Harry to protect them, dividing his attention. Ron! Hermione! Move! Harry shouted. Get behind the mirror. They ran. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm and pulled him behind the massive frame of the Mirror of Erist, the ancient artifact providing physical cover. Quirrell adjusted his aim, Harry dropped the defensive posture and attacked. He reached into Quirrell's wand and crushed it. The elm and dragon heartstring wand crumpled in Quirrell's hand like a tin can under a boot. The dragon heartstring core snapped with a sound like a scream, a thin, high shriek of magical energy violently released, and fragments of wood and sinew sprayed from Quirrell's fist. Quirrell staggered. Without a wand, the killing curse was impossible for him, the unforgivables required a wand's channeling to produce the focused intent. He was disarmed, wandless, and for one moment, terrified. Then Voldemort took over. Harry felt it happen, the parasite surging forward, overwhelming Quirrell's consciousness, seizing direct control of his body. Quirrell's posture changed, his face went blank, and when he moved, it was with a predatory grace that was nothing like Quirrell's nervous shuffle. In Quirrell's body raised both hands, and dark magic poured from them in a wave, not a spell, not a structured enchantment, but raw, screaming power. No wand. The shade was pouring its own magical energy directly through Quirrell's body, burning through the man like fuel through an engine. The wave of dark magic hit Harry's ocean and the two forces collided. The impact shook the room. Stone cracked. The torches blew out. The mirror of Eriste groaned and shifted on its pedestal. Harry was driven back a step, 2 steps. The dark magic was not the controlled precision of wand casting but something older, wilder, a fury of power that slammed against his defenses with the mindless force of a flood. Harry pushed back. The ocean rose, not a wall, not a barrier, but a tide, vast and deep and irresistible. It met the dark wave and overwhelmed it, not through superior force, though it was superior, but through superior scope. Voldemort's power was concentrated, vicious, a spear of darkness aimed at a single point. Harry's power was everywhere, above, below, around, within. The dark wave drove forward and Harry's ocean simply closed around it, containing it, absorbing it, pulling its energy apart the way the sea pulls apart a ship. Voldemort screamed. The sound was not human, it was the shriek of a soul in agony, a fragment of a man realizing that the power it faced was not just greater but fundamentally different. Voldemort's magic was about domination, control, the imposition of will on reality. Harry's magic was about connection, understanding, the deep and patient engagement with the fabric of existence itself. They were opposites. And in a direct confrontation, the ocean drowned the spear. Quirrell's body was failing. Harry could feel it, the man's flesh burning, literally burning, as Voldemort's power consumed him from within. Quirrell was dying, his life force spent as fuel for the Shade's desperate assault. Harry made a choice. He stopped fighting. He stopped pushing back. Instead, he reached forward, not with force but with something gentler, something closer to what he'd done with the grass in Aunt Petunia's garden, the dying patch he'd coaxed back to life. He reached for Quirrell. His magic flowed through the dark wave, around it, past it, and touched the man underneath. Quirrell's own magic, thin and frightened, flickering like a candle in a hurricane. Quirrell's consciousness, buried beneath Voldemort's control, a small, terrified voice screaming to be heard. Harry found him. Professor, he thought, pushing the thought through his reaching like a hand extended in darkness. You can let go. You don't have to hold him anymore. He felt Quirrell's response, not words but emotion. Relief. Exhaustion. Gratitude. And surrender. Quirrell let go. The thin thread of cooperation that had allowed Voldemort to inhabit his body, the agreement, coerced and desperate, that the Shade had exploited for a year, snapped. Quirrell's magic stopped feeding the parasite. And without that fuel, without the host's willing participation, Voldemort's grip on the physical world failed. The Shade ripped free of Quirrell's body with a sound like tearing metal. A cloud of darkness erupted from the back of Quirrell's skull, formless, screaming, a whirlwind of black smoke and red light. It spiraled upward, hit the ceiling, and smashed against the stone. Harry raised his hand. The ocean surged. A dome of force enclosed the chamber, sealing it, walls, ceiling, floor, every crack and gap sealed with magic so dense it glowed faintly gold. The Shade slammed against the barrier and bounced, shrieking, swirling in frantic circles. You can't leave, Harry said. His voice was calm. The ocean was vast and still and the dark thing that had killed his parents was trapped inside it, and Harry felt a power that was not rage or vengeance but something quieter and more absolute. Control. Total, uncompromising control. The Shade rushed at him. A desperate, suicidal charge, the fragment of Voldemort's soul throwing itself at Harry like a battering ram, pouring its remaining energy into a final assault. It hit Harry's body and burned. Not Harry, the Shade. Where Voldemort's essence touched Harry's skin, it seared. Harry felt it, a flash of heat, a burst of light, and the shade recoiled, smoking, trailing wisps of darkness like blood in water. Harry's mother's protection. The blood ward. The love sacrifice that had shielded a 1-year-old from the killing curse. It was still there, still active, woven into Harry's very skin, and the shade, Voldemort's naked soul, without even a host body to buffer the contact, couldn't touch him without being destroyed. The shade knew it too. The red eyes, fading now, losing coherence, the face dissolving into smoke, stared at Harry with something that might have been fear. "This isn't over," Voldemort hissed. "I have other anchors. Other paths. You cannot kill what is already divided. We will meet again, Harry Potter, and next time I'll be ready too," Harry said. "Get out of my school." He opened a gap in the dome. A single gap, aimed upward, through the ceiling, through the floors above, through the castle and into the sky. A channel, narrow and precisely directed, leading out of Hogwarts and into the cold winter night. The shade hesitated. Then it fled, pouring itself through the channel like smoke through a chimney, rising up and up and up, through stone and ward and enchantment, and bursting free above the castle. Harry felt it go, a dark smear against the night sky, diminishing rapidly, fleeing north and east into the darkness. Gone. Harry closed the gap. The dome dissolved. The torches relit, one by one, filling the chamber with warm light. Quirrell lay on the floor. Harry knelt beside him. The man was alive, barely. His skin was grey, his breathing shallow, his pulse thready. The turban lay beside him, discarded, and the back of his skull was smooth and unmarked. The parasite had left, and the damage it had done was becoming visible. Quirrell was emaciated, aged decades and months, his body consumed by the effort of housing a Dark Lord's soul. Harry reached into him. Gently, carefully, the way he'd reached into the dying grass. He felt the damage, organ failure, magical exhaustion, the slow-motion collapse of a body pushed far past its limits. He couldn't heal all of it. The damage was too severe, too widespread. But he could stabilize, stop the bleeding, shore up the failing heart, feed enough energy into the dying cells to keep them alive until help arrived. "Hang on," Harry murmured, his hands on Quirrell's chest, his magic flowing into the broken body like water into dry earth. "Help's coming." "Harry." Ron and Hermione emerged from behind the mirror, pale, shaking, but whole. Hermione's wand was in her hand. Ron's fists were clenched. They'd been ready to fight, Harry realized. If his magic had failed, they'd have fought Voldemort with a first-year's spell repertoire and bare hands. The thought nearly broke him. "He's alive," Harry said, nodding at Quirrell. "Barely. We need to get help. Hermione, can you get back through the potions room? The purple flame should have died when I'll check." Hermione ran for the door. A moment later, her voice echoed back. "The flames are out. The path is clear all the way back, the protections have reset. Go. Find McGonagall. Tell her everything." Hermione went. Her footsteps echoed away through the chambers, growing fainter. Ron stayed. He knelt on Quirrell's other side, not touching. There was nothing he could do that Harry wasn't already doing, but present. Solid. A warm, living anchor in a room that smelled like burned stone and dark magic. "You did it," Ron said quietly. "We did it. You won the chess game. Hermione solved the potions. I just did the loud bit at the end." "Yeah, the loud bit where you fought Voldemort and won. Just that bit." Harry laughed. It came out shaky and slightly hysterical. "He'll be back. He said he has other Horcruxes. Other pieces of his soul, hidden somewhere. Then we'll find them. Ron, we'll find them, Harry. The three of us. That's what we do now, isn't it? We face the impossible things together. Harry looked at his friend. Ron's freckled face was ghost white, his hands were trembling, and there was a bruise forming on his cheekbone from where a fragment of stone had hit him during the chess game. He was 11 years old and he'd just volunteered to hunt Horcruxes. Yeah, Harry said. That's what we do. They sat with Quirrell in the torchlit chamber and waited for help to arrive, and the mirror of Eriste stood behind them, reflecting nothing but two boys and an unconscious man, because in that moment, neither Harry nor Ron wanted anything more than what they had. McGonagall arrived first, moving with a speed that suggested she'd run the entire way from her office to the third-floor corridor and then through every chamber at something close to a sprint. Her hair was coming loose from its bun. Her expression was beyond fury, beyond fear, in that elevated state of emotion that only manifests in people who genuinely care about the safety of children. She took one look at the chamber, the cracked stone, the scorched walls, Quirrell's crumpled body, Harry and Ron kneeling beside him, and her wand was out instantly, diagnostic spells cascading over Quirrell with practiced efficiency. He's stable, she said, surprise threading through her clinical tone. He should be dead from this level of magical exhaustion, but his vitals are. She looked at Harry. You. I've been keeping him alive. His heart was failing. You've been sustaining a dying man's vital functions through wandless magic for. She glanced at her watch. How long? About 20 minutes. McGonagall pressed her lips into a line so thin they disappeared entirely. Then she conjured a stretcher, levitated Quirrell onto it, and sent it floating toward the door with a precise flick of her wand. Both of you. Hospital wing. Now. And on the way, you will explain everything, leaving out nothing, or so help me I will assign detentions until your grandchildren are in school. They explained. Through the chess room, which McGonagall surveyed with an expression of conflicted pride, through the key room, up through the trapdoor past a now awake and snarling Fluffy, and along the corridors to the hospital wing. Ron did most of the talking, with Harry filling in the parts that required understanding of magic Ron couldn't see. Hermione was already in the hospital wing when they arrived, sitting on a bed while Madame Pomfrey, the school matron, a brisk and formidable woman, checked her over. Shock, Pomfrey declared, wrapping a blanket around Hermione's shoulders. All three of them. Chocolate, rest, and no visitors until morning. They'll have one visitor, McGonagall said. The headmaster is on his way back. Dumbledore arrived at 1:30 in the morning. Harry was in a hospital bed, not because he was injured but because Madame Pomfrey had a will of iron and a policy of mandatory observation for anyone involved in what she called unnecessary heroics. Ron was asleep in the next bed, snoring gently. Hermione was awake, reading by wandlight, because of course she was. Dumbledore entered the hospital wing with the quiet tread of a man who traveled fast and arrived anxious. His robes were disheveled. Harry had never seen Dumbledore disheveled, and his blue eyes, when they found Harry, held a depth of emotion that the twinkle usually masked. He's gone, Harry said before Dumbledore could ask. The shade fled. Quirrell's alive, barely. The stone is still in the mirror. Dumbledore sank into the chair beside Harry's bed. He looked, for the first time since Harry had known him, every one of his 110 years. I received Minerva's message and returned immediately. I should never have left. You were manipulated. The owl was from Quirrell, or Voldemort through Quirrell. They needed you out of the castle. And I fell for it. I have been outmaneuvered by a shade riding a terrified man, which is an experience I do not care to repeat. Dumbledore paused. Tell me what happened. Everything. Harry told him. The protections, solved properly. Ron's chess game. Hermione's puzzle. The confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort. The Shade's offer, we are the same, and Harry's rejection. The battle. The shield, the ocean, the mother's protection that burned Voldemort's shade on contact. Quirrell's release, the Shade's flight. He told Dumbledore about the killing curses that hadn't unraveled, that had required active redirection rather than passive nullification. The unforgivables are different, Harry said. They cut through my ambient field. I can still block them, but it takes active effort. If someone caught me off guard with an Avada Kedavra from close range, I don't know if my passive defense would stop it. Dumbledore absorbed this with the careful attention of a man cataloging a vulnerability. A meaningful limitation. One that Voldemort will remember. He'll be back. Yes. The Horcruxes ensure it. But tonight, you have done something extraordinary. You have driven him out, saved Quirrell's life, and protected the stone. That is not nothing, Harry. It's not enough. No. It's not. But it's a beginning. Dumbledore's eyes moved to the next bed, where Ron slept, and then to Hermione, who had given up pretending not to listen. I note that you did not do this alone. I couldn't have. Ron won the chess game. Hermione solved the potions. Without them, I'd have had to force my way through, which would have been messy and loud and would have given Quirrell warning. You could have forced your way through. Probably. Interesting that you chose not to. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes were twinkling again, faintly, tentatively, the twinkle of a man who'd been afraid and was finding his way back to hope. Power without wisdom is just destruction, Harry said. Someone smart told me that. Who? My mom. Aunt Petunia told me it was one of Lily's sayings. Dumbledore smiled. It was the real smile, the sad one, the good one. Lily was right. As she so often was. He stood, slowly, his joints creaking. Sleep, Harry. The stone will be dealt with. I intend to speak with Nicholas about destroying it. Its existence has become too dangerous. He'll die. Flammel. Without the elixir. Nicholas is 665 years old. He has had, by any reasonable measure, enough time. He and Perenelle have discussed it and reached a decision. They are ready. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. Harry. The offer Voldemort made you, the understanding he offered. You rejected it. Yes. Why? Harry considered this. The answer was complicated, layers of reason and instinct and emotion. But underneath it all was something simple. Because he was offering to understand what I can do. Ron and Hermione understand who I am. That's the difference. Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. He nodded once, turned, and left the hospital wing. Hermione's book had lowered. She was looking at Harry across the dark ward. That was a really good answer, she said softly. It was the truth. Those aren't always the same thing. But this time they were. She turned off her wand light. Go to sleep, Harry. Harry closed his eyes. The ocean was calm. The dark knot in his scar was still and silent behind its prison. The castle hummed around him, warm and watchful. He slept. And for the first time in as long as he could remember, he did not dream. Chapter 5, Through Fire Spring came to Hogwarts the way spring comes to old places, slowly, reluctantly, as if the castle had grown comfortable in its winter coat and wasn't entirely convinced that warmth was worth the effort. The lake thawed in stages, ice retreating from the shores like a tide going out, and one morning Harry looked out the common room window and saw the giant squid basking in pale sunlight near the surface, its tentacles spread in lazy contentment. The weeks after the confrontation with Quirrell had a strange, suspended quality. The official story, approved by Dumbledore, disseminated by McGonagall, accepted by a student body that preferred drama to accuracy, was that Professor Quirrell had suffered a severe magical malfunction related to his travels in Albania and had been removed to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries for treatment. The third-floor corridor was no longer out of bounds. The three-headed dog had been returned to Hagrid, who was delighted. A new defense against the dark arts teacher would be appointed over the summer. Nobody mentioned Voldemort. Nobody mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, which Dumbledore had quietly removed from the mirror and returned to Nicholas Flamel for destruction. Nobody mentioned the fact that 3 first-year students had descended through 7 layers of magical protection and confronted the shade of the most dangerous dark wizard of the century. This suited Harry fine. He had enough attention already. The ministry inquiry that Lucius Malfoy had pushed for arrived in March, in the form of 3 officials from the Department of Magical Education and a tall, thin wizard from the Department of Mysteries who didn't give his name and watched everything with eyes that reminded Harry of Ollivanders, pale, wide, seeing too much. Dumbledore handled them beautifully. The inquiry was conducted in his office, with McGonagall present as Harry's head of house and Snape, unexpectedly, volunteering as an additional faculty witness. Harry performed a carefully curated set of demonstrations: wandless levitation, basic transfiguration, a shield charm, calibrated to impress without terrifying. He was polite, cooperative, and precisely as powerful as an unusually gifted student should be. The Department of Education officials were satisfied. The unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries was not. Harry could feel the man's attention lingering on him like a searchlight, probing, questioning, but without evidence of anything beyond exceptional wandless aptitude. There was nothing to justify further action. The inquiry's report, leaked to the Daily Prophet within a day of its filing, Harry suspected Dumbledore, produced a front-page headline: "Boy Who Lived Shows Remarkable Magical Talent at Hogwarts." The article, breathless and admiring, positioned Harry as a prodigy, a national treasure, the pride of the wizarding world. Exactly the narrative Harry had suggested. Lucius Malfoy's attempt to paint Harry as a threat evaporated in the warmth of public approval. You couldn't remove a beloved national hero from school for being too good at magic. The politics of the situation had been turned inside out, and Harry could almost feel Malfoy Sr.'s fury radiating from whatever tastefully decorated manor he occupied. "That was well played," Draco Malfoy said. They were in the library. It was a Saturday afternoon, and the library was nearly empty. Most students were outside, enjoying the first real spring weather. Harry had come to return a book. Malfoy had been waiting for him. Harry slid the book onto its shelf and looked at the Slytherin boy. They hadn't spoken since their corridor conversation months ago, but Harry had felt Malfoy watching him, in class, in the Great Hall, across the Quidditch pitch. A steady, intelligent observation that reminded Harry uncomfortably of himself. "Your father's inquiry," Harry said. "That wasn't well played." "My father doesn't play well. He plays hard. There's a difference." Malfoy leaned against a bookshelf with studied casualness that didn't quite mask the tension in his shoulders. He was furious when the Prophet piece came out. He doesn't like being outmaneuvered, especially by an 11-year-old. "I had help." "Dumbledore." "Obviously. But the strategy was yours, I could tell. My father's been managing Dumbledore for years." This felt different. Sharper. Harry said nothing. He waited. Malfoy was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke again, the practiced drawl was gone. Just a boy's voice, uncertain and trying not to show it. "My father wants me to stay away from you. He says you're dangerous, that your power is unnatural, that you'll destabilize the magical order." "And what do you think?" "I think you already have." Malfoy met Harry's eyes. "The magical order is built on wands. You don't need one. That's not dangerous, it's revolutionary. And my father's afraid of it because revolution threatens everything he has." "That's a remarkably clear-eyed assessment of your own father." "I'm a Slytherin, Potter. Self-interest includes honest assessment of threats and opportunities, even when they come from family." Malfoy paused. His grey eyes were steady but his hands, Harry noticed, were gripping the edge of the bookshelf. "I'm not going to be my father. I've decided that. I don't know what I'm going to be instead, but not that." Harry studied him. The reaching told him what Malfoy's words confirmed: the boy's emotions were genuine. Fear, determination, and underneath it all, a loneliness that Harry recognized because he'd lived with it for years. The loneliness of someone whose worldview was crumbling and who had no one to help him build a new one. "That's a brave decision," Harry said. "Don't call me brave. I'm a Slytherin. Slytherins can be brave. We prefer strategically bold." Harry laughed. Malfoy's mouth twitched, not a smirk, not the practiced sneer, but the beginning of something more honest. "I'm not offering friendship," Malfoy said quickly. "My house would eat me alive and your friends already hate me. Ron hates you. Hermione disapproves of you, which is worse. Delightful. What I'm offering is, a truce. I stay out of your way. You stay out of mine. And if things go bad, if my father does something, or if the political situation gets ugly, I'll tell you what I know." "Why?" "Because I watched you fly on a broom for the first time and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and anyone who can do what you do is someone I'd rather have as an ally than an enemy." He straightened up, adjusting his robes, rebuilding the Malfoy composure piece by piece. "And because I think you're going to win. Whatever's coming, and something is coming, we both know that, you're going to win, and I want to be on the right side of it." Harry extended his hand. Malfoy looked at it for a moment, the same hand he'd refused on the train, when Malfoy had offered his own and Harry had chosen Ron instead. The symmetry wasn't lost on either of them. Malfoy shook it. His grip was firm and brief. "Truce," Harry said. "Truce." Malfoy turned and walked away through the library stacks, his blonde head held high, his posture perfect, and Harry watched him go and thought that people were more complicated than any magic he'd ever encountered. April brought exams into focus, and the castle settled into the familiar rhythm of end-of-year academic anxiety. The common room filled with students hunched over textbooks, the library became a war zone of whispered arguments over study tables, and Hermione entered a state of elevated academic intensity that Ron described as beautiful and terrifying, like a really smart hurricane. Harry didn't need to study. He could have passed every exam in his sleep, literally, probably, given that his reaching allowed him to process information in ways that conventional study couldn't match. But he studied anyway, with Ron and Hermione, because the studying was never really about the material. It was about the three of them at their usual table, Hermione's color-coded notes spread out like a battle plan, Ron's increasingly creative excuses for not having read the assigned chapter, the comfortable rhythm of argument and laughter and shared effort that had become the heartbeat of Harry's life at Hogwarts. He was happy. The realization hit him one Tuesday evening in McGonagall's office, during one of their informal sessions. McGonagall was explaining the theoretical basis of conjuration, creating something from nothing, which was supposed to be impossible but which Harry suspected he could do, and Ron was arguing that chess was itself a form of conjuration because you create a winning position out of nothing but pieces and patience. And Hermione was telling Ron that was the dumbest analogy she'd ever heard while simultaneously writing it down because she thought it was secretly brilliant. Harry sat in his chair, a cup of tea in his hands, and thought, "I'm happy. Right now, in this moment, I am happy." The ocean inside him was calm. The dark knot in his scar was silent. The castle hummed around him, and the people he loved were arguing about chess and conjuration, and the world outside the window was green and gold with spring. He held the moment carefully, like a soap bubble in his palms, knowing it was fragile, knowing it would pass, and loving it anyway. The sessions with McGonagall had evolved over the months from tentative exploration into something genuinely valuable. McGonagall's contribution wasn't teaching Harry how to use his powers, nobody could do that, but teaching him the framework that everyone else operated within. Understanding wand magic's rules, limitations, and principles gave Harry a vocabulary for his own abilities and, more importantly, a map of the world he was navigating. The statute of secrecy, McGonagall said during one session, exists because the magical world decided 400 years ago that coexistence with the non-magical world was too dangerous. Not because Muggles couldn't accept magic, but because the power differential was too great. A single dark wizard could devastate a Muggle city, and the temptation to use that power, for profit, for control, for revenge, was considered too dangerous to risk. So the magical world hid, Harry said. The magical world segregated. And in doing so, it preserved its own power structures, the old families, the pure-blood hierarchy, the ministry's authority. Secrecy became a tool of control as much as a tool of protection. And someone like me threatens that control. Someone like you threatens the entire framework. You can't be regulated by standard magical law because standard magical law assumes a wand-based paradigm. You can't be contained by standard magical security because standard security relies on spells that don't work on you. You exist outside every system the magical world has built, and that makes you a political problem. A constitutional problem. Lucius Malfoy's inquiry was just the beginning. As you grow older and your abilities become more public, the pressure will intensify. There will be people who want to use you, people who want to control you, and people who want to destroy you. Understanding the system, its laws, its politics, its history, is the only way to navigate it without being consumed by it. Harry absorbed this. He'd been thinking along similar lines, but hearing it from McGonagall, who understood the system from the inside, who'd spent decades working within it, gave the thoughts weight and specificity. What do you recommend? He asked. Learn everything. Not just magic, law, politics, history, economics. Understand how the ministry works, who holds power, where the pressure points are. Build relationships across all four houses, not just Gryffindor. When the time comes to step into the public arena, and it will come, be so well prepared that no one can catch you off guard. That sounds like a 10-year plan. It is. You're 11. You have time. Do I? Harry thought about the Horcruxes. About Voldemort's shade, fled into the night, seeking new hosts, new paths back to power. I'm not sure I do. McGonagall looked at him with an expression that combined the professional detachment of a teacher with the personal investment of someone who'd come to care about a student more than was strictly advisable. Then we work faster, she said. The exams came and went. Harry performed well, top of the year in Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught for the final weeks by a rotating cast of substitutes, none of them memorable, second behind Hermione in Charms. He let her have it, she'd earned it, respectable in everything else. Ron did better than expected, his native intelligence carrying him through subjects he'd barely studied for. Hermione, naturally, topped every class she took and looked personally offended by every mark that wasn't perfect. The results were posted on a Tuesday. Hermione read them aloud at breakfast, her voice oscillating between pride and neurotic dissatisfaction. Outstanding in Transfiguration, outstanding in Charms, exceeds expectations in Potions, exceeds expectations. I knew I should have stirred 3 more times counterclockwise, Hermione, Ron said. You're first in our year. In everything. Literally everything. Second in Transfiguration. Harry beat me. By 1 mark. A mark is a mark, Ronald. Harry ate his toast and let them argue. The end-of-year feast was that evening, and then the train home tomorrow, and then, the Dursleys. The thought sat in his chest like a cold stone. He didn't want to go back. The realization was sharp and unambiguous. Hogwarts was home in a way Privet Drive had never been and could never be. The castle knew him, the magic sustained him, and the people, Ron, Hermione, McGonagall, Hagrid, even Dumbledore, even Snape in his complicated, grudging way, were his people. But the blood wards at Privet Drive were real. Dumbledore had explained them in detail during one of their conversations, the protection of Lily's sacrifice, anchored in the blood connection between Harry and Petunia, activated by the act of calling Petunia's house home. As long as Harry returned to Privet Drive once a year, the wards would hold, and Voldemort couldn't touch him there. The wards mattered because Voldemort was still out there. Diminished, bodiless, driven from Quirrell, but alive, in the loosest sense of the word. The Horcruxes ensured his survival, and until they were found and destroyed, the threat was permanent. Harry had spent late nights thinking about the Horcruxes. Dumbledore had shared what he knew, which was less than either of them liked. Voldemort had created multiple soul anchors, but their number and locations were unknown. The diary that Dumbledore suspected existed. The ring that had belonged to Voldemort's grandfather. Others, unknown, hidden in places that reflected Voldemort's history and psychology. Finding them would be the work of years. Destroying them would require tools and knowledge that Harry didn't yet possess. Dumbledore mentioned basilisk venom and fiend fire as the only known methods of Horcrux destruction, neither of which was readily available or safe to use. It was a long game. Harry was learning to play long games. The end-of-year feast was golden and warm and slightly sad, the way endings always are. The Great Hall was decorated in Gryffindor scarlet and gold. They'd won the House Cup, thanks in no small part to the points awarded for services to the school, Dumbledore's euphemism for fighting Voldemort. The food was extraordinary, the noise level deafening, and Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and felt the weight of the year settling on his shoulders like a cloak. Dumbledore stood to make his final speech. The hall quieted. "Another year gone," the headmaster said, his voice carrying to every corner. "And what a year it has been. Your heads are a little fuller than they were, at least, I hope so. The summer stretches before you, empty and welcoming, waiting to be filled with rest and mischief and, for those so inclined, a little extra reading." Hermione sat up straighter. "I have a few final thoughts. First, the bonds formed within these walls are among the most powerful magic I know. Treasure them. Second, the world outside these walls is not always kind, but it is always interesting, and I encourage you to engage with it bravely. And third," his blue eyes found Harry's across the hall, and for a moment, the twinkle was gone and the gaze was direct and serious. "Remember that our choices, far more than our abilities, determine who we truly are. Choose well." The hall applauded. Dumbledore sat. Harry felt the old wizard's attention linger, then release, and he thought about choices, the ones he'd made this year, the ones waiting for him in the years ahead. After the feast, the common room was loud and celebratory. Fred and George had acquired contraband from somewhere and were distributing it with the efficiency of experienced smugglers. Percy was pretending not to notice while simultaneously confiscating anything within arm's reach. Neville had found his toad again, or rather, the toad had found Neville, having apparently spent the last month living in the greenhouses, which said something about both Neville and the toad. Harry sat by the fire with Ron and Hermione. Their usual spot. Their usual configuration, Ron sprawled, Hermione perched, Harry in the middle. "Summer plans?" Ron asked. "Survive the Dursleys," Harry said. "Practice. Read. Think about Horcruxes. You could come to the Burrow," Ron said. It came out casual, but Harry felt the hope underneath, the eagerness of a boy offering his home to a friend who didn't have one. "Mum would love it. She's already adopted you based on the sweater alone. I'd like that. After a few weeks at the Dursleys, I need to maintain the blood wards." "I'll write," Hermione said. "Every day. I'll send research. I've been reading about soul magic and I think there might be references in the Hogwarts library's restricted section that we missed." "We have all summer to plan," Harry said. "And all of next year. And the year after that. Voldemort isn't going anywhere fast, and neither are we." "Cheery thought," Ron said. "I'm going to focus on Quidditch and try not to think about soul fragments until at least August." "That's fair." They sat in comfortable silence. The fire crackled. Outside the window, the June sky held the last light of the longest day, purple and gold and slowly darkening. "Harry," Hermione said. "Can I ask you something?" "Always." "At the end, in the chamber, when Voldemort offered you understanding. When he said you were the same. You said you weren't, and I believed you, but," she hesitated. "Were you tempted? Even a little?" Harry thought about it. He owed her honesty. "Yes," he said. "For about half a second. He was the first person who looked at my power and wasn't afraid of it or trying to manage it. He just saw it. And for half a second, that felt like something I'd been waiting for. Ron was very still. But then you moved closer, Harry said, looking at Hermione. And Ron stepped forward. And I remembered that being understood isn't the same as being seen. Voldemort understood my power. You too see me. That's the difference, and it's everything. Hermione's eyes were bright. She blinked rapidly. I'm not going to cry. You're a bit crying, Ron observed. Shut up, Ronald. You're properly crying now. I will hex you. With what spell? We haven't learned any good hexes yet. I'll improvise. Harry laughed. The sound filled the common room, warm and real, and Ron grinned and Hermione pretended to be angry while wiping her eyes, and the fire burned and the night deepened and the year turned toward its end. The morning of departure was chaotic. Trunks were packed, pets were caged, or in Neville's case, chased through 3 corridors, robes were swapped for Muggle clothes. The castle felt different, emptier, quieter, as if it were already settling into its summer sleep. Harry packed slowly. He folded his robes, stacked his books, secured Hedwig's cage. He tucked the invisibility cloak into his trunk's hidden compartment, wrapped the Corliss Elder wand in a sock, and checked, for the 100th time, that his bag contained the list of Horcrux research materials Hermione had compiled for him. He stood in the dormitory and looked at his 4-poster bed, the red curtains, the window that faced the lake. 9 months ago, he'd lain in this bed and mapped the castle for the first time, reaching through stone and enchantment into a world that was vast and old and full of secrets. The castle hummed around him. Not a goodbye, Harry would be back in September. A see you soon, warm and patient, the magic of the building settling into his awareness like a hand on his shoulder. See you soon, Harry said aloud, and the castle's magic brightened briefly, like a smile. He carried his trunk downstairs. The common room was empty, everyone had already headed to the carriages. He walked through the portrait hole, down the moving staircases, through the entrance hall, and out into the June sunshine. Hagrid was by the carriages, enormous and beaming, helping first-years with their luggage. He spotted Harry and his whole face crumpled into the expression of uncomplicated love that Harry had come to associate with the big man. All right there, Harry. I'm good, Hagrid. Thanks for everything this year. Blimey, don't thank me. You're the one who, well. He glanced around and lowered his voice to what he thought was a whisper but was actually just a slightly quieter shout. You know. With he made a vague gesture that could have meant anything from defeated Voldemort to fed the chickens. Yeah, Harry said, grinning. With the. Hagrid pulled him into a hug that lifted Harry off the ground and compressed his ribcage in ways that couldn't be medically recommended. Harry hugged back as hard as he could, which wasn't very hard compared to a half-giant, but the gesture was appreciated. You write me over the summer, Hagrid said, setting him down with a thump. And, if those muggles give ya any trouble, they won't. We've reached an understanding. Good. Good. Hagrid's eyes were suspiciously bright. Off ye go, then. Train won't wait. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station at 11 o'clock, and the castle shrank behind them, towers and turrets diminishing against the Scottish sky until it was a silhouette, a suggestion, a memory. Harry sat in their compartment, the same one they'd claimed on the journey up, now officially theirs by the unwritten law of Hogwarts Express territorial tradition, with Ron and Hermione. Hedwig dozed in her cage. The countryside unrolled outside the windows, green and sunlit. So, Ron said, unwrapping a chocolate frog. First year. How would we rate it? Out of 10. 7, Hermione said. The education was excellent, the library was adequate, the near-death experiences were excessive. I'd give it an 8, Ron said. Lost points for Snape's personality and the giant chess pieces trying to kill me. Gained points for the food. You're rating our year partly on food. The food was really good, Hermione. Harry looked out the window. Fields and hills rolled past, dotted with sheep and crisscrossed with stone walls. Normal England. Muggle England. A world that didn't know about magic or dark lords or prophecies, a world where people's biggest concerns were weather and traffic and what to have for dinner. He envied it, sometimes. The simplicity. The freedom from being the anything, the boy who lived, the wandless mage, the chess piece in a game that predated his birth. In that world, he'd just be a kid on a train, going home for summer. But that world wasn't his. It had never been his, not really, not since the night a green flash of light killed his parents and carved a lightning bolt into his forehead and set him on a path that led through a cupboard and an ocean and a castle and a mirror and a battle to this seat on this train, heading toward a future he couldn't see clearly but could feel approaching like weather over the horizon. 9, Harry said. Ron and Hermione looked at him. 9 out of 10. Points lost for the part where a dark wizard tried to kill us. Points gained for, he looked at them. Everything else. Hermione's smile was warm and sudden and unguarded, the rare smile she produced when she forgot to be self-conscious about being too much. Ron's grin was enormous and lopsided and entirely Ron. Everything else, Ron agreed. The train carried them south. Harry let the rhythm of the rails soothe him, the steady click-clack, the gentle sway, the forward motion. He reached out, gently, feeling the world pass by. Fields of wheat rippling in the wind. A river, cool and deep, winding through a valley. A fox in a hedgerow, sleeping in dappled shade. A village, its church spire catching the sun. And far to the north, shrinking with distance but never fading entirely, the vast, warm, ancient presence of Hogwarts, humming in its hills, waiting for September. King's Cross Station was loud and bright and aggressively Muggle. The magical barrier between platforms 9 and 10 deposited them back into the non-magical world with the disorienting abruptness of waking from a vivid dream, and Harry stood on the concourse with his trunk and his owl and blinked in the fluorescent light. The Weasleys were there, Mrs. Weasley, round and red-haired and radiating maternal warmth with the intensity of a small sun, surrounded by her children. She spotted Harry and swept toward him with an expression of fierce tenderness. "Harry, dear. Look at you, you're too thin, they don't feed you enough at that school, here," she pressed a package into his hands. "Sandwiches. Of course. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. You'll come to the Burrow this summer. Ron's told me all about you, well, not all about you, I suspect, but enough. You're always welcome. I'd love that. Thank you." Hermione's parents were nearby, a tall man and a pretty woman with Hermione's bushy hair and wide eyes, looking around the station with the slightly dazed expression of Muggles who had accepted that their daughter was a witch but were still adjusting to the implications. Hermione hugged Harry fiercely. "All right," she said. "I've already drafted a research schedule for the summer. We can coordinate via OWL." "Of course you've drafted a research schedule. Organization is the foundation of effective scholarship, Harry. I know. That's why I'm glad you're in charge of it." Ron clapped him on the shoulder, hard enough to sting, the Weasley version of affection. "See you in a few weeks, mate. Don't let the Muggles get you down. They won't." He watched them go, Ron absorbed into the Weasley clan, Hermione into her parents' arms, and stood alone in King's Cross with his trunk and his owl and the weight of a year on his shoulders. The Dursleys were waiting by the car park exit. Vernon, large and sweating. Petunia, thin and rigid. Dudley, larger than ever, absorbed in a handheld game. They didn't wave. They didn't approach. They waited, with the cautious stillness of people who had learned to be careful around Harry Potter. Harry walked toward them. He felt the familiar compression of leaving the magical world behind, not a loss of power, the ocean was always there, always vast, always his, but a loss of context. At Hogwarts, he was Harry Potter, wandless mage, friend, student, ally of Dumbledore, enemy of Voldemort. At Privet Drive, he was the strange boy in the cupboard, except he wasn't in the cupboard anymore, and the strangeness had teeth. "Hello," Harry said. "Hello," Petunia said stiffly. Vernon grunted. Dudley didn't look up. They drove in silence. The familiar route, motorway, suburbs, the creeping sameness of Little Whinging's identical houses. Harry watched the scenery pass and felt the blood wards activate as they crossed into Privet Drive's range, a warm, invisible boundary that recognized his blood and welcomed him, the protection of his mother's love doing what it did best, keeping him safe. Safe from Voldemort. Not necessarily from boredom, loneliness, or the existential challenge of spending 2 months pretending to be a normal boy in a profoundly abnormal situation. Vernon pulled into the driveway. Number 4 Privet Drive. The most ordinary house on the most ordinary street in the most ordinary town in England. Harry got out of the car, collected his trunk and Hedwig's cage, and stood on the pavement. The house looked the same. The garden was immaculate. The fence was white. The curtains were drawn at exactly the same angle as every other house on the street. Inside, Harry knew, the surfaces would be spotless, the cushions plumped, every object precisely placed in its proper position. And underneath the stairs, the cupboard door would be closed, and the spider would be building its web in the corner where the ceiling met the wall. Harry thought about the boy who'd lain in that cupboard 3 years ago, watching the spider work, reaching for the first time into a world he didn't understand. That boy had been small and scared and alone, and the only thing he'd had was a broken light bulb and a feeling that he was more than what he'd been told. That boy was gone. In his place stood someone different, still small, still scarred, still carrying a piece of a dark wizard in his head and the weight of a prophecy he hadn't asked for. But no longer alone. No longer scared. And no longer willing to be small. Harry picked up his trunk and walked inside. The first week was quiet. The Dursleys maintained the truce that had held since Harry was 8, civil distance, separate orbits, the careful choreography of people who shared a house but not a life. Harry took his old room, Dudley's second bedroom, now officially his, with a desk and a proper bed and a window that looked out over the back garden. He set up Hedwig's cage on the desk. She hooted softly and preened, adjusting to her summer quarters with the dignified tolerance of a creature who knew this was temporary. He unpacked his trunk. Books went on the desk, organized by subject, Hermione's influence. The invisibility cloak went under his mattress. The coreless wand went in the desk drawer. His school robes hung in the wardrobe, smelling of castle and candle smoke and magic. And then, because he was Harry Potter and sitting still had never been his strength, he began to work. Mornings were for physical training. He ran, not because he needed the exercise for magical reasons but because his body was 11 and underfed and he wanted to be stronger. The reaching made him powerful but the power was magical, not physical, and he'd learned from the confrontation with Quirrell that a body under stress could compromise his concentration. So he ran, and he did push-ups, and he ate as much as the Dursleys' grudging hospitality would provide, and over the weeks, he grew, not dramatically, but steadily, filling out, gaining the quiet physical competence that comes from disciplined effort. Afternoons were for study. Hermione's research schedule arrived by OWL 2 days after term ended, a color-coded, cross-referenced document that was itself a masterwork of organizational magic. She'd identified 17 books in the Hogwarts library that might contain information on Horcruxes or soul magic, compiled a list of historical figures who'd allegedly achieved wandless casting, and outlined a comparative analysis of magical theory traditions across different cultures. Harry worked through the list methodically, using the books he'd brought home and supplementing with OWL-ordered volumes from Flourish and Blots. He corresponded with Hermione daily, dense, detailed letters that filled pages with theory, questions, and the occasional personal aside. He wrote to Ron weekly, shorter, warmer letters about nothing in particular, because Ron didn't need theory and research from Harry. Ron needed to know Harry was okay. He wrote to Dumbledore once, a brief letter asking whether there had been any sign of Voldemort's shade since its escape. Dumbledore's reply was equally brief, no sign. Our mutual friend appears to have retreated to deep cover. I continue to investigate the matter we discussed. Enjoy your summer. A.D. Our mutual friend. Even in private correspondence, Dumbledore was careful. Harry respected the caution even as he found it maddening. Evenings were for practice. Harry waited until the Dursleys were in bed. Vernon's snoring was audible from 2 floors away, a sound like a walrus having a nightmare, and then he reached. Not into the house, not into the garden. Outward. Far outward, pushing the boundaries of his range, extending his awareness into the night like a searchlight sweeping the darkness. His range had grown. At the beginning of the school year, he'd been reliable to about 100 meters. Now he could reach a quarter mile with clarity, half a mile with effort. The growth wasn't linear, it came in jumps, sudden expansions that left him dizzy and awed, the ocean inside him deepening in ways he couldn't predict or control. He practiced precision. He'd reach into a house 2 streets over and count the silverware in a kitchen drawer. He'd find a cat sleeping on a wall 3 blocks away and feel its heartbeat, its dreams, the tiny electrical impulses firing in its sleeping brain. He'd reach into the earth itself and feel the geological strata, clay and chalk and flint, laid down over millions of years, the ancient bones of the land. He practiced speed. How fast could he raise a shield? How quickly could he redirect an incoming force? He timed himself, using the clock on his desk, dropping his defenses entirely, then snapping them back up, trying to close the window of vulnerability to nothing. He got it down to a fraction of a second. Not instantaneous, but close. He practiced the thing that frightened him most, the dark knot. Every night, before he slept, Harry reached inward and examined the Horcrux in his scar. He didn't touch it, didn't probe it, didn't try to communicate with it. He just looked. Felt its presence, its texture, the way it sat inside his ocean like a coal inside a snowbank. It was changing. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, but Harry's perception was finer than any instrument, and he could feel the shift. The prison of magic he'd built around it at the beginning of the year was working, but it was also doing something unexpected. His magic, in constant contact with the Horcrux, was eroding it. Not destroying it, the soul fragment was resilient, protected by whatever dark magic had created it, but wearing it down, the way water wears down stone. The edges of the dark knot were softer than they'd been in September. The boundaries were less defined. Harry didn't know what this meant. He didn't know if the erosion would eventually destroy the Horcrux or just weaken it or if it would reach an equilibrium and stop. He didn't know if the process was safe, if the Horcrux's darkness was being neutralized by his ocean or if it was being absorbed, the contamination spreading into his own magic like ink dropped in water. He wrote to Dumbledore about it. A longer letter this time, detailed and clinical, describing what he felt. Dumbledore's response was immediate and serious. This is significant and potentially unprecedented. The interaction between your unique magic and the soul fragment may indeed be degrading the Horcrux, but the mechanism is unknown and the risks are real. I will research this over the summer. In the meantime, continue to monitor but do not attempt to accelerate the process. And Harry, if you feel any change in yourself, any intrusion of thoughts or emotions that don't feel like your own, tell me immediately. Harry didn't feel any intrusion. The Horcrux was passive, dormant, sealed inside its prison. But he watched it with the vigilance of someone who knew that the most dangerous thing about a sleeping enemy was the waking up. July came, hot and slow, and Harry turned 12 in the back garden of No. 4 Privet Drive, sitting on the grass with a slice of birthday cake that Mrs. Weasley had sent by owl and a stack of presents from his friends. Ron sent a book on Quidditch tactics. Hermione sent a rare text on pre-wand magical traditions that she'd found in a shop in Edinburgh during a family holiday. Hagrid sent another cake, lopsided and misspelled and wonderful. McGonagall sent a formal card that said, in her precise handwriting, "Happy birthday, Mr. Potter. I expect your summer assignments to reflect the quality of work you are capable of, not the quality of work you have been submitting." Harry laughed and ate Mrs. Weasley's cake and watched Hedwig chase a butterfly across the garden and thought about the year ahead. Second year at Hogwarts. New classes, new challenges, new teachers. The Horcrux hunt, which Dumbledore had promised to begin in earnest once Harry returned to school. The political situation, which would only intensify as his abilities became more public. And Voldemort, out there somewhere, plotting, scheming, searching for a way back to power. There was so much ahead. So much he couldn't see, couldn't predict, couldn't control. But he could feel the shapes of it, the way he could feel the weather before it arrived, the way the ocean inside him responded to distant changes in the magical atmosphere. Something was building. Not just Voldemort's return, something larger, a shift in the magical world's foundations that Harry's existence had set in motion. The Wandless Mage. The boy who broke every category. The living proof that the system the magical world had built was not the only way. Harry finished his cake. He watched the sun set over Little Whinging, the sky turning red and gold and purple, the last light catching the windows of identical houses and making them briefly, impossibly beautiful. He reached out. Not to any particular target, just out. Into the evening air, the warm earth, the deepening sky. He felt the world around him, the neighborhood, the town, the countryside beyond, the faint distant hum of magical London, the vast sleeping presence of Hogwarts far to the north. And he felt something else. Faint, distant, approaching from a direction he couldn't quite place. A disturbance in the magical atmosphere, not dark, not light, just different. Something coming. Something new. Harry pulled his reaching back and sat in the garden and breathed and let the feeling pass through him without trying to interpret it. Whatever was coming would come. He'd face it the way he faced everything, with his friends beside him, his magic beneath him, and the choices that defined him more than any power ever could. Hedwig landed on his shoulder, a moth in her beak, looking pleased with herself. Harry stroked her feathers. One more week, he told her. Then back to Hogwarts. Back home. Hedwig hooted softly and leaned into his hand, and the evening settled around them, warm and golden and full of the particular peace that comes from sitting in the space between what was and what will be. Inside the house, Dudley dropped something and Petunia scolded him and Vernon muttered about the electricity bill, and the ordinary world turned in its ordinary way, unaware that the boy in the garden held an ocean inside him and the future in his hands. Harry smiled. He was ready.